Original tag team. I thought he kept the name, but never mind. We've got now Sponge
자, 빼면서
너무 좋다. 풀 써봐.
짱공 살짝 봐줘야 될 듯.
야, 맞아.
turning off the lights. Doesn't want his friends to see him die, I don't think. But never mind, they turn it around. And Sponge is still alive. And Clear might be able to get the kill, but never mind, he's not even able to do that.
Well, let's see if DNS can have this one miracle steal. That one crazy chance. Charbel has flash.
달려 나올 때 쌈볼을 거야. 야, 볼게. 보자.
He doesn't go among everyone. Peter gets him in at the end. So boom. They're going to wipe him off the rim. And you are never snowballing enough against this team. They've been. Has been able to find some great angles before as Charbel as well.
야, 나
볼게 이번에. 볼게 얘들아.
야, 와줘.
Tempting a blocking three! Hoisted into the sky and it's a steal! And so it's the guaranteed goal. The Bros just blow them off. Dudu going to be chased out. The curtains have been called, but Doctor, I'm sorry, but I have a feeling it's the end of the show for DNS and the Bros.
Yeah.
A bit less aggressive than Trovy's right. I feel is again.
I think he's basically just accepting that we'll need to use that teleport to get back to the lane. He's not going to be able to win first trades. Speaking of first trades,
Yeah, Dura taking a lot of damage here, but now Ruler is arcane shifting forward. Max's in a lot of trouble. Ruler's just autoing him down. The Flash has to be used. Oh my god! Okay, Ruler!
Flashes to be able to line up the shot. They have said finesse. They're pushing the bottom lane right now, which leaves them a little bit weak elsewhere.
야, 나 괜찮아. 야, quick. 야, 둘러. 야, 괜찮은데 여기 좋은데.
His gorgeous tempered bait comes in though. And now Dura trying to line up that cosmic binding. Death Ray's fantastic. Lucy gets in there, finds the double. The Flash to get away, and he and takes down Ruler. DK are now in the lead.
I know a place where the sky is blue. I know a place where they don't wear shoes. There's never any worries, nothing you gotta do. But you can swim and surf if you want to. I know a place where the sky is blue. I know a place where they don't wear shoes. There's never any worries, nothing you gotta do. But you can swim and surf if you want to. In Malibu.
Four teams dreaming to join the playoffs have the opportunity to do so starting today. It is the 2026 LCK Play-Ins. Welcome everyone, Digon alongside Wolf and Wadid as we set the stage for the next several days. We're about to start booking some tickets to Worlds, gentlemen.
It's time to find out if some of these underdogs can go all the way. From the bottom to the top, we had DN Supers do it for Kespa Cup, but could BNK lift a Worlds trophy like DRX did in 2022? It would have to start here.
Yeah, we all started with the 10 teams, but now 2 teams got eliminated, so we have 8 teams. You can see from the Rise group, we have Brion, Nongshim, and BNK Ferex, and
today we're gonna have KT versus Brion.
That's right. KT joining them down in the play-ins with Genji, Hanwha Life Esports, T1, and D+ awaiting the playoffs. And Kiwoom DRX and the DN Automotive Supers looking to 2027. Here are your POM standings after the regular season has completed. It is Chovy, Zeka, and Taeyun as your top 3. And also, we have some more business to take care of with our predictions from last week. Umpty getting 7. It does solidify the rankings for our LCK prediction talent. Thank you, Huni, for being a worse percentage than me. But it also means that Wolf is the #1 predictor. And so it is time to crown a new prediction king. It is Wolf who did do the honors. There it is.
Thank you. It's fitting that the one slain by Chronicler is the one who gives me the crown. I did it for Cronny, a man very infrequently mentioned on our broadcast. Someone who would have wanted this. He would have wanted his legacy to be carried by someone who cares so much, cares so deeply, who week in and week out predicts his best predictions. That's me this year. I did it for you, Mal. I did it for Cronny.
There it is. All right. Congratulations, Wolf, on being the best predictor since last year's. Cronny, there it is. Speaking of being the best, we do have something to take care of from last round. It is the Uri 1, the play, the most meaningful or entertaining moment from last round. And it is, of course, coming to you on your screen from that away match. It was the home ground for T1, but it was the place for the play by Career with a huge engage on Rakan.
Crowds against him, fans against him, team back against the wall. He's low health. He finds this sick engage to save the game. And I think this is absolutely warranted for our best play here in round 4.
For sure. And he often mentioned that his idol is Carrier, and it was against him, showing off that kind of performance on Rakan. I think it's been really great overall. I feel like at the beginning of the season, he was struggling, but at the end, he stood up as the main character for Deep Pleski.
Yeah, it was an amazing moment and really stamped exclamation point on D+'s rise. They are truly here. They are a true competitor in that playoffs, and you cannot understate how much growth that they've shown and how much Career has within that last one. Now, we gave a lot of shout outs to some players, but before we move on, it's time for this week's, that's right, D-Guns. Yeah! Fact of the week.
Oh, he's never been this enthusiastic.
I am that enthusiastic.
I'm really excited about the question.
Our two competitors here, time to introduce them. Number 1, it is the Prediction King.
Number 1.
Congrats. Again.
And competitor number 2, he tried his best to predict, but he's just a common predictor. It's Wadid.
I think he's highborn. He's a highborn predictor.
Okay, highborn predictor.
I mean, to be fair, I was second last year and third this year, so I'm pretty consistent, right?
Well, one theme about this year, since we closed it, was that there were many trades and substitutions. For these specific 4 play-in teams, what were the total amount of players that played for them?
So across 4 teams, so you've got...
So you got KT,
4 playing
in
teams.
KCRX, Hanjin Brion, and Nongshim Red Force. Throughout the regular season, how many players played for them? And I will give you this, that Taeyun and Diablo don't count double. They just count once.
I'm going to say B25.
I'm really bad at mathematics. So
I don't have enough time to calculate, but I think
Same.
25 sounds about right.
I think I'm gonna go with A.
Ooh. Guys, it's close. But the answer to this one is...
Oh my god, I almost went for C.
It's 26. So you had the 20 current players, plus you had Hanjin Brion had Loki.
Oh,
Loki.
The NK had Daystar and
Daystar.
Slayer. Nongshim Red Force had Pleta. And then we close out with Amy
Obviously the
Sue
KT
and
KT,
Fenrir.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, that's
the one
crazy.
I was thinking about
So
most.
there it is.
We were missing many players, actually.
Now, why did we do that? Well, it's because All Pro voting is completed. All Pro will come out tomorrow morning here Korea time.
Exciting.
And so we wanted to give some shout outs to some of the players that maybe wouldn't have made it to All Pro because they were in Rise Group. And so we've made our very own Rise All Pro teams to give the shout outs to some of these players. For me, casting Charvel, Scout, Taeyun, Kellen, and then Clear, Gideon, Yukal, Teddy, and Namgung, Dudu, Raptor, Roamer, Diablo, and Lahens. I think my big shout out there is the bot lane of BNK Fear X. Kellen has had to play with everyone and still has found success. I think that was a big driving force.
Mine are a little different. When we bring those up, I'll talk about Closer, specifically in the mid lane. I think he was the best performing mid laner all year long, even in those tough losses for the Rise group. And Dudu and Charvel turned around at the end of the year. Again, not fast enough to save them this season, but still looked really clean at the end. And Teddy and Namgung, both Teddy being the most consistent part of Bro for me for the entire year, and then Namgung really turning his year around. That was my All-Pro first. Want to give Kingen and Gideon a shout on my second team, as well as Yukal still bringing up third there in mid for All-Pro third.
We did.
Yeah, and for me, I would say mine is pretty much Korean standard. But I really wanted to give the shout out to Yukal, who made such a great performance in QMDRX. I think even though they had some oopsies, I feel like Yukal was the main character who carries the team by himself. I was really surprised by his performance at the end of the season. And I think for me, Raptor is the All Pro first in the Rise group because I think he's been really great in terms of his early game plan and the aggression. I really liked his early game pathing. Especially like most of the junglers are trying to be more Kanavi style, which means that you kind of counter jungle, but it's like you can't really just brain that rushing the counter jungling, right? You have to synchronize with your laners, and I think Raptor did such a great job on that one, so that's why he's on my first All-Pro.
I love that shout out there. Wolf and I had Charvel higher up, but I think you can very much have Raptor in there as well. And that closes the chapter on the Rise group as we focus now on play-ins and we take a look at our play-ins bracket. It all kicks off with KT versus Hanjin Brian in a win, and you're in playoffs for the 5th seed. The loser of that will face the winner of the single elimination match between Nongshim Red Force and BNK Fear X.
So the main thing I want people to see here is when you look at the overall bracket of playoffs and you include play-ins, it looks incredibly convoluted, but it's just 3 days here. Today is effectively the winner's match, goes directly to playoffs. The winner of tomorrow plays against the loser of today. So it is a 3-day system, but it's quick. You know, you have a fast turnaround. If you lose today, you're going to have to prep up hard. You only got a day of extra time.
Yeah, the other big thing to take note of is that it is a best of 5. So now we're going deeper into the champion pools. If both teams win a game, it's going to be very interesting to see what these teams have prepared. And we got to hear from them at their end of the season interviews. One thing that all of them said was they have to work on their form, which got us thinking here on the space about the form of the players. And so we rated the players on their current form, not their career, not about their highs, how they're doing right now in what is basically week 14. As we take a look at the top laners, a big one that stands out to me here is Kingen is lower and Wadid has casting at number 1.
So I wanted to talk about Kingen because I think he's much better than people think. Like, his team has struggled a lot, and a lot of the games have been won or lost through the bottom lane. Kingen's been left out to dry. Don't sleep on his champion pools. Don't sleep on his counter picks winning lane, even if his team is struggling elsewhere. I think right now Kingen is a huge win con that Nongshim underappreciate, and they could play through.
I put the casting on the first because I feel like he's the icon of the efficiency. You know, I feel like you can just call him Rise King. So basically, he can play the weak side, but also he'll be good on the winning side as well. So I feel like casting is one of the underrated player in LCK. So that's why I put it on the top. And I think his stats-wise was also really insane. When I just looked up the stats, like he was really good on literally every single stat. So I really want to give shout out to casting here.
So those are our top lane current forms. We then did jungle, mid, and bot, and they were mostly similar, so we put it all on one screen here. In the mid lane, BDD and Scout were basically the top, and then you flip-flop Roamer and Vikla. And then we had, at bot lane, Taeyun and Teddy, basically interchangeable, and whoever the bot lane was going to be for KT there. But over at jungle, it was a little bit more fluid.
I really think Gideon is one of the big driving forces for Bro when he's having a good day. And so I put him in first here. I think Raptor is very close right now. I think because in very poor form. I wasn't able to put Cuz in first or in top 2 here. I think he has to drop down to third right now, but it's going to be about Gideon's form on the day, which, again, form at the end of the season looking much better. We'll see if he can carry that forward.
I mean, especially for the bot lane, since we have the KT versus Hanjin Brion, I think we kind of all agreed that KT's bot lane is the weakest point from their team. So I wonder what's going to happen today.
And then finally, at support was another big one that felt contested by the three of us, with Namgung getting the nod here by Wolf and Wadid. Effort way lower down by Wadid here. Wolf and I believing in that. And then I thought Kellen would be higher up, but he's not. So all of us kind of all over the place.
You know, he has that nickname Just Kellen for a reason. He's incredibly consistent. You know, he gets it done on most days, but he doesn't have the firepower, I think, that Namgung has, which is, I think, is why we did also put Namgung in first. His champion pool feels very attached to his playstyle, and he can always find, I think, even in best of fives, the way to play his way. Effort shot calling and his ability to warp games to the bottom side of the map, even with a weaker AD carry, though, I think has to be shout out, has to be appreciated.
So as an ex-pro player, as a support, I have a different taste compared to you guys. My preference is to take the risk and be more risky to make a big plays, right? I think Namgung is for sure the best player out of these 4 players, because I feel like he has been making so many good plays from his Nico, and also I remember his Camille play. Even though he had some rough early game, he made the insane outplay on the top side, so that kind of turns out with the pentakill as well. And the reason why I put Lihan's over Effort is also kind of same, right? I still think this meta is all about how to use the tempo correctly, and I think if you are just beyond tempo, you can literally just 1v9 as support, right? So I feel like high risk gives you more rewards, so that's why I put Lihan's over Effort here.
Yeah, and we know that Lihan's can be that 0-7 guy, but also can be that 7-0 guy. So Lihan's very easily could be flipping up our current form board right now. Let's go ahead and get into predictions for who's going to win play-ins. As Wolf, here you go. You can go first. I got the pointy stick for you. Oh, okay.
I don't need a pointy stick. I don't need that thing longer. Oh. Put that away. Prediction King is going to make the prediction here. So let's start with our first match of the day, or of today, of the week. It's going to be KT against Bro. This one to me is all about KT's current form and their fundamentals. They're going to take this one because even though they have a weak bottom lane, their top side of the map, I think, is just way too strong for Bro to contend with. They're going to advance today. So Bro will play on Friday. In the matchup tomorrow with Nongshim and BNK, this matchup, I think, is a lot going to come down to the bottom lane. But remember, we had that crazy match between these two teams just a few days ago, and it was messy, it was dirty. We didn't see any real League of Legends there. Despite Nongshim looking better there, I think that match was a fluke. I think BNK is going to get it done despite the mismatch in the mid lane. And so BNK will move on to face off against Bro on Friday. And this is where things get really intense, right? Bro playing against BNK, it's a matchup where you've got Taeyun and Teddy, two incredibly consistent AD carries. And yes, it's Gideon versus Raptor as well, that matchup we spent so much time talking about. A lot of people favoring Raptor, but I favor Gideon right now, and I favor Teddy. So even though I put KT over Bro today, I am a Bro leaver. I think Bro is going back to playoffs. They're going to be our 6th seed.
All right. There it is. I can see that one happening. Wadid, you also made your predictions.
Yes.
You have the pointy stick.
So
KT and Bro for Wolf. How do you see the play-ins going?
I also do believe Hanjin Brion, so I feel like they are going to make it today.
Whoa!
So I feel like they're going to go straight into 5th seed of the playoffs. And we go to BNK Furex versus Nongshim here. I kind of agree what Wolf said here. I think it's going to be all about the mid lane matchup. I think when you think about Nongshim, Scout is the most valuable player in that team, but I do believe Vigla can handle that if he doesn't sell the item or use the summon spell for no reason. Okay. I trust him. So Vigla is going to handle the Scout and proceed to the next round, which means that they're going to play against KT here, but I'm very sorry, Vigla. I can't see you winning against BDD. So I'm going to make that face to the steady smiley phase here. So I feel like KT is going to win against BNK Furex. So they're going to make it to 6th place. So we have the same prediction, by the way, Wolf. But Brion is going to make it first and KT second.
So ultimately, what you're saying is you think that Scout is defeatable. You could beat Scout if everyone else is playing better, but BDD is just too much to overcome.
Exactly.
And that's kind of what I'm saying in terms of my top side fundamentals. You got BDD and Cuz who haven't been playing well together right now, but will play well enough against Bro, who are a little bit shaky at the moment.
I mean, that's true. But for me, as I said in the Play-Ins form ranking, I feel like KT's bot lane is just, you know, you don't even know who's going to play today, you know? I feel like they're just too weak.
Yeah, let's take a look at those predictions as has been revealed. It is a 3-2 for Hanjin Brion for myself and Wadid. Wolf believes it's 3-1 for KT. Again, I look at that bottom side of the map. Who is playing? If it's Jiwoo yet again, he's still looking for his first series win for KT. KT, the struggle was very much real. I think the top side of the map is going to be so fun to watch. When we did prediction, or when we asked players who was the most underrated top laner, every single pro said Perfect. Who did Perfect say? Casting. That's going to be the matchup here.
Yeah, but he's still perfect. He's not underrated. He's a Worlds finalist.
Okay.
I favor Perfect in the matchup directly today. I favor BDD against Roamer. And even if Cuz doesn't play as well as Gideon, I just think the difference in these two individual players' form and current ability is just so big that KT is going to do it. And I know that a lot of people are saying, well, what about the bottom lane? And I know a lot of people are saying, well, Wolf, you predict because you love KT. But I think they are hungry right now. I think BDD is going to have a great series. In best of fives, do not underestimate what BDD's champion pool is. Picks like the Zoe could come out here. Perfect. He could play Nasus. We don't know, but I think KT have something they're going to show us.
All right, I think I have a different perspective because it's BO5, right? In BO3, top side matters. I think BO5, it's really important to have some mega giant pool on the bot lane. So I feel like Hanjin Brion is going to have fun time with Teddy. Like, he's for sure best player out of this Rise group right now. I'm
scared of his Xayah. I am scared of his Xayah.
Sure.
Legitimately afraid of that.
So in BO5, bot lane matters the most, and I think because of the draft as well. So I feel like Hanjin Brion is gonna have pretty much like it really depends on them. The reason why I picked the 3-2 is also because not KT is playing good. It's just because of Hanjin's like ups and downs, right? So I feel like Hanjin Brion is gonna have a good time here.
And it also goes back to just the classic conversation of Rise Group best against Legend Group, who got a lot of learning lessons. Will they be able to turn the tide here and try to make it back to Worlds? It is last year's World finalist, KT Rolster, up against the team looking to make playoffs for the first time since 2022 when Delight was on that roster. It's Hanjin Brion. Let's get to it. We'll see you after game number 1.
To go. No map, no light, just scar to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every just when I carve my name into the stone against a flame. to the stone.
정말 치열한 상황에서 트림권에서 벗어나냐 들어가냐가 진짜 중요한데
끝난 거 아니다라고 얘기해요.
이 녀석들 뭐지? 진심이다. 친구들 진심이다.
플레이인 진출입니다.
2라운드 직행합니다.
리그 정상에는 또 젠지가 서 있네요. 그 단단한 내구력, 쓰러지지 않는 정신력.
나이스. 아 이거야.
젠지가 진짜 너무 무섭네요.
하나 생명 도이겨.
역시 T1은 T1이구나.
도서관 메이커의 비용을 오늘도 살리네요.
KT에 올라갑니다.
공부의 혁명.
매콤한 농심 레드포스. 여우들이 돌아왔나요?
기드온, 캐스티, 브리온, 파이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2026 Play-Ins. I'm Atlas, joined by Ox. We are otherwise known as the AA Broadcast, and we are ready to deliver the energy for today's best of 5, which I do not think it's possible for this to go under 5 games.
If it could go to 6 games, I think it would. I think it would. Certified banger coming in.
Oh, guaranteed. There is absolutely no other way to go about it.
And I think, you know, we saw some contention on the space between the predictions. I think we know what's going to happen.
Oh yeah, it's 100% a Bro win, but that is only in the 5th game. That is what we've agreed upon, and that is the fact that we are going the distance here today. And I think if we make it to Game 5, and we give Namgun the opportunity to pick a support after so many have been fearlessly taken away, and he slams that Elise in and picks up a triple kill in 2 minutes into the game, man, it'd be so much fun. That being said, I think that KT might be being slept on by this particular casting desk, and you can never count out our world's finalists.
Well, I actually have some points to raise that back the Bro win. So firstly, in round 3 and 4, which I remind you, the most recent rounds we've just had.
Ah, yes.
KT did not win a single series against Bro, did not even take a game off.
Whoa!
And to add to that, to go further, who is the #1 team in the standings right now in the LCK? It's Gen G, right?
Yeah.
Gen G has not beaten Bro since May.
Oh my!
And you may think, well, did they not play each other? No, they did at the Casper Cup.
Oh!
And Bro won.
There you go. Absolutely incredible. Not entirely sure which roster Gen G was running there, but that might affect your story just a little bit here. PDD looking for the second 3,000 kills here in the LCK as well, which is absolutely astronomical. That's a very big number. 23 remaining. We'll keep our eye on that one to see whether he will get there. And then Effort is chasing another massive milestone here as well, looking for 3,500, trying to catch up to seventh place in Life, as Life and Gorilla probably not going to be increasing that one very much more, so there's a chance that Effort can make it over that hump.
Yep, potential's there. And now...
Let's see. So, now, look at all of this green. And you might be thinking, wow, these guys are Bro leavers. But are they actually just KT believers, because if we predict against KT,
well,
there's a higher likelihood that they'll win.
I think that might be true specifically for Degon. Not much of a bro guy, more for KT person. So I can see him doing that as like the anti-bro prediction.
I feel like you've got Valdez here as like a random voice of reason in amongst the whole of our global
Do you
team.
ever want to be a voice of reason in a KT series?
Not at all.
specifically?
He's the sheet guy even when it's predictions, Daniel. This is terrible. As, yes, you can see that a lot of the fan predictions are very KT favored, which does make a heck of a lot of sense.
No.
I do feel like the bros...
trying to help them.
Yeah, I do feel like the bros are on a bit of a tear at the moment. The problem is, they're in the Rise group. KT have been suffering in the Legend group, where there are some absolutely massive names and a D+ that were considered beneath them at the beginning of the season, but have since made a gigantic resurgence to be considered one of the best teams in the league. So it is tough to be in the Legend group as a KT at the moment, and we'll see whether they can beat around some Rise group teams and get their confidence back. That is my question.
That's the thing, when we haven't seen these teams match up against each other very much because of the split between Legend and Rise. But we have additionally had the Casper Cup ongoing, which is something we didn't have last year at this time of the year. And so it's meant we have seen some more interaction between these Legend and Rise teams.
Except not KT, because they were eliminated within like 2 minutes of the tournament starting.
Yes, but still, I think the data on how transitive properties isn't always something you should fully put your faith in, but it can help you make a bit of an assessment compared to having nothing at all.
Yeah, and I love that. I think transitive properties are some of the best ways, because then you can get like a circle of suck and all this sort of stuff, and that makes things a whole lot more fun. But I assume a lot of you guys at home are probably also assuming that KT are going to be picking up a victory here today. Being our Legend group representatives, I just don't necessarily find myself believing in the bottom side of the map. I think Teddy and Namgung have been performing exceptionally well, and I think that Bro are very good at playing around Roma's unique playstyle, I think. You know, I don't think that BDD can just do it on his own this time around. I think they will need Geo and Effort to have some good performances here if they do want to take down the Bros. And so I think that it's going to have to come down to intelligent drafting and understanding what the Bros want to do and trying to stop that. I think that's going to be very important here for KT today.
We've seen so many matches, I feel like, not just in the LCK, but come down to drafts, setting up a team for success.
Oh yeah.
It's been a big factor. We're now going into best of fives. It's fearless. There's going to be a lot of pressure, especially if this does go late in the series. Champion pools will be tested. Players will be tested.
Oh, some serious faces here as well as we get ready for our first play-in game.
Before draft comes in, this is the time, right? First play-ins match, you need to get your bro tax in.
Yes.
You need to support them. If you're late, if the draft starts and you haven't put your bro tax in,
hang on.
they might pick something that you don't agree with. So
I feel personally called out. Let's pay that. Happy partner anniversary. Oh, dang it, that's not bro tax. There's the bro tax. There we go. I'm just gonna have to put it in just with nothing. No, I'll type just blah, 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 blah. There we go. Bro tax is in. We nailed it. Perfect. Sorry, Daniel. I know that I've derailed us just a little bit, but thankfully the draft has not come on through yet. I hope that no one takes that as bro bias, because I'd hate to be called out like that, even if it is the truth.
Here's the beautiful thing with a series like this, is that if you are setting up bro for success, the KT fans are also grateful.
Exactly.
Building them up is just going to backfire.
Exactly. And honestly, we're bias immune in this particular best of five.
Yeah.
I think we're in danger as the tournament goes on, but today, right now, we can do anything we want, Daniel, in any direction, and we will not upset anybody. Isn't that beautiful?
Well, maybe if we say nice things about KT, the KT fans might be like, whoa, calm down there. Guys, it's only game one.
Right. Yeah. So going severely positive about KT, that's going to be the only mistake that we could possibly make here today.
I mean, I'm worried because the big matches we've seen KT win have been when predictions were all against them.
Exactly.
That's where they're fully online, and we saw them favored in predictions, so not the omen we're looking for.
If we only include the global predictions, though, it is very bro-favored.
True.
You only had Wolf and Valdez being our voices of reason over there, saying that there's a reason why the Legend and Rise groups were split, and obviously the tape we have of KT is from them just getting punched by teams that are very, very strong here in the LCK, whereas the Bros were suffering a little bit in the Rise group. that have since pulled themselves together. We'll see what they can do here as we get into the draft for game number 1 of Play-Ins Round 1. Win here, and you are straight to the playoffs, but you need to win 3 games in this series. 3 games out of the 5 that will definitely be played. You heard it here first. Make sure you set aside the time for 5 games. Probably 5 or 6 hours is what you're going to require. Get yourself some snacks, you know? Get yourself some water. Make sure you stay hydrated. And, you know, take breaks and use the bathroom when we're between games and things like that. And I think that everyone is going to be very, very happy during this exceptionally long series. Let's get into it here as we see Syndra, Cassiopeia, and Orianna all banned away from the mid lane. There are a bunch of junglers still left available as the Lee Sin is the priority ban.
Yeah, and KT is setting up for a Ryze first pick, I think, with the Syndra ban here. Hanjin Brun have gone heavy on mid lane bans. I mean, Cassiopeia and Orianna typically expected, but will they let him get the Ryze? They ban the Vi. It feels like KT probably just going to slam the Ryze in here. As you said, there are some good junglers available, but I think Vi is the most prominent one that needs to be banned.
Yep. Nocturne has been very strong as well, but the Ryze will be the slam. I imagine that the bros will take the guy that's the living light switch, but Lucian will be picked up first, perhaps, for Teddy. This has been a very powerful pick for him specifically.
And I think this is showing the priority differences between these teams. I Space kind of talked about it. The solo lanes from KT have been on a tear. For Hanjin Brun, it's been the bot lane. And getting that Lucian early for Teddy, a big pickup. One concern, though, by going the Lucian on 1 and then the Jarvan on 2, you're kind of locked into the Millie on 3.
Yeah.
And that means KT, they can pick... They can either match the bot lane here, or they can choose to go for top lane, and it's going to be really difficult to counter perfect. They go for the Nocturne in this situation. Olaf feels a little bit uncomfortable just because the Jarvan's there, but you could pick it still, and it looks like Perfect's looking to do so.
And
this is that in.
This is almost exactly what KT beat T1 with just last week. In that game number 1, this is part of that draft. They will not be able to pick the rest of it. It was Ezreal Seraphine in the bottom lane, but this has been just basically cream of the crop for all of these lanes so far. Nocturne especially, how they got that in that last series, I have absolutely no idea, but I guess they managed to get it again, so it must have gone something like this. As that Milio you were talking about is going to be locked in. You're going to see Namgung on this one. Kind of makes me upset that we're not seeing Namgung on a more aggressive pick. But still, this bottom lane is just too strong to pass up. That is where they're going to go. So some solo lanes required here for the bros, and some Olaf safety bans to come on through here for KT.
And I think for the bot lane, there's things like Cape Bard, which can be very powerful into this. There's like Yunara Lulu, and they will just ban away the Lulu there. So I think hammering away some of those pairings is valuable. There could be the prospect if even like a Kalista Renata could be strong, but we'll see. And KT's trying to bang away the top laners. Banning the Cassante, we did actually see a Cassante into the Olaf towards the season end that did very well.
Clear versus Kingen or something like that. I think it was one of those matchups.
I think so. But like we've seen so many of these top lane counters into Olaf struggle, and without attention, not necessarily find the success they needed. But the Cassante actually had a really solid game there, so taking that one away, making a lot of sense.
Yep. So now will it be Kled, Jax, any of these choices here for casting? We'll just have to see whether they do want to put any more focus in that top lane. Mid lane and answers to the Ryze have been largely sorted out here with the Orianna and Cassiopeia, but the Galio will be leaving the Rift as well. Actually would have been pretty phenomenal to pick up something like a Camille and a Galio here for the bros, so I like the Gargoyle ban in that instance.
Yep, and we've been seeing more of that Camille top lane into the Olaf. Sometimes successful, sometimes not successful.
It's been something that casting's been playing more recently as well.
Yeah, and now he's toying with what he wants to take in the top lane between Jax and Kled, and he does go for the Kled.
Oh.
You can see that win rate 50%. Like I talked about it with Camille, it has worked at times and it's not worked at times. Some of the players not piloting it as well as you'd hope, and casting's been really solid so far this season, so expectation is he should be able to do pretty good on that pick. Now, the KT bot lane, I feel like one thing is that Nautilus also feels a bit uncomfortable into Jarvan, just the terrain kind of makes it hard to do your job, but it keeps Lucian accountable. If you know the main character in the enemy team is the AD carry, and they're on a Lucian who's a short-range pick, Nautilus does make it very hard to play in team fights. But now the question is, what are you going to pair that up with?
Nautilus
at the MF. This is interesting to have in the first draft of the series, but they want something that's going to give them a strong laning phase. there's a good amount of threat against these short-range picks that Hanjin Brion has so far. And I think Misfortune pretty straightforward to play when it comes to AD carries. I think there could have been some more high-variance bot lanes. That being said, one thing is that if you get Cataclysms, you are just trapped there.
Oh, that would be a kind of fun one if you went for the Silas, but instead the Anivia, bit of a classic one into the Rise.
I actually think this is such a good pick here because there are so many champions on the enemy team who don't play well into Anivia. I already talked about, you know, the struggles of Olaf and Nautilus into the terrain of the Jarvan. You just added more terrain in there, and on top of that, into Rise, this is a counter matchup that we've seen kind of slipping away from the meta. Teams haven't been as willing to pick it, but I think this is such a good spot for Roma to pick it up. That being said, he is matching into BDD. BDD prioritizing this Rise. We've seen players like Chovy heavily prioritize it and have fantastic results. So a lot of weight on his shoulders to make this Anivia pick get the value that it can in this draft.
And the last time we saw a draft like this for KT, yes, the bottom lane is completely different, but KT, like BDD himself, was just gigantic. His Rise, unbelievable. I think that this is a pick that does need to be respected. We'll see whether the bros can actually play around it or whether he will just hit Actualizer at about 20 minutes into the game and do way more damage than the bros are capable of mitigating. It's just kind of ridiculous what this guy can do on this champion. We'll see whether Roma can actually fight back against it, but I think the bottom lane is where most of the bros' focus is going to be, getting the Fountain Laser up and running. As we have a look, ladies and gentlemen, these are your drafts and your teams for game number 1 of this best of 5, our first of the play-ins. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, under the rift for game number 1, Bro versus KT. Let's see who can find the first advantage in this one. Having a look at the early game, Ox, where are we thinking? Do we feel like the bros have an advantage? Do we feel like KT are looking good?
I think KT really want to be looking towards a level 6 when they have the Nocturne and the Rise online. Obviously, Anivia is a bit static as a mid laner, so you can really impact the side lanes there. But even before 6, I think top lane has the potential to be a real big focus. We've seen how this Kled Olaf matchup can swing one way or another, so if Gideon can get access there early and shut down Perfect, that could definitely start this game well. We've also seen that barrier tech from Kled that we've seen a little bit. Kind of works similar in a way to the Warwick, where it gives you the time to sustain back up. Obviously, unlike Warwick, it's not healing, you remount, but it's the same concept of keeping you alive so you can get that health back and stay safe in the longer trades.
So just down here, speaking of trades, Effort taking a fair bit of damage as Teddy with his Ardent Blaze online at level 1. We have seen a few different things with some dash first Lucians and things like this to come on through, but Ardent Blaze has been a tried and true option. It's casting and Perfect. This is a really fun matchup here. Of course, they were playing behind one another on KT only, about a year or two ago. And in Challenger especially, where they did spend a lot of time in the same roster, just trading places.
Times last year where we saw Casting subbed in for Perfect, and I think he really struggled to hit the level of performance he has this year, but the same is also true for Perfect. I think Perfect had struggles last year, and his form this year so far has been much higher, even though obviously KT haven't had the best results in recent matches. But that's kind of also how their Legend experience went last year, where they kind of struggled and they got the mega upset and then made it all the way to Worlds Finals. So who really knows with this team?
Exactly.
It's always a mystery.
Just to let everyone know, it is a peripheral issue. As you can see, it's BDD getting helped out here for the moment. And so no game-breaking bugs or anything like that. We are not in a state where we're going to have to argue a chrono break. We are just going to give BDD a new mouse or whatever he needs, and we will be back onto the Rift ASAP. So do not worry about that one.
Just have to build the suspense a bit.
Yeah, exactly. It allows us to have a little bit more of a chat about, the players and relationships and stuff.
Yeah. I think the perfect casting thing is really cool whenever a player is in that starting position against you. Obviously, there's lots of teams where you can help each other out and build on that, but there is that level of competition. And with Perfect being the one who got put in that role, I think casting has something to prove here.
Yeah, and I also think that it's really cool because they know each other so well, right? So they understand each other's tendencies. They've obviously played against each other a bunch of different times and all that sort of stuff. I think it's very cute that we had Perfect saying casting was the most underrated of the top laners, probably because he knows what he's capable of. He's well aware as they were fighting for the same position for so long. Pretty cute that respect still remains.
And I feel like top lane is a role, honestly, even more than all others, that you want to do that 1v1 practice the lane matchups, especially since so often you are playing strictly around your singular lane position. I feel like mid lane, there's a lot more playing for like your jungler. Bot lane, it's obviously the 2v2 dynamic, and the jungle will impact her often, but I think understanding lane matchups top lane is vital, and I have no doubt that Perfect and Casting did a lot of practice together in that manner.
Yeah.
And so we'll have a very good read on each other. I think it does make it a bit interesting that it's a new matchup that we have here with the Olaf and Kled. That wasn't really a matchup being played when these two teams are behind each other, so they probably haven't practiced this one that much against each other.
Yeah, that's actually a very good point. They probably weren't in practice tool playing Olaf versus Kled last year.
Unless
anyone was playing those champions at all. We can now that we have like a little bit of time here, have a bit of a discussion about whether we think that the Bros play style, or what we expected the Bros to try and do, is actually going to work against what KT have drafted here so far. Because I'm leaning towards the fact that Bro have kind of got power exactly where they want it moving into this game number one. But I also think that KT kind of got exactly what they wanted as well. And we'll see which playstyle is going to be able to trump the other one. Like, how are you feeling about this?
I think my concern is that so much hinges on this Lucian, but it's a Lucian with a lot of picks on the other side that kind of hold you accountable. The fact that there's like the Nautilus, who can just ult you anytime, the Ryze, who's hard to deal with because if you walk up to him, you can just get one-shotted. I think it's going to be a difficult game for Teddy, but not an impossible one. And so much hinges on the solo lanes, though. I think that's kind of the concern in my regard. Is I feel like for KT, Nautilus and MF just need to just play lane, just not lose lane, and they're pretty fine. Whereas I feel like for Kled and Anivia, you have to do a bit more. For the Kled, if you don't actively engage with the Olaf, he will just take over the lane. And for the Anivia, you know, so much hinges on you being able to shut down things like the Nautilus, like the Olaf in team fights. So I think Bro will put more trust in their solo laners maybe than KT has in their bot lane. Put more emphasis on them making this game a win.
They do have some pretty good lanes, though, as far as what the tier list says and, you know, what people have been going for as far as counter picks. So the Bros probably pretty happy there, but you're right. I think that it really needs to come down to player skill and being able to make this one work. And so far, so good. You know, everything is just even, but it's 2.5 minutes into the game, and so that means that nothing has really really done anything just yet. Gideon and Cuz just still getting through their first clears. And we'll see whether they do meet one another here towards this bottom side. We can see Effort already roaming up that river, trying to get some information down. That's a good trade there from Roma, who does also get the Electrocute proc, but BDD, upset about that, just walks after him, and we'll be able to do a lot of damage here to the bird.
Yeah, having the egg means pretty safe to go for those trades, but definitely playing around the Electrocute is big with how much damage it does early. I'll say any time that sort of nothing really happens in a jungle matchup and you're playing Nocturne, you're feeling really happy about it. You're like, just give me time. Just let me play for my ultimate. And now we saw some pings coming out from Gideon. It looked like he was maybe going to challenge the Raptors, but he doesn't have the mid prio. Cuz is there. He is a pretty safe pick when it comes to Jarvan. Actually, he didn't get spotted here.
Oh, wow. BDD could be in a little bit of trouble. Doesn't have a lot of mana left, but does have Flash and Ghost. Let's see whether the wall works. Perfect placement there from Roma, but doesn't get the stun. They just get the Ghost out of BDD, who is now just going to go back home.
Yeah, good moves from BDD to get away from that one. And actually, it was really unfortunate because if you look at the angle Gideon took, Cuz was right at the Raptors, but didn't spot him. And that always gives you the semblance of safety. When you have your jungler right there, you're like, there's no way the enemy jungler is going to come from that route. But BDD read the play and just had to use Ghost to avoid the gank, which I think is so weird.
Ooh, nice little anchor here from Effort, as Jiu is taking a lot of damage towards this bottom side. Even the fire kick hitting him there, putting him down to about 300 health. So Bro certainly playing well here in this lane. Get the barrier out from Jiu here as the Cozy Campfire comes down. BDD is booking it towards his bottom lane, though. The Bros need to be very careful as Nam going without the heal, but does flash to try and get out of the way. And now it's Teddy that's in a lot of trouble. BDD deals with Emilio first. Effort is now going low, but Teddy, even through the barrier, will not survive. And KT pick up 2 thanks to their mid laner.
Such a good move here from BDD. Find the opportunity to go bot lane and shut down Teddy and Namgoon. Given over, unfortunately, it's a kill for Effort, but getting a kill himself. And you just look at the position where they're so overextended, they're not tracking BDD. Namgun is so dead at this point. Even with the flash, there was just no way he's getting out. And Teddy just tries to turn it around, but you just cannot cut through the aftershock for the Nautilus, the shield as well. The damage isn't quite there yet. End result, as you look mid lane, what did BDD lose? He's going to be a little bit behind in farm after that wave gets cleared, but with a kill in pocket, he's very happy with how that passage of play went.
Absolutely, and a Rise that gets ahead in the early game is a very happy Rise indeed. And we know what BDD is capable of if he makes it later in the game with that, as the anchor does come out here. Teddy looking for some more aggression onto Jiu, though. BF sword in hand here for this Misfortune.
That was a good buy for the Misfortune. I will say, though, I appreciate that Teddy is still playing the lane pretty aggressive. I think some players can sort of default into going passive after getting ganked like that, but you need to keep the pressure on in this lane. Just be respectful of the roam threat from BDD, and when Cuz gets his ult available, you can see that Gideon was hovering down the bot side, but it's just reset. But forcing it back from Jiwoo means that Teddy may be able to pick up some damage in the tower heal, though he's already back. This is the thing with Misfortune. The passive, combined with the fact that we have home guard so early, so hard to push out a lane, and Jiwoo is really utilizing that. You've seen a couple of times where he gets chunked out and just resets, runs back. And as long as they don't kill you, that's a fine play to do again and again, because it's really hard to actually make the Misfortune miss a lot from that.
And you can see is within 5 CS of Teddy as well, as those lanes do equalize. So that is proof that it's working out here. Wasn't able to purchase anything, I think just got himself one pot when he went back. But no harm, no foul. Casting back towards his top side. He's got a tunneler and a sword. Not with any shoes just yet, outside of Perfect here with his brown bags. And Casting hasn't been necessarily putting on the pressure, but isn't falling behind in this lane just yet. How do we adjudicate this? Do we feel like this is the Kled not doing enough, or do we think this is fine for right now?
I think it's okay. I think Olaf has a lot of struggles in his team composition. We've definitely seen our Kleds go the wrong direction in this matchup. So I think the fact that Casting has a bit of an XP lead and is pressuring, even though he hasn't generated a large farm lead, he is pressuring Perfect, not allowing him to farm easily. He's having to farm the Zaxes. I think it's perfectly fine.
All right, not going too badly here, as we do have the ultimate ready for Jiu now. Level 6 to come down for the Misfortune, just proof that he has been able to get back to lane quickly enough, because he manages to make it to level 6 before anybody else here in this bottom lane. It looks like Teddy and Namgung should be able to get there pretty quickly. See whether they can put on some aggression. Cuz with level 6 himself, actually pretty close to 7 on the Nocturne. Paranoia at the ready, and the bros have to be very careful at how this match is going to go from now on, because the Nocturne can just always be there.
Yeah, it makes it so much harder to just play the lanes out if there's that constant threat. Speaking of playing the lanes out, BDD is not having so much fun now. Roma has access to the ult.
Yeah, Roma
and the damage is really starting to hit.
Catalyst at the ready. BDD without his quite yet. Needs to pick up a few more rocks before he is able to collect that. It's perfect, like you were talking about, farming with some axes. And Casting just trying to put Perfect in a bear trap on a rope. Still one of the weirdest ability names that we have here in League of Legends.
Yeah.
Because it could have just been bear trap. Why do we have to stipulate that it's on a rope?
Well, it is on a rope.
Well, I mean, that's true. But there's a lot of things, like like piercing light from a gun we could have also had.
Maybe that would clear things up a little bit more.
That might be a good point.
Is piercing light, you know, it could be a Leona ability. But if you say from a gun, then it's definitely not.
That's a really good point. An effort could be dredge line from an anchor with a chain. Bit wordy. Perfect going to come down and help Cuz out as they look to take the grubs. Gideon very upset with this one. You can see he's lurking in the area. But it looks like the bros are not going to be able to contest it this time around. Might be able to get one. Nope, there is a smite there for Cuz. So that is 3 for 3 on the grubs so far for KT.
Yeah, no dragon picked up so far. I think both teams just a little concerned that they don't have to complete. Oh,
that is a realm warp. Namgung is going to have to get out of there. The bullet time's too good though. And Jiu is going to cut him down for a 3rd kill for KT.
BDD just doing great work, fishing for these roam opportunities and knowing that, you know, Roma isn't actually going to be able to follow on the Anivia.
A little bit unfortunate.
A little bit unfortunate, that is for sure. And he's just picking up kills in the bot lane, causing issues. This Realm Warp angle was great. The fact you're already paired up with effort, so you have the opportunity to move anywhere. And the fact that they get this play to successfully work without even needing the Nocturne. Cuz is just farming, he's built up a bit of a CS lead, but that threat of the Paranoia is still there, because if you go for that play and you burn the Paranoia, then it'll definitely be successful, but there's that window where it's unavailable. Now you just have that constant pressure threat from Cuz, and yet you're still making plays happen, still finding advantages on the map.
Yeah, and now everybody else has to be wary of what this Nocturne is going to be able to do. There's a plate that goes down in this mid lane, that is something. But otherwise, it is all KT so far in this early game. About an 800, 700 gold lead as they look to tidy up these waves.
One of the things with Lucian that we've seen when it was Lucian Nami, we've seen when it's Lucian Milio, is that he's very good at controlling the wave and having mid-prior when it gets to the mid-game. Like normally we see the bot lanes get set up in mid, he just chunks out the enemy AD carry, they have to back off. With MF going for a Bloodthirster first, as she normally does, it becomes so much harder to actually make any of that pressure stick. So the fact that the lane is in a good spot for Jiwoo so far, Teddy in a great position. Now ulting in.
We are charging. They do get on top of the Olaf, and the culling is going to give him a back massage. Teddy grabs a kill as a result, and the Bros are on the board.
Great angle there, and great swap up there from Teddy and Namgoon to find an opportunity to punish Perfect, get both of his summoner spells, and get some damage down on this tower. It's obviously going to be traded on the bot side of the map, but considering BDD's impact in the bot lane and just, you know, finding windows to roam down and punish them, I think it's better for Bro that they kind of end the laning phase a bit earlier.
Yeah, this is going to be first turret going over to KT. They have 3 grubs, and they have Jiwoo down here already. As casting is going to show up, but he should be ushered away. Wants to be able to get as much of this farm as possible. With Gideon coming on over, maybe he can. Paranoia comes in, Effort taking a lot of damage. We need the Skull to get the work done, and he is going to be able to do that. Gets off his mount, and now Jiwoo's in a lot of trouble. Casting charging up that bar. He should have the dinosaur back again, as look at this shotgun working. He remounts, and now he's looking for Cuz. Gideon should be able to take care of this MF, and down she will go, and the Bros even the scoreline and claim the lead.
What a play from Casting and Gideon. 2v3, finding the window to challenge, and KT convinced, okay, they're cross-mapping, we'll just keep pushing. It's not like they can really do anything. Get absolutely decimated in the fight. We'll see this play in the top lane first. Casting ults Perfect, chases him down. And even though he ults so he doesn't get pulled back, he's already closed distance, he's already done a lot of damage, and Teddy just cleans it up with the culling. But the big one is this play in the bot lane. W shield from Nautilus already down, he burns the Aftershock as well, so they're actually able to put a ton of damage into him, and even with the Locket, doesn't survive for that long. And the problem is Gideon flashes away, kind of have to drop aggro essentially, so he can re-engage later, and they can't cut through Casting in time. He still had barrier, he gets the remount. The sustained damage just isn't available for them, especially not this early in the game. And the fact they get all 3 kills there, Titanic Hydra now finished for Casting, they're in such a phenomenal position.
Yeah, this is actually kind of ridiculous for the Bros. With just that one play alone, they get themselves the largest gold lead in the game so far. Problem is, you know, BDD is still massive, still has the lead himself, will be a massive threat later on in the game. But I think that Roamer has been just fine, despite the fact that BDD picked up that kill very early on. Does have his rod stacking a little bit earlier. I think the Anivia is just more than happy to start putting ice down in this mid lane and clearing out waves over and over again.
I mean, that's the thing. We know the Anivia value later. Obviously, Ryze has a ton of value later, but I think the Anivia can hold him accountable, but has a lot of targets to try and do that too. But it's just one of the unfortunate things of playing Anivia into Ryze is that sometimes it can be tricky to shut him down in lane if you don't get help. And if he roams, he's going to be able to turn the map in his favor. But we know that he will struggle with that lower range into the control that the Anivia has.
Not to mention the fact that Bro have a lot of ways to close the gap. I mean, Jarvan just does it in general as a champion, but Kled with his charge will allow them just to run anyone down.
Yeah.
And with the fact that Casting is now 2-0-2, a massive lead here for this Kled, it's going to be a very different story. We've seen some of them fail. Like you mentioned, it's been 50-50 that this Kled has worked out into the Olaf matchups, but when they get advantages like this, it really does start to look like that counterpick that I think Shiu really had the best demonstration of earlier in the season.
I mean, here now, with Barrier in pocket and having the Titanic Hydra completed, Perfect just cannot step up to him at all. And if you go for an all-in attempt, you're going to get honestly beaten up on. So
And the problem is, it's so hard to gank him as well, because he just gets dismounted and he goes untargetable and then can remount again. The amount of turnarounds that we see Kleds have as well. I mean, there's a lot of trauma that a lot of us LCK commentators have from Broken Blade doing it to us in internationals, where we just weren't ready for a Kled pick. Thankfully now we're using it here in the LCK, which may help us in our battle against the LEC in the future. But that is down the line. KT and Bro, two teams that I think a lot of us would agree with what they were talking about in the pre-show, with the fact that Bro and KT look like the strongest two teams here in the Rise group plus bottom of Legend group here in the play-ins. But it's the order in which they qualify is going to be decided here today. And then we'll see whether Nongshim and B&K Fearex can give KT or Bro a run for their money tomorrow. Well, whichever one gets the right to give them a run for their money, we'll find out tomorrow. And the next day, we'll be facing off. Jiu now parked in this mid lane, dealing with Teddy. And you saw it was very nice. Effort came over and hit one minion, and then he's going to leave once again. It's been a pretty quiet game for Cuz. Unfortunately, just died in that bottom lane play after taking the Dragon. We have 15 seconds on Dragon number 2. And KT want to set up for a play before that does come back up. I think Teddy and Namgung probably pretty aware that this could be a situation.
And this is a bit risky from Bro, just not contesting the control of the Dragon, thinking, hey, we want gold now, we're going to prioritize that. But it's a Chemtech Dragon second as well, so there's a good chance this could be a strong soul. We do see the Nabori Flick Blades coming for Teddy, so some spikes coming through. Maybe they were waiting for those, but they're not really going to get the opportunity to contest it. It's an Infernal Soul, which is obviously a pretty strong one, and Bro will just respond by throwing the Herald down mid lane.
Yeah,
there is ult from Jiwoo to just clear the wave out.
Gets rid of the wave. There will be a Rift Herald here, so they should be able to get a bit of added damage, especially with everyone showing up. See whether they can actually take this, as the fire kick is good onto Effort, pushes him over the other side of the Crystallize.
Yeah, it was crazy, flipping him over the wall.
Yeah. Maybe that's a Milio and an Ivy interaction that we're just learning about now.
Yeah, I remember like so many times seeing like Vayne and Ivy, well, not that often, but Vayne and Ivy bot lane being a really fun combo to play because like them into the wall, but the Nivea Milio tech is something that I haven't seen.
I'm learning about it here now. See whether it actually means something, because that one was not necessarily consequential. The Bros retain a bit of an advantage, though, after taking all of those plates in the mid lane. Only one plate remaining here, as Gideon looking for an angle towards Cuz. And Effort just getting culled here by Teddy. Teddy is going to chase him down, but not able to finish off the kill just yet. Flash still available for this Nautilus, as Gideon locks down the Crab.
Yeah, Bro trying to get some control over mid so they can pressure and finish off this tower. It looks like they've succeeded by taking Effort off the map. Easier to chunk him out than it is to chunk out the MF with the Bloodthirster. But they will put some weakness there for KT. The response from BDD is just pushing the bot lane. He's getting a good amount of gold for himself.
Yeah.
But I think Bro is still happy that they're able to pick up that mid lane tower.
Oh, casting. Looking for an angle towards Perfect here, who is going to get a few plates by beating this one down.
Well, maybe. No, I didn't see an angle.
Yeah, there is Cuz in the area as well. Bear Trap on the rope does pull back Perfect. Doesn't decide to use the Ragnarok or anything like that to make his getaway. Knew that he was not going to be all in upon just yet. As Effort and Cuz going to be seen on this ward. Casting just goes back thanks to the Infernal Rift.
Wow, this is 5 members of KT, but the top laners are Kled. This is not an easy dive to pull off.
Well, they're going to go for it anyway. And they do have a lot of people. Let's see whether it's going to work, because Gideon might be the target they're looking for instead. Nope, they're just going to take the turret. And that is going to be a safer option here. There are no minions, though, so it takes a while. Still, they'll be able to get there thanks to the Void Mites. And Roma will be able to take a bottom outer turret in the meantime. I feel like that was more invested from KT.
Yeah, a lot invested there for KT, and the fact that it's just a 1-for-1, and we still have Roma picking up waves in the bot lane, pushing that wave in. We have mid pushed in as well for Bro, so they can reset on their terms. I don't know. Maybe would have hoped to be able to get a kill, but it's just so hard to punish the Kled there. So hard to get the value against him and shut him down. But at least they got the tower. That's something.
Yeah. Teddy building towards item number 3. Geo for second item, armor penetration, is something that we've seen a fair few MFs do. Kind of foregoing any attack speed, making sure that their bullet time is doing as much damage as possible in these team fights.
Yeah, it's tricky with MF because crit scales really well with your ultimate, so that's high value, but then you don't really want the attack speed items on MF. you know, you have a lot of built-in attack speed, and you're just not the best auto attacker in general, because obviously you have that first auto chunks out with the double up.
You kind of want to be just swapping targets and stuff like that.
We often see like a collector come in, not even necessarily that early, just because sometimes it's like, what else are you going to build on an MF?
Well, Infinity Edge certainly going to be one of those options, but before that, probably a Lord Doms, something of that ilk. Not a whole lot of healing here on the Bros. They do have Emilio, but outside of that, not a massive need for Mortal Reminder, but he could still go it. There is effort with a Bramble Vest, actually, so I think KT believes that there is a fair bit of room for that heal deny. As BDD will be able to push this wave in and head on back. We'll see how close to an actualizer he is going to be. It is 20.5 minutes here in this game, and he's been farming up a Storm. Not exactly a gigantic lead for the Rise in this game, and is in fact a little bit behind in farm, but the kill and assists will be helping him out. Roma does have his Malignance done as well as his Rod of Ages, and that is actually ticking alongside BDD's quite nicely. I think must have gone back just after BDD put his together as BDD gets to 8, and Roma is still just on 7, but that should tick up before BDD's goes to 9. And it is Mortal Reminder done here for Geo as well. Item number 2.
I think it's something I'm always a bit concerned about when you're playing into Rise in its current state and you let the game go later, the fact that KT already have 2 dragons, but I think they have tools to potentially shut him down. We are now going into this dragon setup. All flashes available, TP coming in, and they're trying to maintain control off the Banana Brush here and stop Hanjin Brion from moving in.
Yeah, this could be our first honest team fight here in this game. We'll see how well the Bros can use this terrain manipulation in order to make it difficult for KT. As Casting just going to be face-checking here as Effort goes in, just hits the wall. A little bit unfortunate, finds a great depth charge. Bullet time gets so much damage down, but it's Namgung that helps out his teammates. Casting is going to be dismounted. They're looking to burst him down. He does get taken out, but it's the kill on Effort at the same time. Teddy's running amok as he dashes towards Perfect to lock him down. Now Jiu is just fighting up against Teddy, gets the egg, takes down the Lucian, and KT wipe out the Bros.
This core of KT following up BDD are just able to clean target after target after target. Bro really struggled to push into the space that KT had control of, and now KT looking towards the Baron here. It's Al. They're going to be able to take this out. So I'm going to say dodge away his spray attack, I think he does.
Yeah, the dodge this one.
Yeah.
That does the stuff on the ground. Don't stand in the fire, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have a look at how this one worked again.
Effort kind of botches his early engage, and Teddy does a good culling to keep them kind of at bay up to the side. But Teddy starts to try and get damage down here, gets exhausted, and then is chasing Perfect into this brush over here, and kind of can't hit him because of the lack of vision. Meanwhile, BDD's so aggressive, taking out targets, realm warping in, Gio puts the Anivia into egg, and it's just this mid-80 carry duo for KT. They see a target, they kill a target. They see a target, they kill a target. And executing so well there, while Teddy was just struggling to connect quickly enough and clear through the front line of KT.
Yeah, it feels like KT just pushed up the tempo of that fight a little bit faster than the Bros were going to be capable of, and I think the wall just really didn't do too much of anything to prevent the Olaf from finding value, to prevent Cuz from having a way out without that flash. Let's see what the Bros find. Another fight, though, as it looks like we are getting straight into it. Cuz getting burst down, has a spell shield. It's into the backline, goes the Olaf. The wall is decent this time, but Casting is going to get mown down. The bullet times from Gio this game have just been phenomenal. And now with the Baron on 4 and 3 dead on the Bros, they should be able to get so much structural damage.
They'll be able to pick up a ton of gold off the back of this, and they're so close to massive spikes as well, considering they just decimated the last 2 fights. The next one should be even more one-sided for KT. Teddy just not able to cut through the bulk in time, and Roma starting to feel vulnerable. This was a fight where pretty much everyone's flashes, in fact everyone's flashes were on cooldowns, and KT really found favor because of that. Now Cuz could be in trouble.
Yeah, Teddy is going to look for a bit of an angle here, as Cuz is taking a lot of damage. Let's see, Piercing Light does come on down. He's looking to chase after this Nocturne. Oh, gets a bit of speed from the Cinders. Cinder value, ladies and gentlemen.
One more dash.
Teddy, he's going to get
one. Cinder!
Oh, the Cinder, another one. Teddy gets another one too, though.
Oh, nice snipe.
The minion.
Look at BDD on the map. He has Realm Warp. Was that an overchase? Was that enough for him to get in? It looks like the pings are coming through.
Or was it all a bait? There's Actualizer making his way up, and yeah, BDD is very, very scary. Here's the teleport in from the Kled. Now I'm going to be taken down first. He tries to ult himself beforehand. There's the blast cone. Perfect trying to get kited here as Effort throws down the dredge line, but now the culling is going to come through from Teddy. He wants to find Perfect, and he might have to settle for Effort here as they take down Gideon. Teddy's eliminated, and KT just move up and destroy them.
At some point, you got to feel that the chase of the Nocturne just went on too long. BDD comes in, and with an Actualizer with 3 items, there is no way they can handle him here. This is that earlier fight we're going to have a quick look at. And they just dive in with the Nocturne, and the threat of the Olaf as well makes it so uncomfortable for the Anivia.
Speaking of uncomfortable Anivias here, sir, she is dead once again. Effort will be traded.
Die for it. Yeah, in that last fight, it was actually Gideon like cataclysmed Roma in with Perfect, which,
oh no,
was not ideal. And now 7,000 gold lead. KT will just demolish these structures if they want to push anymore, but looks like they'll back off, seeing the respawns coming in from Teddy. They feel no pressure in this game to force things right now. They are so strong right now. And this is that chase. Cuz using the Cinders, kiting away, playing into the Fog of War as well, Teddy not having Blue Trinket. And then when he finally gets him with a snipe, you can see all of KT on the map converging. BDD moving in, and they feel so confident they can take a fight here. And the big thing as well is Namgun ends up being the sacrifice, which is objectively the right call, but the Lucian loses so much power being by himself, and then Teddy tries this cheeky move with the Blast Cone, but it's just not enough. It's just not strong enough when Perfect and BDD are level 16, very bulky. It just does not have the damage.
Yeah, Teddy trying to use the culling to find some value, doesn't really get too much of anything at all, and Perfect, even though he's stuck inside a Cataclysm, he is going to be absolutely fine. Having a look here at Roma, who is trying a little bit of a cheeky maneuver there, but I mean, Effort has just found the angles over and over again, and Gio is just looking phenomenal here on this Misfortune. I really thought that this was going to be the part of the map that was going to go against KT. We haven't seen Gio and Effort find all that much success, but they have looked great. They weathered the storm in the bottom lane, and I think that Gio has had some really fantastically placed bullet times in these fights. He's just doing way more DPS.
Yeah, he's been having massive value in the team fights, and this lane strategy of, oh, I'm chunked, I'll just run back. Oh, I'm chunked, I'll just run back. He definitely got his steps in and was able to survive the lane and get to this point where he's just monstrously strong. The Bloodthirster means he can't really be poked.
And you can't get that strategy banned out with Fearless as well, because he can play Hecarim next game. And it'll be totally fine.
Yeah, why not? At this point, we've seen so many things bot lane. Why
not?
Why stop? Why stop here? Yeah.
Who else runs really fast? Rammus. Rammus and Hecarim.
Rammus, Hecarim bot lane.
Not together, because Gio needs to play them so he can run really fast.
Right.
To get back to the lane.
Okay, I hear it. So Rammus bot lane instead of support, like Beryl did.
Yeah, perfect. But he has to be the one farming though. Yeah. We'll have to work out how the lane is going to work. I'm sure it's going to be great though, whatever it is.
12 seconds on that next dragon, and without the Baron right now, it's a bit difficult for for KT to push in and siege. I think just move the dragon, secure that. I don't think Bro will challenge. I don't think they can. It feels bad. It's a third dragon. You'd love to contest this, but they're not in a position to do so, especially when Teddy's approaching that IE spike. Now you can start to play towards the Baron, and honestly, something I wish that Bro had done, they're going to go for the dragon. Take that time to get some vision down on the top side of the map, because instead Namgung has been hanging around with Teddy, as Emilio likes to do, but there's just no vision here for Bro, and it's going to make it so hard to contest. Gideon is trying to fish here with the flag, but he doesn't have wards to place down, and there's just a complete void in that Baron area. KT could start it at any time, and Bro would not know.
Well, I think they're going to try and start it basically as soon as possible. I think they know exactly how powerful they are. As Gideon moving up with his sweeper, spots Effort out, knows that they are not on it just yet. But KT is still threatening, and the Bros now finally going to group up, see whether they can get rid of some of this vision. We'll see whether KT just start a fight at the start of this, as there are just sweepers all over the place.
Yeah, Flash is back up and available, so a bit more safety for Roma on this Anivia. Be able to just play the distance. GA also picked up from Gideon.
Could actually be a bit of a big deal here finding that item spike and being able to make his way out onto the rift once again.
And he still doesn't have the IE though, and that's such a big factor. BDD's got a completed Zhonya's.
Oh god.
KT are so strong, and they are fishing for this. If they push up too far with the Nautilus, with the Nocturne, it's very easy for KT to engage.
Oh, there's the depth charge. It's onto Teddy in that backline as they are looking to dismount this Kled once again. Realm Warp doesn't really do too much as the bullet time comes down one more time. It's BDD off on the side. Teddy's going to find the culling. Look at that massive shield, though. Gideon taken down to that GA already. Roma just barely survives as he looks to get himself out, but the Jarvan not going to be so lucky. And the Bros are lucky to just lose their jungler, but because they do, they'll also lose the Baron.
It's just so hard to deal with a Ryze right now. Oh, Teddy trying to clear that ward in a bit of danger. Can just cut it out. It looks like KT felt like they burned too many resources, are still concerned. Even with the jungler down, don't want to get trapped into a pit. Oh no, Teddy.
I don't know whether you're allowed to do that. There's the flash fire kick here as Teddy gets his barrier, decides to go back in as the Kled is able to take down the Olaf, but it's a triple for this misfortune. And Gio is just not getting respected in these fights. He's doing so much damage.
And bro, you'd done what you needed to do. You'd stopped them from going for the Baron. I think this play was a mistake going beyond this. This play initially, we see them kiting back. The bait from the Realm Warp was pretty nice. They all sort of move to try and respond to it, and then the Paranoia bullet time comes in. But look, they actually try and get onto BDD. Look how much damage he takes, and then the Actualizer's shield comes through. And bear in mind, he still had Zhonya's as well, and there's just no way you were able to deal with him. Teddy tries to find the damage, but like I said, the short-range Lucian's so hard to play in these team fights. So hard to find angles. He gets chunked out here, has to disengage, but then sticks around, looks for the kill. I remember, he was so close to completing an Infinity Edge, and he opted against finishing it here. They opt to fight when the Baron wasn't on the cards, and now KT have picked up that objective. Yes, Teddy has the Infinity Edge now, but you're 10,000 gold behind.
Yeah, Gio has an Infinity Edge and then some. He's got himself a scope for both of his guns as well. I'm sure you get one each. That's a pretty high value item. Looking for his GA as item number 5. And it's just an Elixir of Wrath and a Dream here for this Lucian. And even though, like, Perfect has only got one kill this game, Cuz as well, it's not been about them. It's about BDD and Gio and how well they've been dishing out this damage in these team fights. And Perfect has just been an annoyance that the Bros haven't been able to answer.
Absolutely. Baron starting to apply that pressure now. Anivia's pretty good at helping to deal with waves, but she's the only person on Bro that can kind of really assist here with thinning these waves out and controlling them. It's a minute until Infernal Soul as well. And once again, there's just no vision for Bro anywhere near where the objective is going to spawn.
I've got an idea of what the Bros want to do. They're going to try and tunnel their way to victory.
Okay.
See,
who's digging the hole?
I think Casting is really starting. He's really giving it an honest shot so far. How many tunnelers do you think you'll need to be able to get to the enemy nexus?
I mean, we could test it with a Rek'Sai.
Ah, that's a good point.
Like 20?
Okay, well, Casting at least turned those 2 tunnelers into something else. It was would have been very funny if you just kept building tunnelers.
Yeah. It's maybe not the winning strategy, but
yeah.
When the games like this, you got to try any strategy. Maybe tunneling was the way.
It's a very good point. And he's built the, what is it, the Warlord something, the set item.
Warlord's Bloodmail?
Yeah, that's the one. It's weird seeing this on any champion that isn't set. But we'll see whether it's going to find him some value here as the bullet time almost cuts Teddy to shreds. Gives you the space to just one-tap this turret. Crystalline Overgrowth helping out as, yeah, Gideon does not want to do this. Roma would have been there, but I think the Perfect was going to be fine. Didn't have Flash, so maybe Cataclysm and Crystallize could have been a problem. But that is going to be Infernal Soul here for KT. Happy to slow this game down, play it by the book. Not willing to throw anything away, even if they do have almost a 12,000 gold lead. You kind of want to get BDD to a perfect, 8-0-8 type scoreline here as the Paranoia comes in. Gideon going to be able to get the knock-up here onto Cuz. That gets rid of him, but they do scare the bejeebers out of Namgung right now.
Able to disengage though, doesn't have to burn anything as well, so you're pretty happy. Now though, they're looking for Perfect.
Yeah, Perfect is just going to walk away, but the Cataclysm will prevent that one from being a possibility. Only one exhaust, unfortunately, so the Olaf will be going down. And now Effort, possibly in trouble, was trying to escape the Crystallize. just being very frustrating. Finds a stun here, does Roma. And Effort is going to have to back away. No, he just turns it into an engage. Fire kick comes down, the egg is exposed. And Jiu takes another one. BDD flashes out of the way and goes golden to avoid death. Teddy is eliminated. The remount comes in from casting, but he's still just going to get mown down here by Jiu. Gets another triple. Could even be a quadra as he flashes for it. And KT's AD carry finally having a good time on Summoner's Rift.
Decimation from KT on the back end of this game. They try and find an angle in. They've already gotten a pick on the Olaf, but Bro just cannot do anything to turn things around in game one of this series. Gideon, he's got the GA to try and defend.
Let's see what he can do here. He just kind of explodes down to the GA. And the bullet time will be enough to take him out here as Jiu gets a pentakill, actually. I was about to say unofficial penta, but it's official as Jiu in game number one of this best of 5. A phenomenal performance, 21 KDA on the Misfortune. Turns everything around from what we were expecting in the early game and just demolishes them.
I think that's the thing, is that going into this series, there was concerns about KT's bot lane. The swap happened so late, they haven't really looked comfortable adjusting. This game one win is obviously a big boost in confidence, but for Jiu to have such a standout performance, I feel like Bro have got to be worried now. They obviously wanted to get Teddy ahead. They prioritized him very hard with the Lucian and the Emilio, and instead they got decimated as the game went on. A pentakill for Jiwoo and 3,500 assists, a huge milestone for Effort. This is how you want to start a series.
It certainly is. So many accolades already built up that it's only game one of a best of 5. There is a chance that the Bros can bounce back. And what were we saying? It's guaranteed 5 games, right?
True.
Every team has to lose 2, right? Before we get to that final and deciding game. Obviously, this is largely about what we wish for, but I just have a feeling in my waters that this series is going to go the distance. The Bros try to figure it out. We move towards a game number 2, an opportunity for the Bros to even out the series, or a chance for KT to make it to match point. We're going to go to a short break, the space, then going to break down this game, and then we'll have game number 2. See you soon.
우리 천천히 봐줄래?
야,
위로 와 위로 와 위로 와
위로 와, 위로 와, 위로 와.
위로 와봐 나 다리 괜찮아?
간 거 같긴 한데.
빼봐
갔다. 정수야 갔다.
바로.
빼봐.
나까지 봐줘. 나 물릴만
야
해.
오면 볼게
오면 봐줘.
상타 좋은데. 루시안 노.
뺐어. 더 빨리 보자. 나 퓨 있죠.
루시안
나 여기에서 살짝 볼게
루시안 노야 루시안 노.
나 그래 살짝 볼게. 애니비야.
나 볼게 이거
볼만해. 애니비야.
아 다가 될거 더가 될거.
보자.
길었어.
클레드.
잡아줘
클레드.
펜타인데?
펜타?
아야야 또
야, 잡아야 클레드 잡아야 돼.
일단 공 걸어놨어.
지우 이거 먹을래?
바텀 가자
바텀 가자.
우리 틴틴 우리은행
Red Bull gives you wings.
쓱싹 씻고 바르고 깎고 깎고 면도 쉽게 가자 부드럽게 쓱 매끈하게 싹 면도 쓱싹 해치웠다 질레트 랩 스팁 클렌징 바 쓱싹 씻고 바르고 깎고 깎고 면도 쉽게 가자 부드럽게 쓱 매끈하게 싹 면도 쓱싹 해치웠다 질레트 랩 스팁 클렌징 바
When I was a player, if I was to like make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Circulab on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
Every sky is a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the space as Jiwoo welcomed the haters with a pentakill to close that one out. It is KT Rolster up 1-0 over Hanjin Brion. Digon here alongside Wolf and Wadid. And man, that did not go the way that many of us predicted it would go here, Wolf.
Well, I think a lot of the game was about Brion's macro versus KT's team fighting. KT's team fighting just won out in the end, even though Bro made some great decisions. Their draft gave them a strong pressure point to play through. When it came down to those actual 5v5s, they got outplayed.
I felt like it was an easy game for Hanjin Brion based on what happened in the bottom side of the map, because they were having a great matchup into Misfortune Nautilus, and they had such a great early game with the Lucian Emilio, but the issue begins with the BDD's roam in the early game.
Yeah, let's take a look at it here. BDD just playing this Ryze and Nivea matchup finds the right timers to go down to the bottom side of the map and tilt it the way of his team.
So here's the moment where Roamer gets the insane advantage with the wave management control. BDD just knows that he can't commit because the wave is already out.
Notice also the second that he steps on that scuttle, they start backing off. You see Namgung heal. They try to get away, but it's too late. By the time he's there on that scuttle, they're way too far forward, and there's just no information about where BDD is, so no one could have given any advance warning, and they thought that vision in the river would be enough, but it wasn't.
And again, F4 getting the mid priority with his mid laner into the bot lane using the Ryze Realm Orb to catch Namgung. And I think it was really great play by KT overall, knowing that they're going to play aggressive on the bot lane, so the punishment from BDD was on point.
It's just another small miscalculation for Namgung, right? Like, he thinks he's safe. He thinks, I'm far enough away from this Ryze to actually make this play, but with the Realm Warp, you got to consider that, right? He tries to get away and fails.
Yeah, and despite maybe having a more aggressive bottom side of the map for the early game, when the Misfortune starts getting ahead, when Nautilus gets tanky, it negates some of that. So then Hanjin and Brion are able to find a play through the opposite side of the map on the top side.
So the game got really hard for Lucia and Milio because they couldn't really punish the lane more. So that's why Teddy decided to lane swap and punish the top lane instead. And I think it was really good macro from Hanjin and Brion, because I think after that, those two early kills from the bot side, Lucia and Milio didn't have enough power to punish the lane. But after this kind of lane swap macro, it turned out Hanjin and Brion is having a great momentum here.
So they're getting a ton of money over to Teddy here in this moment, so it's really turning the tides. But then on the other side of the map as well, KT are like, all right, well, we have 3 grubs, we're gonna push this turret, we're gonna look for a fight ourselves. And they just simply get outplayed here. So Casting's walking over, he wants to get to this turret, and KT are like, all right, well, let's just forget the turret, let's actually look for a turn play here. We've got a massive wave. But Gideon actually strikes first here, and this really disrupts what they're looking to do. Cuz can't actually get the damage onto the target he's looking for, and then they just get outplayed by Casting. Minozy has the chase power here to remount and secure both of these kills.
Yeah, and I think it's the outcome of the clean kill from the top side. The fact that they didn't use anything on the top side when they're killing the Olaf kind of like connects to the bot side, so they can use all the abilities of the bot here.
So you're thinking, okay, Hanjin and Brion showed off the macro, KT showed off the team fighting. What happens here? KT starts stacking up Drakes. They're forcing Hanjin and Brion to show up at the next fight. And you're kind of wondering, who's going to win this one here? It goes the way of KT.
So this fight's pretty messy. It's pretty broken up, right? You look at this fight initially, and it looks like, okay, KT are kind of in this awkward spot. They have Banana Brush control, but the engage isn't exactly what they're looking for. So they run it forward here. They start the dragon, and then the backside gets threatened here. And what did KT do? They actually, because this Misfortunal doesn't get the kill, and they're actually like, oh, this fight's a little awkward, they actually force their way forward with a Realm Warp here and split the fight in half.
I think the hesitation from the Hanjin and Brion is not going to help them, because I think whenever they want to look for the fight, they need to use the Kled ulti, or Jarvan needs to go in first, but there's no setup at all.
They used the Milio ult and they got a lot of health back, and I think they thought they were just going to win the war of attrition if the fight continued the same way it did. But BDD is like, all right, we actually just need to crush one side of this fight. And while he retreats for the engage that they're looking for, he sends the team to kill their carries, and then it's a really easy cleanup for Gio. Gio's is kind of perfectly in the center there, saying, I'm going to do that damage, I'm going to put that Anivia in an egg. And BDD had such a good game of Ryze here. They prioritized it. We were a little bit worried about it in the draft, but the way it played out here, it was all BDD.
So this is the fundamental we were talking about between the difference between Ryze team and Legend team. I think if Legend team had that kind of setup, they're just going to give up the Drake and go for another rotation, right? But I think Hanjin and Brion, even though they were not on point, like they tried to like savage it, but it didn't work out that well. They can't win it this way.
Yeah, again, huge props to Jiwoo, given the fact that he only died once, and then also in every single team fight, he was dumping out the damage in a way that we just haven't seen him do since he's donned the KT colors. But we'll see if he's able to continue with that pressure. This is a best of 5. KT Rolster not only have to win 1 more, they got to win 2 more. Hanjin and Brion, they're going to have to try and find 3 wins if they want to make it back to the playoffs for the first time since 2022. Let's send it back on over to the AA broadcast of Atlas Nox.
Thank you so much, Digon, for telling us how a best of 5 works. Yes, indeed, 3 games need to be won by either team in order for them to go forward in the tournament. If they fail to do that, they'll just go forward in the tournament, just in a slightly different direction.
This is a specific best of 5 where it needs to go to 5 games.
That is true.
So, you know, it's not just a general best of 5.
And so it's not that KT just needs to win 2 more. They need to lose 1 more, then win 2 more.
Yes.
Not necessarily in that order.
Yeah, that's what we're going for. I think we all came in today with some expectations.
Yes.
That this would be a 5-game banger.
Yep.
Apart from Brendan Valdez, who went for 3-0 KT.
But he didn't come in today. So he didn't come in today doing anything. He didn't come in today.
Didn't face up to it.
No.
I was wondering where he was. been dodging the
Yeah.
LCK recently.
Just hasn't really been around, and I'm tired. But no, I think he'll be here tomorrow.
Wait, maybe he forgot that he has a job.
Or maybe he was too busy doing his job somewhere else. That might have been it. Sorry, Valdez. I'm sure you're in the chat, right? You're in the chat hanging out with all of us while we are enjoying some KT versus Bro. That's what I would assume. As let's get into the draft here for game number 2. KT, very good at winning game number 1s where they pick up Nocturne and Rise. Not going to be able to do that again, and let's see what they are going to put together for themselves as Hanj and Brion find themselves in possession of first pick this time.
Yeah, it was KT with that last time. And I think, honestly, Hanj and Brion's bans were pretty limited as a result. You know, they banned Cassiopeia, Orianna, and Vi, which are just like the most standard bans that we have right now, whereas a bit more flexibility offered to KT when they had the first pick position. I'm kind of seeing the reverse of that now. A lot of homework have to be done by second pick, and this is not something unique to this meta. We've seen that a lot in the LCK.
Oh, yeah. Haven't seen Valdez, though, in chat, so that's a bit of a shame. But maybe I missed it. You never know. Cassio, let's see whether the Orianna will be banned next. I assume Cassio, Ori, Vi will be our blue side bans, or our second pick bans that are going to be coming on in here, as the Ezreal is going to be taken away one more time. Ezreal, Lee Sin, and Syndra were banned by KT when they had first pick. Similar look here, but the Pantheon has already taken the place of one of those, as Caitlyn will be taken away now.
Yeah, hammer away at some of the options there for Teddy. We've seen a lot of priority on these bot lane pairings, Lucian Milio, Caitlyn Bard, Ezreal Karma, and I think denying access to them is pretty big. The thing that was interesting to me is the Ezreal ban from Bro. I feel like they maybe could have prioritized that as a first pick for Teddy. We've seen it having a lot of priority recently, so definitely an interesting one. Vi and Orianna still open and available.
Yeah.
And they're going to ban Galio instead here. We've seen Galio generally be successful, but also have a lot of priority into Lock specifically.
Okay, let's see where Roma wants to go with this.
I don't think it's necessarily going to be a first pick Lock, but maybe setting up for that. We know the build with the MR item into Mandate, very strong, but with Orianna being banned by KT, Vi is just pretty obvious here.
Yep. Pretty comfortable first pick here for the Bros, as Yunara Lulu likely to be the answer here for Geo and Effort.
Big confidence pickup here, and specifically into Vi, this is a pick that we often saw banned away when you wanted to prioritize Yunara because it does a good job of holding her accountable. So we'll see what Hanj and Brio want to combo with this. Rumble Ahri. This is a trio that we've seen be more popular, a bit more popular recently in the LCK, but also very popular in the LPL as like Vi, Rumble, Ahri. So if they want to go for that, I think it makes complete sense in terms of shutting down a hyper carry. We'll see if we get the Ahri coming in here from Roma.
Yeah, could certainly do that. Syndra also works in a very similar way, except you have a little bit less mobility. But I do like the keep away that you can play there as well. Instead, he is going to be heading your direction, so that Ahri will be locked in.
But the question is, what are you going to pick here from KT?
The Fury.
That is definitely an option you can go for, but maybe if you want to match mid now,
yeah, could be
take the opportunity to do so. You know, the Syndra was hovered. There's also things like the Aurora. Annie is an option too. And we'll see what they go for, but it is just going to be that Nefiri you mentioned, one in the matchup for Cuz. Originally a counter to Vi, we saw Nefiri come into the meta in that way.
Yep.
And then now it's just picked generally, but still has that good matchup, being able to dodge away from so much of what Gideon wants to do. And now the bans come in, so
double bot lane bans under Teddy and Namgung is a little bit scary here, I think, if you are a Bro fan. They have locked down a very strong top side of the map, but someone has to pay the price. So Teddy's very powerful Corki is going to be taken away. I think he's still undefeated on this, like 6-0 so far this season, which is kind of unheard of. But Cassante going to be taken away here as they can protect this Rumble pick towards the top side.
I feel like Kai'Sa could go well with this Bro composition. I feel like we've seen, you know, Teddy Xayah be fantastic. Seraphine might be a bit risky with Nefiri about, and you don't know the solo laners, but I think there's just a lot of options still for Teddy and Namgung, and I don't think they have to be too worried, and they will take away Teddy's Xayah. This feels like there are so many options for the bot lane that, like, let's specifically target Teddy's top picks right now, which I feel like are that Corki and Xayah taken off the cards. But still a lot of options available for him.
Yeah, Callista Renata is still up as well. We've seen that combo find a bit of success here as the Lissandra.
I think that's a good ban, actually. You know, a good matchup into Ahri, and something with the Mandate Rush. The 2-item spike is so quick and so powerful.
On. All right. Bit of a classic, and will give this KT composition so much longevity. Playing for the late game looks to be the aim of the game here for the roller coasters, as there is that Callista that I was talking about before. Likely to just be slammed here, as Callista Renata would give them a lot of power where they want it, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, if they're not able to win the game, then it's likely that KT will be able to find a lot of options, but there is that Renata lock-in. Namgung just teasing us with a potential Camille that they do decide to head over towards the Renata afterwards. And so now, what is BDD going to be playing, and how can they sort of bridge this composition into a late game? And the Syndra might be able to do that.
I think Syndra makes sense. BDD is phenomenal on this pick. It makes Teddy's life really difficult. Especially, like, you may think, oh, well, he can be bailout. You can use the bailout on him. But if you get Scatter the Week into ulted, you're not going to have any opportunity to really get a reset. I think KT have a lot of tools to make Teddy's life difficult and a lot of scaling elements in the composition. The Ornn makes sense as well as a momentum killer. This composition for Han Jin-Bryon is all about momentum. A lot of these picks, quite feast or famine. You want to crush the bot lane 2v2. In a fight, you want that initial momentum where you can get the resets from the Ahri and just push forward in the fight. I think it's a good comp from Han Jin-Bryon, but we saw last game, even though they made some good decisions, the team fighting just wasn't quite there, and it was because Teddy was on a short-range pick, and there were a lot of challenges for it, which I think is still true here, but at least there's, I feel like, more offered by his teammates with the Ahri and the Rumble here.
Not to mention, I think Romer is going to be punished less for his teamfight positioning on the Ahri. You can sort of just skirt around, try and get yourself those resets, and get yourself into the game. So I think that this composition looks pretty robust for the Bros, but I love it when teams pick comps that have very different win conditions and win windows here in this game, right? KT want to be playing for that late game, front-to-back team fights, utilizing their very strong front line in the Ornn and the Lulu there with that wild growth in order to create havoc in these team fights. Polymorph can be very, very dangerous as well. Meanwhile, this comp from the Bros just does so much damage in the mid game, it might be just too much for KT to deal with. Let's get into it.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Under the Rift for game number 2. Seeing whether the Bros can even out the series, whether KT are going to find a win, as the Bros do not find the Ornn. He decides to go back home. Perfect is going to be meandering up towards that top lane, try and catch up to these minions. It's casting already there. Deciding to make a bit of money off this Ornn here in the laning phase. That first strike.
I think for me, this has been the best strategy for Rumble, is the first strike into the tanks, and you just generate a ton of gold, you're ahead of the curve, you can get your high-value items. We've also seen the Deathfire touch, and it's just, I think a lot of times just you don't get enough pressure for it to be really worth it.
Yeah, I would agree. Just find yourself a few extra items and get the extra power that way. Might be the way to make it work. As Gio and Effort able to step up in this lane. I feel like Yunara really has just been laning better here in the LCK more recently.
Honestly, there were some moments as well, even early when Yunara came out, that teams disrespected her and ended up paying for it. It's so much about that passive, having that stacked up, having wave access. So now they've got control, and Gio keeps the passive stacked up. It's actually really hard, especially with a Lulu as well. Renata is so often that auto-attack trader who has the passive. You both auto someone, there's a burst of damage. Lulu doesn't even need that. She just autos you and throws a glitter lance, and she's going to bully you out the lane.
Well, that's exactly what's happening right now. See already Teddy and Namgung on the back foot, well and truly.
I think, honestly, if they shove this wave in, they could go for a reset, maybe to buy a cull, and feel really good about the position of the wave.
It is looking likely at this point in the game, as Roma taking a lot of damage. Great Charm is going to connect onto BDD, who does take a turret shot. It's going to somewhat even out this trade, but Roma is well and truly taking the pressure here in this lane.
Tough going up against BDD on this Syndra. He's so good on this pick. And you can often just bully out the Ahri if you're connecting all the skill shots.
And casting hanging out here towards this top side, just dealing with Perfect, who has pushed this lane in so far.
I think KT pretty happy with how things are playing out in these early levels.
See a few first picks here as Teddy and Namgung haven't actually played this combo just yet in the LCK. Of course, if you've been a Teddy fan for a while, you know that he is well-versed on the Kalista. But you really do need to see whether he's found some positive performances more recently. I can say that his last solo queue game was on Kalista and he lost.
Oh.
So there's that.
Well, hoping to redeem himself.
Yeah. You know, never end the night on a loss. So maybe this counts as last night, which is, I think, when his last solo queue game was on that particular account. As we don't necessarily know how many accounts these guys are playing on. That is just the only known one that I have access to.
Good trades again from KT. And I feel like Teddy and Namgung really want to push this wave and get a restart off themselves. They're just kind of being pressured out. Effort with the glitter lances, just making Teddy really pay for this.
Yeah, this is getting real difficult as Teddy is just going to leave. Going to make his way back in again. A little bit more power, might be able to find himself some shoes or something like that, but I don't think the Berserkers are coming in just yet. It's a little bit too early for that one.
So the important thing for KT is that you just be really cautious about investing into skirmishes in the bot side, specifically because that's really where Cluster Renata shines. Yes, the laning is very strong. Yes, you can bully out a lane. That's not obviously happening so far this game, but if you get into a fight in the jungle, so easily you could see Bro just taking over the game from there. So your lanes are doing well. Isn't any huge pressure on KT to speed things up.
Yep. Just cool, calm, and collected is going to be the aim of the game. And sometimes that has been where KT have struggled, which is saying no to the voices. So far, definitely so good, though, here in this series as BDD sets up that scatter to deny the back from Roma. Looks like he's just going to be able to take this wave and look to head on home. Still taking so much damage here. Good charm. Actually manages to get the CS, and I think that Roma is just going to try and channel that back once again, and as we can see here, he does.
So, do get the pickaxe picked up by Teddy. Not going for the early boots that we often see.
Yeah, it's just probably the amount of money that he had. And does feel a little bit better to have that bit of extra AD, as Gio taking some damage here. Finally, Bro finding themselves some okay trades here in this lane. As Equalizer just going to wipe out the wave. Give casting that very comfortable reset.
It's definitely been a slower jungle series so far. Gideon Cuz kind of just prioritizing farm in the early levels, not actively looking for too much. Obviously, game one, there was a Nocturne. There's a Jarvan on the other side here as well. I think it makes sense for KT to slow the pace of the game down, and we all know Bro and Brew is a classic.
Oh, Cuz going to be taking a bit of damage here, but no Vault Breaker to connect. Gideon is going to get poisoned. Looks like he will be able to get control of this Rift Scuttler, though.
I think it's just so hard to really hold an Fury accountable. The leap is so large, so much terrain that you can get over. Bro, though, almost kind of asking KT to challenge them. Big thing is because Gideon picked up the Scuttle, he's now hit level 6, has that ult available, Cuz is not there.
Yeah.
Does match the upgraded Smite, importantly, though. He can try and go for a steal here.
Not going to be able to get there.
Good moves from Bro. And I think they had the confidence to go for the Dragon, and they would have been ready to take a fight. As I said, Cluster are not super good in their skirmishes. The fact that Gideon got the level 6 first, everything was stacked in Bro's favor, so I think the right read from KT to kind of just maybe fish for a steal, but not really commit to anything.
Not doing it just yet, as we have a slight gold lead for Gio, but that is just because he picked up a cult. And that is giving him a bit of extra money, as Perfect taking a lot here from casting, who just silences himself and goes to town on this on. Very nicely done so far from this Rumble player. And moves up to about a 300 gold lead. The only lead for the Bros on the map, but it has been able to equalize the gold between the two teams quite comfortably, as we can see here. I do feel a little bit worried, though. If the game is just this even and this comfortable, then KT are just going to be very, very happy. Scaling on up over and over again. And the Bros, they're the ones that are going to have to put their feet on the accelerator a little bit earlier.
I will say,
maybe I'm getting nervous because it's just not quite at that time yet. And I shouldn't be nervous.
I think it's okay. I think Bro have a lot of team fighting power. So as long as they're not behind, I think it's still fine when we get to those bigger team fights. And I think a big thing is because they got the early Dragon very early, it puts pressure on KT. If the Soul definitely is an impactful one, it'll force KT to fight sooner rather than later for that third Dragon. We get a swap coming in from KT. Last game it was Teddy who made the swap to kind of great effect. But it'll just be Gio picking up some farm here. I think that's one thing with the role quests, is that obviously swapping like this is going to take a dent on the bot lane role quest, but you don't actually get that much gold extra from minions, so if you're a little late on it, it's not a huge deal. The main thing is that you don't have access to that big chunk of gold you get immediately, but as long as you don't fight when Teddy has that gold and complete an item, it's not too much of an issue. So I think making this swap here, getting some pressure down in the top lane, does allow Bro here to get some damage in the towers, but it's 3 grubs for Cuz. Gideon,
Again.
0 grubs in this series.
At least the Bros managed to take the first dragon this time, so they equalized the neutral objectives. But like you were saying, Gideon very upset about that. He's Gideon grubs for a reason. Still, 2 plates do go over to the Bros here towards his bottom side, and that has largely equalized the gold advantage that Gio had picked up earlier on. This huge stack of minions. They might even be able to get to a third one, but not going to happen. And Gio is able to pick up a lot of these. We'll be able to reclaim that CS lead. As now I'm going to get discovered here by Gio. Throws a Slurkle in just to make sure that he knows what's going on.
Both junglers around the bot side of the map if anything's going to break out, but definitely a different vibe than last game where there was a Nocturne who's a constant looming threat. Roma is, would you believe, roaming.
Oh.
Has found Cuz though, and probably does not want to tango with the Neferi.
And we've got another room as well, as there's a great knock-up onto casting. The Ram comes down, grabs the knock-up onto the Rumble again, as now casting realizes that he's very, very dead. First blood goes over to BDD, and he's going to immediately teleport back to this mid lane to pick up the wave.
Crazy, BDD is laning against a guy called Roma, and he has been the one making the moves in the laning phase both games so far, making a massive impact in the side lanes.
And I think I would say that it's more difficult to roam on a Syndra than it is on the Ahri.
Absolutely. You know, post 6, Ahri often fishing, and we even saw Roma trying to make a move down towards bot lane, but BDD is the one who finds the perfect timing and is able to pick up this kill in the Rumble.
I see what you mean there about perfect timing, because Perfect was there in the top lane, and it was his timing to go up and assist Perfect. Thus, perfect timing. That's beautiful.
You know what that is? That's perfect casting.
Oh, perfect casting indeed, Ox. That's the top lane. And you. All right, let's have a look at it again. The perfect casting of the perfect timing from BDD.
Yeah, I mean, casting just knows he's dead. As a fact, Perfect gets behind him and even like bumps him back a little bit. He was dead. So he doesn't bid anything apart from trying to clear the wave out, uses Equalizer, saves his flash. And in terms of his lane matchup, doesn't really make that much of a difference, but giving gold over to BDD is going to feel BADD.
Yes, I think that is certainly not a good time. As Teddy just seeing where Gio and Effort are going. And the Bros really struggling to find some momentum. I think it's the tempo vibes that they've just not been able to claim. And I think they're what the Bro tax really pays for.
Yes, I was going to say, we can always find a culprit, and it is Bro tax.
Yeah.
If it's not sufficient, they are going to struggle.
Look at this. You can tell Cuz to leave by leaving enough Brotax in the chat. And then he'll back away. Right now, I'm seeing that this doggo is still hungry. There's some mech yordle. As BDD does get this wave shoved in, and man, it really just feels like KT have more members on the map right now.
It's a good time to cross map. You look at Teddy, already picked up the bot lane roll quest. He has that static shiv completed.
Oh, Equalizer came down to try and catch the wave, really but just didn't even really hit.
But yeah, so Grub's in pocket. Jiwoo has 3 stacks left on the call, doesn't have an item completed, doesn't have his roll quest completed. This is a great time for a swap, and even though you do lose that first tower, not having to play into the Callisto with the static shiv is a definite boon. So second dragon does get picked up from Bro. They are continuing the pace on those. But I think KT making the right reads in this game in terms of where they want to be.
Yeah. Still, the Bros are able to put themselves together a bit of an advantage, and it's another Infernal Soul, with the Bros now having a couple picked up already. There's some angles here, but I'm not going to trust anything until we see our first team fight. And KT were team fighting beautifully in game number 1. If that continues with a composition like this, could be very, very difficult for the Bros unless the Bros have put the time and effort into figuring out how this comp is going to work. And it's about now that they're starting to get very, very powerful as the Ram just going to try and clear out this wave. Teddy just bouncing on over towards Perfect here. Nice knock up.
Yeah, good work there.
there.
It's such a satisfying noise when he just briddles all of the minions and you just hear that noise constantly.
What is the most satisfying noise in League of Legends?
Heartsteel.
Do you think so?
Yeah.
I still feel like it's probably Jax hitting a turret.
That's pretty good too. But just Heartsteel so much when you hear it like ticking up and then you get the big... Oh, it's beautiful. One item.
You have been a bit of a Heartsteel enjoyer for many, many years, have you not?
Yeah. I remember when it first came out and before it got nerfed in ARAM, and obviously that was before ARAM Mayhem, and it was just, you just ran every game. Everyone had one, you'd have like 3,000 stacks. A better time.
Yeah. It's beautiful. Maybe Heartsteel will make its way over to Classic soon in its unnerfed form.
That's the thing. Are we just adding more items along in Classic?
You just basically find anything that was ever broken at some point, and you just put it in Classic. I think that's got to be the way to do it.
I think the point they add things like Gordrinker or Gale Force in a Classic, I'm like, okay, this is feeling like last week.
Yeah. If Gale Force makes it in, I'm gonna have a big problem with that. That's still a new item, even if it has been discontinued. Twin Shadows, though, that is definitely
Heartsteel come out after Gale Force?
I think it might have been a similar time. You might be right, though, actually.
Well, we get the Malignants coming in for Roma. Big spike for the Ahri. Definitely a lot of power there.
Yeah.
KT trying to set up on this mid tower, and it's only Teddy to defend, which is a bit uncomfortable. Support's moving in, but a lot of plates get taken down.
Cuz is in a little bit of trouble here, but he will be able to take those plates off the table. And KT really making use of these 3 grubs. I feel like that has been certainly capitalized on here, you could say, by KT.
Yeah, I'd agree. Dragon in a minute 45, and it's third, potentially for Bro. Remember, KT were the ones who got Soul last game, and it was also an Infernal Soul. So thinking about how to approach this fight, I think a big factor is Roma with the Malignants. If you can get resets, a lot of power. What's really nice this game is that Perfect having the... what's it called again? Koenig Rukern.
That's the one.
Huge value into Roma and casting. The only thing he has to really be concerned about is if Teddy starts free hitting him. So looks like we're getting started a little bit early before that Dragon's up as KT looked for this Herald.
Oh, Roma's roaming. Looking for a bit of an angle here. He's on a pretty good flank, but the scatter catches him. Has to get himself out of there. Great Charm is going to catch Cuz as they just take the Rift Herald from under the noses of KT. And Perfect is just backing away. The Sentinel just gets thrown at Roma. But KT are not going to be able to continue this fight. And now the Bros have a Rift Herald to help them get this Dragon.
Really well played there by Roma. Even after he gets hit by the stun, able to disengage. The one concern, though, is his ult is now down. It's ticking fastly. He has level 11 already passed. He has Malignance. But they do need that ult available for the Dragon. And it's 30 seconds away. But it looks like the setup's not come through yet from KT. They went for resets. I think he's going to be fine on that account. And they kind of get away scot-free, but BDD's fishing.
Oh, if Roma dies, then that'll be worse than the ult being on cooldown.
I think he's okay, just the Merc treads. Even with the nerfs they caught recently, -5 magic resist, the shield plus the tenacity, just makes it a bit hard for BDD to really threaten an all in there. Now the contest comes in for mid-prio. TP in from both solo laners of KT, trying to respond and stop them from getting a chance to throw down the Herald mid. That is still in the pocket of Gideon, and now it's KT with control of the area, and Bro who have to push in.
3 seconds on Roma's ulti as well. That Spirit Rush will be up and available now. As Slurkles come down, Namgun gets caught by the scatter. The Bros still in a lot of control. The Rift Herald going to come on through here, and now KT gonna have to come back and try and defend mid. As Perfect just trying to be that front line. It's working out so far, but he's just getting slammed into the walls over and over again. And look at this, their front line is a front line no more.
Yeah, remember, they TP'd Perfect into this fight, so he can't recall, heal up, and come back again. Teddy getting some good damage down there. And honestly, his pierces, the Qs, have been connecting on a good targets.
Oh, yeah.
He's chunking out Jiwa before as well. Now, if we get the Ren stacked up on the Dragon, it's almost impossible to steal.
Well, now The Ram is going to come through. There is that secured by Teddy. They take down the jungler, but he's already done his job. Equalizer, fantastic but perfect. Manages to flash his way out. Great scatter here from BDD as Casting gets the power unleashed upon him. Cuz in a little bit of trouble, but there is Teddy with that bailout. Can he lock down Jiu? He does manage to get him, but he's eliminated immediately. And KT, they still have their main carry as BDD, he gets charmed. He is charming, but he's got Cuz there with the daggers to take down the Ahri. And that's the ace for KT.
Bro get the dragon, but the target selection is so good from KT. Gideon just doesn't get to play the game. He dashes forward to help secure the dragon. The CC from Perfect is laid. Vi is out to fight. And even though we get this massive combo of ults, Perfect is the one soaking the damage. And now there's some freedom to move forward. Casting with no heat is not a threat. This dive in into Wild Growth shuts down Teddy. And even though he trades his life with Jiru, also, one more moment. I think Roma auto-attacks the dog instead of the blast cone here.
Oh no, he does!
So he wasn't able to escape cone. Very unfortunate, but I think just beautiful execution from KT. The usage of Perfect's health bar as a resource, the setup on a Gideon, the re-engage, Jiwu's aggression. Even though he traded 1-for-1, he shut down Teddy, which was key in allowing them to push forward. And now, Roma may have 3 dragons, but it's not 4. And they're 2,500 gold down against a team with an Ornn and a Yunara Lulu.
Yeah, this is the problem. These ornaments are going to start coming in, and that is going to mean that that gold lead actually means a whole lot more than what we're seeing represented. And it's kind of crazy that Perfect went down so incredibly low, took so much abuse in that fight, didn't actually die, is ahead in farm, and ahead in money by just a little bit. And that's crazy because there's a first strike on Casting. The whole sort of point was to make money. And unfortunately, he hasn't been able to do so, sitting at 0-2-0 on this Rumble, yet to really find value here in this game.
I mean, that's the thing when you play Rumble into a tank. You need to get ahead of the curve. You need to get more items. You need to be ahead in gold. And then just be that super strong Rumble. The benefit you get is you're getting a free lane. You can farm first strike off. And then you come into this point of the game and you hopefully get 2 items and really strong. Instead, you're on par with the Ornn, but the Ornn has upgraded that K-Nick return and has better economy items, cheap items that give a lot of power, and so you're just not going to feel as useful from this point onwards. The Ornn is going to continue to add value to KT for the rest of the game.
And speaking of value, BDD 3-0-3 now has his Dash Cannon and Blackfire Torch completed. And Cuz actually in a bit of trouble here. Not actually going to press the untargetability button, does finally do so, but the Wild Growth comes in. Charm is fantastic, and Roma is able to shut down the jungler. This could be a big deal, as Baron did just come onto the map. It looks like the Bros are going to look for some more picks before they do anything else. The Equalizer goes down with Perfect dead. They might be able to find an angle, as the Ram is going to get called, but he is still going to get taken out. Another Chandelier on top. And the Bro pick machine has finally come online. Oh dear, that's a lot of damage onto Gideon. Does get shielded up.
Oh my lord.
Yeah, BDD just does so much damage. There's a handshake from Nam going, I don't know whether anyone is brave enough to do anything about this. There was another scatter. Here's fantastic. Jiu dives in, but immediately takes it down. The hostile takeover is so incredibly good. And that is going to be the ace because Cuz has only just respawned.
Beautiful play from Bro, just pick after pick, and then an overstep from KT cost them. They disrespect Namgun, and he makes them pay for it now. Looking for the Baron, the TP comes in from the Ahri just to zone Cuz away. Soul is nearly up as well. They can reset off this Baron and set up for that. A devastating mistake for KT.
Absolutely incredible stuff for the Bros, though, being able to find it right on the tail end of this mid-game. And I almost said a trademarked comment as well, as it was a damn well hostile takeover. This was just a great series of picks from the Bros.
I feel like when you're playing picks like Neferi or Ornn, who are... Ornn's very tanky, has a dash. Neferi, very mobile. You have this presumed sense of safety. It's kind of like we've seen a lot of our Ezreals dying around mid lane. And I think they just disrespect the opponents. The pick potential, the chase down potential for this comp is extreme. Able to get those 2 kills, and then this is the big turning point. They try and commit onto Gideon, he just gets out. Teddy steps up, knows he has the safety of the Renata. There's even this polymorph stun that looked like he could doom them, but the bailout's there. We see the Vi come back in, Gideon choosing the perfect moment to punish, and Namgun's hostile takeover finds everything it needs now, though. The setup is here for this Soul. KT trying to push in and get control. And Gideon hanging around the edge. Feels like they're being pushed off a little bit. Banana Brush Control going over to Bro, and it's them with the gold lead now.
Hostile Takeover is not quite available just yet. Namgung still waiting for it. I think KT well aware. They have all of their ultimates at the ready. All of their flashes also up and available. Roma doesn't have his. Gideon doesn't have his. Teddy, thankfully, has his flash up, but not the barrier.
Okay,
See what the
Hostile
Bros can actually do here.
Takeover in 5, and Teddy's starting to stack the Rens on the Dragon. KT need to do something soon.
Let's see what they're actually going to go for here. Is Perfect trying to stay in that front line. There's a great scatter onto Roma, off to the side. There's the cease and desist. The equalizer goes down there as well, as Gideon this time is going to be able to make his way out. Giu's just fighting somebody else as the Infernal Soul comes in for the Bros. Vault Breaker onto Perfect, and they'll take down the tank. And this time the Bros find the team fight they're looking for.
Oh, Gideon fishing, won't find more, but he was the superhero in that fight. Did he get a kill? No, didn't need to. But he shut down Giu and stopped him from being able to do anything, just bought time, and then the back end, they clear up Perfect, but the soul is secured. That's the main thing here.
Oh, and now Elder is on the map in 5.5 minutes.
So the ult comes out from Perfect, and basically at the same time, Gideon flies in, grabs Giu. Giu has to flash away from the charm, and Gideon just leaves. He's like, look, we got the Dragon low enough, we can get the soul and leave. He does find his way to pick up Perfect on the back end, but the main thing was that he stopped the backline of KT from doing anything. He stopped Giu from playing the game. BDD had to respond to the threat, and he's able to disengage again. It didn't matter that he didn't kill Giu, that Roma wasn't able to finish him off. It bought time, they got the soul, and they got out.
Really nicely played by the Bros, and Giu almost actually halved BDD's health bar with just that hostile takeover that came in. So really nicely played by the Bros. It split up the team fight completely, and now with this Infernal Soul, Bros find themselves with a whole lot more power here in this game. It's going to be doing a lot of work, as well as the fact that they have a lot of ability to make use of it with a composition like this that just does so much damage just in general. And Infernal will help them have some more longevity here in this game.
Such an explosive composition, and they've been piloting it really well. It's Elder in 4 minutes 20. Baron in 2 minutes 30, big objectives that KT has to have in mind. And I just feel like they're not in that great of a position right now. The ornaments have started to come out, but not that many so far. Giu's items looking a bit dismal. You have the core, but not the IE, the last Whisper item. Okay, IE picked up now, but still lacking that extra pen, whereas Teddy is able to invest in tankiness. He's doing enough damage. The buff Terminus as well, that was made stronger not too long ago in his hands.
He's also almost got that Jack Shows done as well. So like you were saying, extra tankiness.
I mean, when you have a Renata with you as well, that tankiness makes you so hard to deal with. And we've seen that when he just starts stacking up the Rens, it doesn't even take that many auto attacks before he's able to get the reset and bring him back after being taken down in the bailout.
Yeah, not to mention if you fight anywhere near a minion wave, it can just be really, really difficult to deal with this Callista.
And it's actually so annoying when a Callista is sieging now with a static Shiv.
Yeah,
it just chains through the minions. You end up getting stacks onto you as well. And so Teddy can rend and even just damage you off the back of that. It's pretty obnoxious.
Well, more of Malmortius even completed here for Gideon. Decides not to go for a third item GA. Just wants that extra magic resistance. Understands that Giu is mainly going to be held up in the sky by him during this game.
Yeah,
so just needs to not die to BDD.
Doesn't want to get ulted and just removed from the game by BDD, which is kind of understandable.
Yep, I would also not like that to happen to me. As Teddy taking out these waves, taking out these wards, control of the Baron Pit is what the Bros want. Their turn is so scary as well. If they ever do get the control that they're looking for, which they have now.
It is the Huni Baron, so a little scary.
Dangerous Baron.
But I think it kind of testament to the level of control they're trying to establish over this area. Completely shutting out the vision from KT right now. The closest ward to the Baron is that control ward we can see on the left of the screen now.
Oh man, that is quite a ways away from
there. Bit more than a hop, skip, and a jump.
Yeah, I would say so. Cuz is now going to go into the scary dark.
The thing is, Cuz has a lot of tools to outplay Engage, but we've seen before, even if you have those tools, if you face check and get the CC layered, you will just die. He's pretty squishy.
Yeah, and if you avoid one of them, there's so many others that are coming after you, right? Like Vault Breaker, Cease and Desist, Charm, even the Fate's Call. is just so incredibly scary. And the handshake as well can be absolutely devastating. Namgung has been playing a great game so far. 100% kill contribution on this Renata. And the Bros now set up once again. Perfect, wanting to face check, but it's getting more and more difficult as great charm connects onto Cuz. Does go up into the sky eventually, but he's basically out of the fight before it's even begun.
And there's no camps actually nearby from sustain up. The Fury can heal up really quickly if Raptors or Wolves are up, but they're down, so he has to actually go for the recall.
Oh, there are pings actually onto where Gideon is here, looking for a bit of a wraparound as BDD just takes a cheeky little cinder.
I think one problem though is that BDD can chunk Gideon, but with a Maw, not able to one-shot him. But if the rest of the move there, it's kind of going to give away so they know where Gideon is.
Well, Gideon has been kind of scoped out though, as the Scry's Orb does come on down.
Oh,
Gives KT the information that this hasn't been started yet.
Gideon's still trying to fish from this position.
Oh, if he actually starts off these Raptors, it could be pretty scary. As the Bros just continue to wipe out these waves and then go back to the Fog of War. They do not want to start this Baron though.
Yeah, I think it's fine. You know, it's the Huni Baron, it's Dangerous Baron. You also have some item buys to come in before that Elder spawns. Teddy's close to Jack Show. Roma's close to Void Staff. Gideon, I think, could pick up Merc Treads on a back. So if you get a chance to recall and reset before the Elder, it makes sense. But Gideon's actually sticking around here.
He keeps getting stopped by BDD. I think he Scry's bloomed him, and now
if he gets
KT are on the Elder. This is so dangerous, like you're saying. Cuz not going to quite find the daggers, and Gideon will be able to make his way out, but that was almost game-losing.
Yeah, able to navigate away. Teddy got the Jack Show and a red pot. This is a big buy. He is so strong.
Well, now the Elder even getting involved here is Perfect taking some damage, I think. But not entirely sure. His health bar is pretty large.
And pressure's going to be on KT, because again, if Teddy stacks up the Rend on the Dragon, this has been fatal for KT in 2 Dragon fights before. They can't let him do it again, because Elder would just be a game ender.
Well, look at all the sticks that are already in this Elder, as Teddy just happily tanking it up. Casting is on a ward. I've seen this fight before. Casting dashes in, finds the charm. The Wild Growth is there under Gyu though, but look at the AoE. They all just explode, and down they will go. The Bros finding such a huge fight. They'll be able to get the Elder here off the back end as well. And we have an even series, ladies and gentlemen, as KT cannot get it done in game 2, and the Bros will make it a best of 3.
They find the engage, they find Jiwoo, and the damage is there, bro. Get the momentum and get a 5-0 ace. Game 1 looked pretty one-sided, but Bro answer back and take us to the 3rd game of the series.
Oh, that is what we were looking for. Almost a guarantee that will make it to maximum games here in this series. Gorgeously played here by the Bros, and that is your Bro Tax at work, ladies and gentlemen. We called you out for it earlier on. You heard the call, and there is definitely enough in the coffers now to bring us to those 5 games.
I think especially when game 1 had Bro making some smart moves, but was plagued by issues with their team fighting.
Yeah.
This composition, so good at team fighting, so clear what the objective is, and the execution was there. Very good understanding of how to play it. Gideon led the charge so aggressively. Shades of Kanavi there, and drove Bro towards their first game victory in this series. With 3 potentially ahead of us, you know, of course ahead of us.
Yep.
A lot of picks going to be starting to get taken away, puts pressure on these players.
Yeah, this is the interesting thing, because there's a lot of these like combo bottom lanes that we now don't have access to, right? Lucian Milio's gone, the Lulu Yunara is gone, and the Kalista Renata have been taken away. I think Caitlyn Bard is the next huge one that's to look out for, and be very careful of having to draft Jhin.
Yeah, Ezreal Karma as well.
Yeah,
and
that's another one.
The fact that Vi is taken out the pool already, often banned for quite a bit of the series, a lot of impact on how things will shake up for the rest of the games.
Exactly right, but ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a short break. When we get back, the space will break down that 2nd game, and we'll have game number 3. We'll see you soon.
나 있어. 나 좀 더 땡기자. 이거.
땡겨봐 아래로 땡겨봐 아래로.
유나를 한 대 맞았어.
이번에 볼게 얘들아.
나 위치 좋아. 민성아 나랑 이거 연기하자.
너 질러주는 거 주지.
나 여기서 위치 잡는 중. 나 망원 3초 3초
2,000에 맞아 2,000에.
나 무조건 싸움.
볼게 얘들아 이번 볼게.
유나를 봐줘. 유나를 봐줘.
볼게 유나 봐줘. 유나 노플. 얘들아 유나 노플. 가자.
신드라 노플이야.
여기 봐줘.
바텀.
바텀 가자. 나 장로 먹고 갈게 얘들아.
그냥 와봐. 끝나게.
알아. 내가.
먹은 뭐 있어?
그냥. 먹으면 있어.
먹은 뭐 있어?
뭐 경험치 있어.
확인했어. 끝내자.
잘 보았어. 끝낼만 하지 얘들아.
끝났어.
오케이.
빨리인 줄 알아.
Met in the dark, X on the cross. One last prayer, then the lights go out. 모든 것을 봐 Cross realize when the shadows fall Cold hands on the stake 겁나지 않아 우리 보면 all black when we come around 상처 안고 let the cold sink in 어둠 속에서 where we begin 판을 뒤집어 turn it upside down X marks don't move there is no way out 어둠 속으로 we rise right now 기도했지 no answer came 어둠 속에 we held the pain 아무도 없어 we rose again 어둠을 걸고 back in the game Who killed justice? We did Who killed the light? We did Who raised the crown? Give me noise Who burst the dark? Give me noise Cross our back, still we walk upright. 날카로운 night, cutting through the dark. Scars on my skin, 숨기지 않아. 실패 한 번은 fall, we rise again. 나의 구원자, no one came. We found salvation in ourselves. 포기는 없어, we do not run. 널 마주할 땐 game is done. 기도했지, no answer came. 어둠 속에 we held the pain. 아무도 없어, we rose again. 어둠을 걸고 back in the game. Who killed justice? We did. Who killed the light? We did. Who beat them all? We did. Who crushed them down? We did. Who wears the crown? King and noise. Who owns the dark? King and noise. Like legends, upside down. We kill the night. We own the light. Every sky is a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone.
You just got to hear Pain in the Dark by Kiki's Kia and Sui as part of the project here done at the LCK, expanding on the pandemonium that also was built up by that last game. It was Hanjin Breon battling back all the way to Elder Dragon and taking game number 2 over KT Rolster. We will be needing those championship rounds. It will go at least 4 games here, Wolf.
I like the way that Bro changed their draft and their playstyle here in game 2. The casters mentioned it. Ox was talking about it. In game 1, had some struggles in team fights. Made a composition that was really easy to play. Banned away the Lissandra. Made it an awkward pick for BD. He went with the Syndra, which didn't work out. And they got to a point in the game where they could just run at KT. It's so similar to play team fights out. All you have to do is be aggressive. And they all played incredibly confidently. And that's the kind of Bro we know can go to playoffs.
But it didn't work well in the early game because literally same thing happened compared to game 1. BDD had such an impactful moment in the early game once again.
Yeah, let's dive straight on into it. Yet again, an early game shaped by BDD's roam, this time to the top side of the map, not the bottom side of the map.
I think it's literally the same thing happened compared to game 1. This should not happen once again because this time again, Roamer had the full control in the mid lane, so he's the one that moving the first towards the bot lane, and I think this is correct. What Roamer is doing right now is covering the bot side because his jungler is also looking for the opportunity on the bot side, so it's such a basic move that your mid laner is doing with the mid priority. But the issue is that he's not calling off for the opportunity that the BDD can just look for something because he's in the fog of war. So he should know that Syndra can do something on the other side of the map.
There is a control ward in the river as is being showcased here, and so I think that's why they thought this is safe. Now, the way this game plan is working for the side of Hanjin Breon is you've got the Callisto lane bottom side you want to play through, and then you have this winning top side with the Rumble early on in this matchup. So Casting is also doing his job, right? He's trying to apply the pressure while they're trying to make that bottom side play, so they're trying to win on both sides of the map. If they knew BDD, if Casting knew BDD is missing, there's a chance that he's up there. He probably plays a little bit more respectfully there. He probably drops a few minions, backs away as he's trying to crash that wave, and instead, he gets punished by a really nicely timed sneaky roam from BDD.
This should be fixed. This is such an easy fix from the communication, so this should not happen in the game 3.
Yeah, and maybe Casting flashes that, maybe different matchup, it doesn't take as long. But when Ornn is able to give you the full CC treatment, it doesn't matter how your ward in the river bush is there. That's not enough time to respect the roam that even a Syndra can make. Then KT have control of this game, and a sneaky little pick here on Cuz turns into what seemed to be a game-winning moment for Bro.
I think this is the draft advantage that Ulf was talking about. This is the team comp that you can literally just run them down and kill them all. And I think Hanjin Breon had such a great opportunity with their window because this is the moment when they lost the team fight against KT.
And now they don't have the Ornn ultimate, and still they want to try to play for pick here onto Gideon. And unfortunately, he's too tanky. He does survive here. And then the handshake comes through, and KT are just now opting into this fight. Gio is pretty strong at this stage, so he wants to actually force this, wants to go in. But when he dashes forward here, Gideon, who survived earlier, actually flashes on him and kills him, and the fight is a wash. I understand the idea from KT here, start to finish, even after those 2 picks went down. They think they have the damage, they think they have the numbers, but they're just slightly off. And the punish comes from Bro. I think a lot of other teams would have just been like, all right, get out, get out, get out, get out, get out. We might just have to lose one and get out. But no, Gideon says, I'm going in. We're actually going to turn this into the game-ending play.
Yeah, it was a flash buffer hostile takeover by Namgung. That type of aggression is what led to success for Bro. Then the game stalls out for a little bit. They stack the Drakes. They get Infernal Soul, but that does leave Elder up. But it's similar to a different type of engage that they had over the back here.
Gio just can't play the game. He really wants to play the game in this team fight. He's not allowed to.
And I think it was such a great setup by Vi and Ari. Even though Charm didn't connect, I think the setup was correct and the flank positioning. And also I could hear it from the mic check as well. They were already setting up the fight even before they start the Elder Drake. So I really like this kind of setup from the Hanjin Breon.
Hanjin knew they could play around the Ren, Ox mentioned on the cast, just put those sticks in the Elder and force KT into an awkward spot. They have the tools, they have the engage opportunity there onto the Yunara. The Yunara has to clean up the fight. That's the entire game plan for KT, is use the Elder as kind of your own front line and then slowly whittle away. But when that snap engage comes through, if you're not ready to respond, if you're not able to peel, it's just over in an instant.
You know, I think the casters called it out, and we talked about it a little bit. It felt like that was a lot of trust and draft resources into Jiwoo to play the scaling option there against very aggressive options here that Teddy was able to play. And Wadid, you brought it up earlier. As we get later and later onto the series, the bot lane champion pool is going to be important. Execution down there going to be huge here for KT or for Brion if they're able to get the victory, as we send it on over to the casters for game number 3.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that breakdown of game number 2. Great to see the Bros bounce back after a tough first game, and that gives us a best of 3 here in the play-ins for our very first game. No 3-0s throughout our play-ins, Orcs. We are not about that life. We're about maximum games and maximum value. Thank you, bro.
I'm a little worried because that sign I saw right there that already crossed out the 0 to make it a 1, there was not much space for the 2.
Well, I mean, they're going to have to figure that out.
Yeah.
Because that is definitely happening. Coach Song right there trying to work out how to bring us to a game number 4 in style here for the Bros. And it doesn't matter who wins this one, just as long as the other team wins the next one. That's the rule. And maybe we'll just alternate, right? Maybe it's now KT's turn as they do decide to head towards the blue side. So once again, we are going to just have KT on blue and a first pick here for the Bros. I'm pretty sure if I read that right.
Yeah, which is a bit interesting because both games so far have been won by first pick. Obviously, Catapic, a lot of value, so maybe looking for Perfect to get the advantage in that top lane matchup rather than be in a position like he was in this game, where he was just kind of answering. I mean, he did technically kind of pick the Rumble, but maybe an opportunity to get a more active kind of pick in this one.
Yep. All right, Pantheon once again going to be the ban. Bans for the Bros last time was Pantheon, Ezreal, and Galio. And Cassio, Caitlyn, and Orianna were the bans for KT.
Yeah, I think the bot lane, we've seen a lot of strong duos taken out. As you said before, Caitlyn Bard, Ezreal Karma. Yep. I think are things on the mind right now in terms of power. Jace often crops up at this point. There is the Yorick available to match into it, but often can have a good amount of priority. And we see the Annie ban coming out.
That is an odd one. I know he's a former TSM juggler, but it's also an odd ban.
Yeah, so
Orianna also going to be taken away.
Sometimes see Annie being pretty good into Ahri, but obviously that's already been taken away.
Has been an answer to the Rise as well, but that's also already been taken away. And we've seen it played into Anivia, but that's been taken away.
Yeah.
Just wanting to deny the Rise group special, perhaps?
Maybe denying the Annie Wukong. We'll see what they set up for.
Armor.
Are they gonna ban away the Ezreal or the Caitlyn? Either of those are going to leave them both open.
Might be just the trade, as the Lee Sin is going to be the final ban here.
I think it's smarter to leave them both open and available, so...
just Bard, and then just take whatever they don't pick. Might be the option.
Yeah, could be an option here. Works well with both of them.
But it might be... oh, never mind. Ezreal just a little bit too high priority. But you do run into the potential Caitlyn Bard, and then you run out of great picks alongside the Ezreal outside of the Seraphine that we have seen find a lot of success.
Yeah, I
it's
think...
in fact, Geo and Effort that played that one very well.
I think Ezreal Seraphine would be okay. You could also maybe look for Camille again if you want to kind of deny the prospect of the Bard, since Camille does very good there. Although typically KT have been banning Camille more than picking it, so I don't necessarily expect them to go for that. We'll see what they opt for. I think Caitlyn is on the forefront of the mind.
Yeah.
Will they take that now? They will take the Bard at least.
That, like you say, somewhat dangerous with Namgung's propensity to play the Camille.
You could also just take Corki. Corki kind of pairs with whatever. Comfortably. Yeah. I think, you know, Corki's fine. Caitlyn's pretty good. I think the one thing you're really worried about is if they go Jhin.
I am very worried about that, Orcs. You're exactly right. That being said, I'm not as worried right now because it doesn't matter which team wins in this game as long as we make it to 5 games. So KT throw this one away. It's kind of all right. As the Wukong, going to be a consideration here for Cuz, despite the lack of Annie.
So I feel like we've seen Lissandra work pretty well as like a substitute for Annie. So potentially could look in towards that. I was also thinking maybe the Annie, they were denying it because they were like Annie Lee Sin would be really strong in case they get the Lee Sin, but then KT banned it themselves.
All right.
Bro, what are we picking? Do we want to just match jungle here? Would you go something like a Skarner maybe?
Elise.
Grab the Elise for Namgoon. So, as you said before, a lot of teams have been going Ezreal, Seraphine. This feels like a much more aggressive option. The Cocoon is going to be very easy to hit on the Bard's Rotund hitbox.
Oh no, not the Rotund Bard again.
There we go.
Well, I thought we fearlessly banned the Nautilus. He was going to be okay. Xin Zhao going to be the choice though into the Wukong here for Gideon, a champion that he has found a fair bit of success on in the past. Doesn't have an Enchanter support to pair alongside him, but I think still should be very strong here in this game.
So are you going to secure a mid for BDD here? Or are you just going to get the Caitlyn? I feel like pairing up the bot lane is the more important thing here. So they're going to get the Caitlyn. Even though you have other options, I think you would quickly feel bad about getting trimmed away. Actually, they changed their mind. So
I don't know about that. I'm a bit frightened about the Sivir.
A less aggressive option, going for the Sivir. I mean, Sivir does well into Elise, into Ezreal.
Good point.
That does have that shorter range. And it can be a bit awkward to try and teamfight as Sivir when you're into a Xin Zhao. As if you end up getting in range of him to actually ricochet, you're in a dangerous position.
Well, now we're going to see the rest of these bans come in. No lock for Roma. He has found a lot of success on. A lot of pick potential already here for the bros. I think the Jace stocks are extremely high. And so we'll see whether that does get banned away or whether they're going to look at something else. Because already with this Cassante being banned away, the bros might have their eyes on the Jace. But first pick out of this ban phase does go to KT. All right, one more ban. KT to throw around, and that is another mid lane ban. There are so many mid laners taken away here.
Yeah, trying to trim away these more aggressive melee divers. Roma having a lot of success previously on the Akali, and also did get that pentakill with the lock.
Yeah. Or I'd say Namgoon gave him the pentakill.
Delivered it to him.
Yeah. The 0-8 power spike. Just a beautiful time to be alive. One more ban. The Victor is going to be taken away here. So, Jace, I guess, for KT. Does casting just want to play Yorick into it, and that's why they're very happy leaving it up?
Yeah, I feel like it's a little bit risky in that regard. I feel like maybe just take mid here, and then if Bro pick Jace, you pick Yorick. If they don't pick Jace, you pick Jace.
Yeah.
Kind of works out well in that regard. I feel like something like an Aurora or... Oh, Zoe's been threatened.
Okay,
He'd even bring it out. He's so insanely
rate.
good in this pick. He's so good on this pick. And it looks like Bro will just grab the Jace here. You know, you're into a pick that has a lot of poke in terms of the Zoe. Wanting to match some of that range.
And what is the pick into the Zoe? That's the big question. As it looks like Jace is going to be the first cab off the rank, but I imagine they're using a lot of this time to work out what the pick into the Zoe is going to be. Could it be that Lissandra that you were talking about?
I think it could make sense. I think you could also go for something like the Aurora. I think those are the ones that come to mind first and foremost.
Echo would be crazy, man.
That would be insane. And they were banning these like dive melee threats away. This
honestly, wouldn't Echo be absolutely sick with his parallel convergence or whatever it is to get the stun if like the portal jump comes out and you get it down at exactly the right time?
Oh man, we just got
LeBlanc
with a ton of cool picks, but LeBlanc, one of those OG options to take in a Zoe, can actually make her pay, and KT closed the trap with the Jace, the Yorick into the Jace, so casting gonna have his work cut out for him in this matchup, but similarly, BD gonna have his work cut out for him, trying to survive against Roma on the LeBlanc. I feel like lanes are gonna be so contentious. There's so much kill pressure in this game. I feel like early on, we had previous games were quite slow. It was only the roams of BDD that really set things up.
Yep.
Both mid laners have a lot of opportunity to roam and really sway the side lane matchups.
This is going to be a very interesting one, though, because Zoe feels a little off-theme to me in this draft for KT. I feel like Perfect wants to be in a side lane, but Zoe wants to be sort of messing around with the enemy team, and it feels like a Wukong doesn't necessarily fit that. You want to just go for engages, get your Cyclone out, and really make an impact, and it can be a little bit difficult to make it work. I'd imagine that picking the Zoe when you have the Ezreal makes a lot of sense as well, because Sivir wants to be continuously autoing and getting those ricochets across. We'll just have to see, though, because BDD is an absolute master on this champion and team fighting on this champion as well, which can be so incredibly difficult. Zoe is just a very, very hard champion to have your damage actually land in the chaos of a team fight, and BDD has made a career on doing that. He is just so good at this champion. We'll see whether the bros can manage to keep him at bay with their pick and poke composition that they put together for themselves. Some fun comps to get onto the Rift. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 3, and we're guaranteed at least 4. I know we're guaranteed 5, actually, but right now, it's definitely 4 games. And already, we're seeing BDD Zoe on the Rift, right? We've got, like, slightly weird compositions. Namgung's Elise comes out. This is why Fearless is so good, because we really get treated to some interesting choices.
And, you know, we got some buffs to LeBlanc only a few patches ago that was to ult damage. So the Mimic, Sigil, Distortion, and Ethereal Chains all got their late game damage improved. And I feel like, oh, they're going in.
Another great Cocoon connects onto Jiu here as Teddy is just stacking up his passive.
Delete.
Oh my god, we are flashing for a red buff. That's what I'm talking about, Gideon.
This is the sort of creative pattern you love to see in Game 3 of a best of 5.
I mean, it's almost as cool as just straight up flashing out of the fountain, which is my favorite one. Really give you a head start getting out onto the map.
And honestly, they could actually realistically dive this. With how chunked out Jiu and Effort are, Elise is so good at setting up the dives. This is actually a cause for concern. This is why they're trading so heavily.
And they think that they're safe as the barrier comes out from Teddy, but Jiu is also looking worse for wear. Namgung, he does so much damage on this early game Elise.
Jiu is so low, Namgung can just literally auto him.
Oh, the flash Cocoon gets the flash.
He's so dead. He is just dead. Yep. There is no way out of this. Cuz is trying to move over. Gideon's trying to get level 3 in time.
Let's see what they can actually do here. The crash does finally come down. Jiu gets a bit of health back with that spell shield. And never mind, not dead.
Oh, Cuz just it comes down in time. And his presence saves them, because I was certain Jiu was just dead there. If they were able to pull that dive off, there was no way out. But he's able to live to fight another day.
All right, now that the action is over, we can have a look at some of our keystones and things like that. Nothing is really standing out as far as anything crazy. Double electrocutes for our supports on the bottom side is no surprise. No. Storm Raider's Surge, kind of interesting, I guess, for the Jace. But not really.
Moving up to the top side to try and cover and defend these camps from Cuz. Great read right now, because Gideon ends up at a big advantage if he gets to clear up his own camps and deny Cuz from them. Now, Cuz might move towards, I was going to say the bot lane, bot side scuttle, but instead he's going to go for maybe a push in here again. But the Raptor's already gone and he's down a level now. No red buff too.
All right, Effort now taking some damages. Namgung is kind of everywhere here this game. There's the repel.
Oh, he's out of range.
Yeah, he's not actually able to make it to the minion, as Namgung now just has to try and commit to the fight, and that's first blood over to BDD Zoe of all people.
Oh, a big misplay, because he chunks out Effort, and that honestly could have been enough. You chunk out Effort, Gideon comes down, 3v3 with Effort low would be in your favor, but just a miscalculation on the repel, slightly out of range of the minion wave, means that he's got nowhere to go, no flash, and he ends up going down.
I was really expecting him just to come back down on like you could see the minion that he was going for, and just unfortunately not able to get there. And if we have a look at this one more time, I'm just wondering whether there was like a minion that he was looking for that was moving out of the way that he couldn't actually get to. No, you saw the one that he wanted.
It's because of the Sleepy Trouble Bubble.
Aha!
The Trouble Bubble came out, and he's like, I just have to repel now. Am I in range? And the answer was no, so good pressure there from BDD.
Yeah, very nicely done. Still, Namgung is a man built on deaths. He's very happy to go 0-1 by 5 minutes. In fact, I would say that he could probably go 0-2 by now.
He's definitely set that sort of pace before.
Oh, yeah.
And Elise is that sort of champ that you will get a lot of kills in a lot of situations, but you can just die on repeat.
Yeah, let's just say Itsy Bitsy Spider doesn't get up and down that water spout by staying alive the whole time. As now Jiu taking a bit of damage here. Teddy trying to do what he can. It's a decent spell shield, but Gideon's coming down one more time. Wind becomes lightning, just barely avoided by the Sivir. And it's another recall to come through from Namgung.
The pressure's there, but they're not really finding the angle in. Gideon's trying to chase these finite windows where he can threaten Jiwoo, but a good job from Jiwoo in effort to mitigate this, buy time until Cuz can move over and avoid the pressure.
Yeah, Roma is doing a pretty good job here in this mid lane, staying ahead in farm by just a little bit, winning out on a few of these trades.
I will say, one of the things I always found really frustrating about LeBlanc.
Oh, man, he flashes to get the ethereal chains and finds the solo! Roma with the kill under BDD to even out the series, and yes, pro fans! It is this crazy here in Game 3.
This is why you take the matchup. Roma with supreme confidence, flashes to keep in range off the tether and kills BDD on his signature Zoe. The confidence. And I remember all those time ago when Roma actually was pretty close to his debut, when Showmaker picked LeBlanc into his Orianna and killed him on repeat.
Oh yeah, he did.
Unceremoniously.
I was about to say, like, do we change his name to Rowmaker now?
Maybe.
Because that was Showmaker-esque. Cuz gonna actually go in on this one. Only level 5, and Namgung is gonna have to go up into the sky. Does come back down, and now Roma is trying to find the angle. BDD not able to get enough damage onto this Elise to take him down. And KT, they will get control of this river. They're not able to get any kills.
The fact that Namgung just gets to walk out of that kind of crazy.
이거 미드도 그냥 찌르면 강하다. 계속
Oh,
나오는
we get a
거긴 해.
point of view replay.
이제
And he hit everything.
Yeah, the flash to keep up with the movement speed. Just so well played there.
And this was the bottom lane.
Yeah, one of the things I found so frustrating about LeBlanc is the amount of poke this champion can do and just not really being answerable. If a LeBlanc gets fed, you can just kind of like W over QRE, W back, and if they're not dead, they might as well be.
Yep. Gideon is also going to be able to find Cuz here. 3 Talent Strike doesn't quite work, but True Shot Barrage is going to get this monkey out of the battle. And Gideon, with level 6 already, there is no way that Cuz is going to be able to contest this, especially with no flash available. They are really keeping this Wukong down.
I really like how Gideon's approach to jungle this game, constantly looking to challenge Cuz. We've seen the jungles be a bit less active in the early games so far this series, but Gideon has tried to find these windows, tried to shut down Cuz, and even though he hasn't found the bot gank windows, he's still been putting that pressure on.
Well, BDD going to have to walk his way out of this one. Sweep comes on through. And now I'm going over here as well, as they look to take down this ward. They will be able to get rid of it. BDD just biding his time, though.
If you set up control around mid lane for Roma, he will roam.
He will.
Yeah.
He will be more of a Roma than BDD, because BDD is a BDD.
Yeah, and you make it so tricky for BDD to move into the fog of war, which has been his way of getting advantages for his team in the early levels in both previous games.
Oh, Teddy looking for a solo here towards Jiu. Does get his health back with that spell shield. The exhaust comes down. And a couple of buttons do go wide. Oh, there's that rotund hitbox you were talking about, as Roma is going to not quite find the damage to take down Effort, but now Cuz, he's on these grubs and it's just going to get pushed away. Lit on fire here by the Spider, flashes in, gets the cocoon though, and even 2 Cyclones is not enough to keep Cuz alive. And Gideon not even going to go back towards the grubs as Teddy continues to find an advantage down here as the goalie wall, oh, not enough to get him out of that. Wind becomes lightning and perfect will go down to Roma. This guy's LeBlanc is now on a killing spree and the bros are just looking so good here in this third game.
6-stack Dark Seal already, 3-0 on the LeBlanc. Bro are in a phenomenal position and Effort is sheepishly trying to approach, pick up some chimes, but you don't want to be anywhere near this LeBlanc right now. We'll see the replay here. So, as you were saying, Bard, it's hard not to get hit by the cocoon. But he lives, you see the double shrine thrown down to keep himself alive, but that leaves the Isolate here. And Namgood actually ignites here to keep the vision when Cuz walks into the brush. Really smart, really intelligent move, just to make sure they had eyes on him. And no chance of a turnaround play there when he has his ult. And here, Gideon, the W at the angle, where it hits him regardless. If he flashed that way, didn't flash to the side. And the end play is just huge for Bro on the back of this. The fact that Effort survived is such a small silver lining for KT, but it shows that it could have been a lot worse if there was just a little bit more damage.
Well, the Bros are going to be able to get the most grubs, but Cuz does come over to get one, as now Roma is going to chase after BDD once again. Now I'm going once again in the mid lane. This is going to put on that extra pressure, and BDD Zoe really not able to find its footing here in this game. It's Sork Boots as well for Roma, and the Merc Treads here for BDD. Just, you can understand the back foot the KT feel like they're on right now, and needing to avoid just getting chain CC'd to death, I think is such a big deal. These Merc Treads are going to be so necessary. But it does mean that BDD will not have the same level of burst damage that Roma will have.
And especially, they've changed the weighting of these two items in the most recent patch, where they took Magic Resist off Merc Treads, they took 5 away from it, and they gave 2 extra Magic Pen to the Sork Shoes. So this is a different feel to how it would have been last patch, where it would have just been the Merc Treads Magic Resist completely eclipse how much pen the Sork Shoes has, and you have extra. I mean, the Magic Shield's still very powerful against LeBlanc, but oh my lord.
That double distortion was just beautiful there from Roma. He really knows how to play this matchup. It is working very, very well so far. As we haven't really had a look at Perfect versus Casting very much this game.
But Casting doing a pretty good job so far with the early lead. We've seen some players have been able to leverage the pressure that Jace has on the early levels and put the Yorick down. Some players have really fallen over in the early levels even against the Yorick. But eventually the Maiden does make it tricky.
Well, speaking of the Maiden, she is going to be summoned now as Casting. We'll just have to get to work with his hammer to take this one down. Gideon going to grab this Mountain Drake. Next one going to be a Chemtech. As the Bros have almost a 2,000 gold lead at this stage of the game.
And it's spread out across like multiple members. It's not just one person who's strong who could be shut down. A lot of the team are fed right now.
Yep.
And it was just, as well, that trade in the top lane, Casting, getting the Storm Raiders and disengaging now. We do have Cuz making his way in here.
Yep, Teddy going to get slowed down, and there is Cuz just pouncing out of the brush. Teddy gets the barrier, flashes over the wall, Gideon comes in, and oh no, Cuz gets pushed back with that Crescent Guard. The Tempered Fate is going to be there to try and keep Effort alive for a little longer, but Gideon will be able to find that kill, and now Roma is going to put the hurt down onto KT. Still Gio is alive, and the bubble is going to stop the LeBlanc, but the Jace is there with the Shock Blast, and down goes the Sivir regardless. The bottom lane is taken down here. Bros do lose Teddy, but I think they're okay with it.
A lot committed here from Bro to answer this play. Is going to allow Perfect to get some damage onto this tower here, but I still think Bro just not allowing KT to get away scot-free with trying to take out Teddy.
Nicely played. Let's have a look at this one more time. It was a good chase down, and Teddy just barely surviving and getting over this wall, demanding so much extra attention here from KT.
See the decision making, and then he finally gets the flash off, gets in the right position for it. Cuz has to flash to finish him off. A lot of stalling with the stasis, but they see the TP coming in, and Roma with the roam. Close there. If the chain connects, I think they might have just potentially both died, but Jiwoo no way to really get away from the situation. The Shock Blast comes in true. Makes it very clear that they really needed Casting as well, getting that final hit there, and now has a pretty sizable lead over Perfect in this top lane matchup. And between the Storm Raiders and the Ghostblade, a lot of mobility to kind of outplay the Yorick, who's a bit of a slow marching champion.
Yeah, not to mention if Cuz tries to come up and punish the Jace as well, he can really utilize a combination of Keystone and Item in order to get himself away. So really nicely done. Good decision making here, but obviously it was largely what he was going to be building anyway. Going to be now heading towards that Manamune. Perfect now parking himself in this bottom lane. There is a Roma in the brush, but he's looking to be marching back towards the mid lane as Gio and Teddy meet once again in this top side. 3 plates left on the top lane outer turret for the Bros, but 1 more for Gio to get, and he will be able to take down that turret. First turret blood still up and available.
Not doing that much damage to Perfect right now with those Shock Blasts.
Not so much.
But not really the main concern at this time.
This Yorick is pretty strong.
30 seconds on that Herald, and space control, so important for both of these compositions when you're into a Zoe, when you're into a LeBlanc. Being able to see where the skill shots or the champion is flying from makes all the difference It's been a while since we've had like an actual LeBlanc meta in the LCK, but we all remember the times of just a support face checking and just getting obliterated from the tug of war.
And I think that it's not even necessarily just supports. I think anyone face checking is just going to have to either go back via the Death Chamber or not. Romer is very, very strong right now with his upgraded shoes as well as his Ludens. And BDD does have the Ludens completed as well, but it just feels like Romer has hit his stride. Extra level on that Mimic as well as now Effort and Cuz look for a bit of a dive potential, but Namgung is here. And you've got Gideon moving down as well. The Maiden is likely to die as Casting should be able to grab this kill. One more auto, and she will be taken out. And there it is, 50 gold over to the Jace.
Just a great reaction from Gideon, and I'm going to move down here to cover that top laner, make sure the play can't happen. You know, obviously Herald's on the map. That you would expect to be the focal point right now, but Bro don't want to leave out Casting to dry. And now, PP coming in. I think they see Cuz.
Yeah, Cuz was not wanting to push his luck there. Is just going to back away as Romer is going to move over, pop some Crystalline Overgrowth, does manage to do that, and goes back to his Distortion. So a bit of extra money with that plate going on over. Now the Bros looking for an angle here towards the Rift Herald. Casting, realizing that Perfect may not be alone, is just going to back away instead of looking for more of a fight here as Cuz wants to be able to help out to grab this kill on the Jace. Acceleration Gate though, as well as that Ghost Blade giving him that extra space before, will mean that the Bros will be able to take this Rift Herald in trade for likely this bottom outer turret, because Cuz and Perfect do a lot of damage to it. Teddy up here in this top lane, I don't think he's going to be able to win this race. So that is going to be some extra money in the coffers of KT, but immediately answered here by the Bros, and they do not lose their top laner.
I think Casting doing a good job of respecting it this time when he doesn't have the support of his team. It is just a trade in the end, but Bros still have that Herald in pocket. KT would love to answer with the Dragon, but I'm not sure they're going to have a window to do so. And I'm going already here trying to contest this vision. And it looks like they'll be forced away. Perfect resetting, likely to have that Trinity Force available to buy.
Oh, Trouble Bubble does come down onto Gideon. Effort finds the Cosmic Binding, is now Giu with On the Hunt. Working out for him, Gideon trying to escape, realizes he won't be able to do so. When becomes Lightning, Effort almost dies, but does manage to survive it, and they take down the jungler right as this dragon spawns. Roma possibly going to get engaged on here as the chains do connect, and now Giu is in trouble. They just jump right on top of him, and down he goes. Was that an electrocute? I'm pretty sure it might have been. As, man, a 1-for-1, and Giu just wasn't allowed to be in that spot.
Yeah, just kind of confusing from just to walk up like that. Especially didn't have the support of his team. You know, Cuz went for the poke, he's a Wukong, can kind of do that. But Giu was just disrespecting the threat from Bro. And what went from like a favorable position, with Gideon being dead, KT potentially set up for control of mid and going to Dragon, now just kind of thrown in the bin. Effort gets chunked out a little bit, will answer with his own damage, but won't be able to push deeper to get the vision down here.
Well, Giu does at least have Navori now completed, so a couple of items picked up for the Sivir. Going to be valuable, but I imagine that Teddy is getting very, very close to that Muramana. You can see that tier only a few stacks away from maxed out, and he's going to be very, very strong. Still, the Bros just feeling like they have a positional advantage around this Dragon. Gideon already starting that one up, casting here towards the bottom side.
So
Perfect
scary.
the Maiden making their way over.
So scary, so difficult to face check to get the bot tower, to get the Dragon.
Like, look at all these wards, man. They know everything.
Yep. So this was an overstay from Gideon on the top side of the map. We already saw like Namgun reset, went to the bot side. Just a bit too much time spent there. It's a decent punish from KT. You see Gideon realizes he can't get out and does a lot of damage to Effort, all things considered.
Yeah.
But this one, Giu was already chunked by the true shot and still walked around this way.
Yeah, that was a crazy choice.
The Hextech Alternate was some of the damage there, because I think the Spell Shield got the Distortion and the Hextech Alternator helped to...
That makes sense. It was something that was a bit delayed.
Yeah. And then I think maybe had Scorch as well proccing, so...
Oh my god, Romer is almost up to Shadow Flame.
He's going to be so fit. He's 9 stacks on the Dark Seal as well, so he could just grab Shadow Flame Medjai's and be on like the pseudo 3-item spike that feels so insanely strong.
Like, if he gets any sort of assist or anything like that, gets up to that 10 stacks, all that movement speed as well is just going to be so dangerous. Let's have a look at this little scuffle that just happened in the mid lane as Giu is just dead again. That's what happened.
Giu had such a strong start to the series, but really struggling in this game. You know, Sivir has a Spell Shield, a lot of value here, but the short range proving to be troublesome. And Bro just getting more and more pressure. 2 Dragons in pocket.
And a 60 CS lead for Teddy. Like, Sivir is known, like, this was the matchup that Teddy got the most CS in the world on.
Yep.
And he was the Sivir.
And the thing is, we've always talked about the Sivir 400 CS win streak, but this game is not, it's not one where there's just easy targets to hit. It's also not one where KT can easily engage. Like, who are you actually going to engage on and how? Because LeBlanc and Ezreal both very safe. Jace can operate from a massive range. So, like, Bardold's very hard to land. There's Cuz just going in with a Cyclone, but that's not super reliable. I don't think KT can just necessarily team fight their way out of this hole that they're in right now.
Yeah.
I think picks are really going to be the impactful thing. But so far, bro, haven't really fallen prey. Casting did a phenomenal job to avoid being pressured. Gun lands.
Unbelievable. Cocoon going to connect there. Still, Effort is going to get engaged on. Does have to flash to get himself out of the way as Gideon still has Crescent Guard. So he's not dying here, but he's at least taking some damage. And now on the hunt, on cooldown.
I think when his Xin Zhao is this strong, and he is really far ahead, second highest gold lead in the game, it means you can't even shred him when he doesn't use or doesn't have his ult. So, such a cause for concern. Herald going to be thrown down in the mid lane.
Xena turret's going to take a whole chunk here from... Oh, never mind. Tempest Fate is going to come on through.
You know, I feel like people always forget about that interaction with the Bard and just throw it down, because you've seen that a lot in the LCK. I will admit, I also forgot about it in that moment.
Yes, so did I.
It happens to the best of us.
It does. I think maybe they thought that Effort was just hanging out with Boris for a little bit longer. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt on that one.
It does just negate that bit of pressure, though, which is nice. And we didn't talk about it before, but it is an Ocean Soul. Not the highest prio in this game, really. But it does mean that when you go in for these sort of poke wars, these attrition wars, you have such a massive advantage. Because if you trade blows, you come out with the extra health to sustain from it. And the mana, I think the thing that people don't talk about with Ocean Soul, it's a minor factor of it. It doesn't help you necessarily that much in teamfights, but the infinite mana for, you know, champions like LeBlanc can be really nice.
And not to mention the fact that, like, this is how the bros want to operate. And they're against, like, a Zoe with Merc Treads, right? Like, I don't think you're one-shotting anyone. And so if they go in for, like, this poke combo to try and make something happen, it's not really going to work. And I think the KT... They do want to be playing around Sivir, right? Ricochets, things like this. It's very consistent damage. But the way that the bros have been playing so far is they haven't really allowed that to happen. It's sort of duck and weave style League of Legends. Get in, get out. And that really suits that Ocean Soul that you were talking about. If there's ever a time for that to find the value, it is right now. Perfect. Trying to get big here in this game on this Yorick. Does have his Sojourns completed, as well as his Trinity Force.
So I think this is the right move from KT to approach from the bot lane, but it does kind of show the state of things right now. Complete control for Bro on the mid lane, complete priority. Approaching from the center of the map is so difficult, and it means that you're kind of in this awkward spot for KT. You see a bit of poke coming down. That's the sort of thing I'm talking about, where, like, if you have Ocean Soul, Roma just heals back all the health he burnt there, and it's just damage on Jiwoo. And Dragon up in 20 seconds.
Oh,
Beach
beach ball.
Close.
Yeah, just barely goes wide as Perfect is able to secure the Raptor camp. That's a little bit cute. Because on his red buff, they will be able to secure that. And BDD has a smite that he's collected from the ground. That's a pretty cute one.
Ocean Rift as well, there's more brushes. And they do have some good wards down here, but this one's going to get cleared out. They're going to try and rush their way in here. Roma's off to the side, though. Look at him.
Yeah, Jiu is not really allowed to be here as the chains are going to connect. That is going to be the Drake going on over. Sleepy Trouble Bubble does connect onto Teddy, but he is so far from danger. Gideon goes in. Crescent Guard is there as Effort will be wiped out. Tempered Fate from the grave just doesn't really do anything. And now Jiu, I think he's going to have to use that extra movement speed to get the heck out of here. Paddlestar goes wide, and the pros use their mobility to just avoid KT.
Good dodge from Namgun. I think a level 7 Elise. If you get hit by that paddle star, I think you just die, to be honest. So some nice dodging there to disengage. Bro get the dragon. They get a pick as well. Everything they needed from that play. And they don't overforce their hand. No need to. You already tick the boxes. Roma's position here on the flank with the control ward is so hard to deal with. And then this cocoon from Namgun. The Bard hitbox working against Effort, and even though the ult slows down Bro, it just means Bro can just go back to poking from a distance.
Yep, and we all know Slow Bro is pretty powerful, you know.
Very true.
Has some great stats, especially for a Gen 1 Pokemon. So even if they do Slow Bro, they will potentially still be the kings. There's another reference. Anyway, that's perfect.
Evolution.
Yeah, and it doesn't have bro in the name, and so that's why I was like, well, it's not all that relevant, is it? So I'll work on it. Try and figure out some Pokemon references to make.
I'm sure you have so many.
Yeah, and that was just, that one didn't work even a little bit.
I got it. I got
apologize
what you're
to
going for. I thought it was.
Yeah,
I think
like
you're
there was a
being too harsh
theory
on
there,
yourself.
but I just didn't quite hit it, you know?
Yeah.
Kind of like KT with this composition here in this game. There is a theory there, I'm pretty sure, but it did not quite work out. This is one of the issues, right, of Zoe. I feel like you really do need to craft a composition around her, and the Wukong Sivir not really fitting that bill. I really do like having a strong 4-1 with a Zoe composition, so the Yorick works. Outside of that, doesn't quite. Great sidestep there from Gideon, just wanders out of the way of that Tempered Fate. And Casting now has a Cyrilda's 3 items on this Jace.
Roma didn't opt to go for the Magi's, which...
Oh, a little bit sad.
I think yet, is what I'm going to say, actually. Still doing a ton of damage.
I think once he hits the 10-stack Dark Seal, there's no way he doesn't upgrade it, right? No way.
You could upgrade it now and just stack it sooner. But I think... This, oh, no.
Oh, dear. Effort is going to find him. Cuz was thinking about going over that wall, decides against it.
This is the thing with LeBlanc, it's just, what is the answer? When you can just, especially with a composition like this, there's no Nautilus who can ult a LeBlanc and then she's guaranteed knocked up. A Bard is so rarely going to be able to stun a LeBlanc. And a Wukong, you Cyclone and you just recast Distortion and you end up looking silly.
I feel like the Xin Zhao value is just so high as well as Roma goes in once again. Absolutely, this poke assassin as Trouble Bubble does connect onto the jungle, and Namgung looking for an angle, doesn't find the cocoon onto BDD as Roma still looking for more. With this distortion, he can just be everywhere and nowhere all at once as Cuz gets engaged on. The Cyclone has to be invested as Namgung puts him in the cocoon. Tempered Fate is going to come down, but it's too late to save the jungler. And now Teddy, yeah, sort of trapped against a beach ball in a hard place, but he just arcane shifts over the wall. And the Bros think this is a time to spend a moment with Terry and look to take him down.
Still looking for poke on this side, though. Bro, not wanting Perfect just to walk in here and stop them. Oh my god, that
Very
damage.
close to almost dead. Yeah, he almost does get taken out here. Terry still taking damage. Roma wanting to get these pokes down, and BDD and Effort, you just cannot be here. Roma will just kill you. Cocoon barely going to go wide. The chains also do not hit the mark as the Bros back away from the... Never mind, they don't back away from the Baron. Gideon was still there. Felt like there were so many that had left the pit. Surely they'd given up on it. But nope. Gideon sticks around and they guarantee this Baron. And the Bros, I feel like they've played so many different styles of League of Legends this series. Oh, the first one didn't work, but these last two have just been beautiful.
And this sort of comp has a lot of finesse to it. It's not the easiest to play. It's not super straightforward. The way they approach this, the setup they have around this Baron, at no point do they overcommit. At no point do they force too hard. It's a matter of finding code. And as soon as you get a jungler, it makes everything easier because you know there's no smite. And then the rest of them just continuously get poked down, but never step too far. They know there's no immediate threat onto them. With the Wukong down, the engage isn't there. It's only a Sleepy Trouble Bubble that connects. Would be a problem, but they just keep dodging away. And now Dragon spawning at 15 would be that Ocean Soul. Gideon has GA and is feeling himself.
Yeah, he is just going to dash into 3 people. Magical Journey gets Chiu, Cuz, and Effort all out of there. Or does it? Oh, Cocoon just barely going to go wide. But the Bros, they pushed them all the way away from this Dragon Pit. They should be able to guarantee themselves an Ocean Soul. And I don't know how the Bros lose from here with the style that they've been playing, as there is another Mimic Distortion. If that chain had landed, I think BDD just pops like a balloon.
For sure. And also the Banshee's picked up by Roma, so just no recourse. When you go in like that, you land a Sleepy Trouble Bubble, it just breaks the spell shield. They don't want to have to go for a full actual 5v5. It's just this poking and prodding that they're doing so well. They're moving now towards the Dragon. Ocean Soul will just make things even more difficult.
And Roma should be putting his Magi's together immediately after this Drake goes down. Teddy going to help Gideon out here momentarily, and Casting going to come on over as well, do his shift, as that is just a free Ocean Soul over to the Bros. No way that KT could contest it.
And it's kind of rare that we see picks like Nico or the Elise go Mikhail's, but I think it's such a good buy here, because this has been the one ability that Pro have been dodging extremely well, but is an actual cause for concern, is that Zoe Sleep. And now it's just going to be so much less of a factor. In fact, with the Mikhails, you can't even be caught out by it yourself because you just self Mikhails before the sleep actually comes in.
Yeah, it's one of the easier abilities to keep track of with the Mikhails as well.
Don't even need to be Captain Jack.
Nope.
You could just be like Private James.
Yeah, Private James would actually be fine at it. Major Max, not so much. He still struggles. All right. Giyu and Effort trying to defend here, and at least Siva is pretty good at dealing with Baron minions, but not as good at dealing with all of this as he's trying to play some DDR, but misses out on that last one as the Shock Blast just halves his health bar. The True Shot Barrage would have done the other half, so pretty happy for him that he keeps himself alive here as Romer is splitting on that bottom side. Perfect trying to deal with him for the moment. This war of attrition is being won by the Bros. And this Ocean Soul, I don't even know whether it's necessary, but it is making things real annoying for KT.
Just means like the Siva Ricochet cannot whittle them down and eventually get them to the point where you can force a fight. They just keep sustaining up on every single wave. The health bars feeling fresh, and KT, it's not even Baron minions. They just can't even contest with the pressure from a regular minion siege with this Siva. They pop the ult and look for a play.
Teddy's moving forward. Giyu is in so much trouble. True Shot Barrage is going to chase after him, but not enough to kill him. On the hunt, enough movement speed to avoid it, but now Roma, he smells blood, and he is going to dash in. Goes back to his original distortion here and gets themselves out.
A desperation play, because KT are so frustrated with what is happening in this game, they can't even fight. And not from a perspective of they can't fight because they'd lose. They don't even get a chance to lose a fight.
Oh, no.
They're just getting harassed down. They try and go for a pick on a Teddy, and it just ends up flopping because it's an Ezreal.
Yeah.
And he still had his flash on top of that. So just completely safe from the play.
Now I'm already getting some Mikhail's value as well. You can see that's on cooldown.
Yeah.
Oh, man. So, mid inhibitor. It fell. They did manage to keep their top inhibitor turret alive. Bottom lane down to a couple of plates remaining. Jackshow's done here for perfect. That's item number 3. But, I mean, you look at the other side of the rift, and Teddy is sitting on like a luxury BF sword as well as 4 items already done.
Yeah.
He's about to hit a Flame Horizon against Giyu, which I think is likely not going to happen because now Siva just like starts hitting these super minion waves.
It's still crazy how much farm he has.
Yeah, ahead of the clock by like 5 minutes here as well. Like, it's crazy.
Ezreal doesn't soak up farm nearly as easily as picks like Siva, so he's been doing some big work there. Gideon is also 70 CS up in the jungle. Casting also just finished his Cyclo Sword. They are so strong right now.
Yeah. This is pretty ridiculous. 11,000 gold. They could just bring their wallets down on top of KT, and I think that we would be going to a game number 4 with a bro match point, as even the Maiden just getting taken out, not able to run.
Run!
She won't get up. There's the audacious charge. Shock Blast just hits a corpse. Perfect. Not going to have access to that ultimate for the next little while.
Oh,
there is the Forbidden Book.
Finally. Not much time left to stack it, but we'll take it.
Yep.
Big influx of AP.
20 seconds until this Baron. Might be where he can get a couple of extra pages for it.
I mean, once you get the Baron, we saw already how difficult it was to deal with Bros sieging their push, their poke, with just normal minion waves. You add the Baron to the equation, and I don't see KT being able to hang on. Definitely not able to get any vision towards the Elder that's spawning in a couple of minutes. So, I mean, what are you supposed to do here? How are you supposed to even get close? And look at the 3 members, Roma, Namgun, and Teddy, just like hovering around the jungle under very little threat, but so much danger to anyone who steps forward. And the answer is, you're not going to contest it. So Baron's now secured for Bro. And once the siege begins, how are you supposed to approach that Elder Dragon that spawns in a minute and a half?
Run. I think you have to run.
Yeah, I think so.
BDD does have a pretty cool hat. Zoe is starting to do some damage.
Yeah, BDD's had so many phenomenal games on the Zoe, but I think Bro have respected it so much. The Sleepy Trouble Bubbles have not been able to connect. Oh, the True Shot might hit!
Oh, BDD gets wiped out! Oh no, that should guarantee an Elder release, but maybe the Bros just go for the win. They've got Baron, and they're just so much stronger. It is a 13,000 gold lead, and Roma is going to look to sink in the knife. Perfect already taken down to 50%. KT desperately trying to hold on to their Nexus turrets. Coolywall goes down. Effort is basically dead, having to magically journey through his Nexus. as the Bros continue here, and they outrange them. They can layer so much poke in. Every one of these shock blasts is so deadly. True Shot Barrage comes over yet again as Roma has to flash away because he's already dead. Roma goes back in as he finds the chains, and Teddy, his arcane shifting forward. Down goes the bottom lane. Perfect is on the fountain, just waiting for game number 4 as the Bros crush KT here in the 3rd.
What a game here by Roma on the LeBlanc, just decimating the Zoe of BDD, that legendary pick we've seen succeed so many times before. And you know, we often call Bro the thinking man's team.
Oh yeah.
That was a thinking man's game. I feel like just so many setups, so many situations where they're landing the poke, not letting KT play the game. It was frustrating from KT's perspective. It was flawless for the Bros.
It really was. They had such a cohesive draft as well. I think that's something that KT really need to work on moving into the next game, because that one felt a little bit all over the place. But the way the Bros played this poke and pick composition, which has fallen on its face so many times here in the LCK, was just an absolute joy to watch. Look at that gold graph, man. That's beautiful. That's exactly a coach's dream right here. And that gives them match point in this series. Top of the Rise group, poised to take out bottom of the Legend group and promote first to the playoffs. That would be absolutely crazy, wouldn't it? We can't have that. We've got to go to 5 games. That's what we've been promised. It's the Bros. They're a team of value. We'll have to find out how KT does it as we go to a short break. Then the space breaks down that last game, and then we'll see how KT can bring us to 5.
조이필.
저희 쓸모 없어.
탑라인 진짜 조이필이야.
야, 팅구 조심해, 팅구. 아프다.
정면이야. 야, 따다.
나이스. 야, 괜찮다.
오케이, 잡았어. 여차하면 지르자.
이번에 나 3타로 지를게.
몇 개 했어. 이거 그냥 크게 벌리면 되죠?
이번에 끝내. 나 끝났어.
내가 오른쪽 쓸게.
탑 밀는 중.
내가 오른쪽 가면. 뭐 알아서 쓰죠.
나 3타로 이번에 볼게, 얘들아. 타워 치면서 봐.
그냥 풀어야 되긴 해.
천천히.
시기를 잘 잡아야 돼. 나 포킹 3초.
11한테 볼게, 이번에 걸게.
내가 다음 라인에 걸려, 다음 라인에.
이번에 박을게, 얘들아.
이 라인 보고 박아줘.
볼게.
나 위로 가. 이제 라인 이제 가자.
이번에 박을게.
나 50 급하다, 50 급하다.
오고.
어우.
여기 이쪽.
빨리지 말고 타워 좀
나 안 죽어.
11에 봐줄래, 11에? 뒤에 좀 넣어야 될 것 같긴 해. 안 넣어도 될 것 같긴 해.
딜량 내기?
딜량을 안 주는데? 잘했다. 굿. 오멘 굿.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the space as Hanj and Brion take a dominant game number 3, and we're moving into the championship rounds. Will it be a 4-gamer, or will we go all the way? We'll find out together. Digon here alongside Wolf and Wadid. It's 2-1, Hanj and Brion over KT.
As a KT predictor,
yes,
I was pretty unhappy with the draft. I was pretty unhappy with what we got here. The BDD Zoe we all know and love, right? It's a pick that we've seen so many times dominate best of 5s, but in this draft where you have a Wukong that you drafted early, you have a Sivir that you're trying to play front to back with and later on team fights, you're leaving Jace up, so you're forced to play Yorick. You have the Wukong who can't fix or punish the Jace on the top side, and you left yourself open to one of Romer's classic LeBlanc picks. Now, that part I can forgive because if you're BDD, you expect you're going to be able to get through that laning phase. He picked Ignite. It did not go as well as he planned. But on the other side, for Bro, you got the classic, right? You got Teddy's Ezreal early. You got Namgung on the Elise. You have a front line for this draft. You've got a winning top side. And you got the counter pick for mid. So Bro kind of walked away, in my mind, with everything here. And when you get ahead with this comp, it's impossible for KT to come back.
So this is the thing that I was talking about in the pre-show. When it comes to the BO5, the ball lane picks, it's really hard to pick it up. I think the concept is still the same, but the issue is they cannot go for 4 or 5. So in the previous game, they could just drop down their bot lane, so pick the strong top side to win the top side. But at this time, they had to pick Sivir on 3rd, otherwise they're gonna get pinched. So that's why they picked it, but it still makes you lose the bot lane. So I think the concept is the same, but it works for Brion even better.
Yeah, and you could see as soon as that Zoe pick came on in, Romer started laughing, and he flashed 3 or 4 different champs, decides on the LeBlanc, and that's where we focus on the early game here. The big criticism we had was that Romer was getting out-roamed by BDD. Here, he makes plays happen early on and is able to punish in a way he wasn't earlier.
Wave's in a bad spot for BDD. Romer ready to punish. BDD greeds. He just instantly takes him out.
And after that, it was like nothing much to show. It was just Hanj and Brion all over the map. They're too late. You have Zoe with the Ignite losing the lane, and now LeBlanc is all around the map, roaming around, and your Wukong cannot do much because the item power spike is too late compared to Xin Zhao, and the game was literally just over after this point. And also your counter pick Yorick is getting punished by mid jungle, and I think the game was literally unplayable. Your AD carry is 50 CS down compared to Ezreal, so there's no point.
I think from behind, the comp of Bro still very strong because you still have those pick potential. Unless
Yes.
the LeBlanc is like 0-4, you still have a lot of threats. You actually have Engage in your comp. You have a Xin for frontline, and KT don't have any way to get back in the game. So it just becomes a snowball that's rolling down the hill. We could take a look at some of the plates, right? Like the plate money here, they picked up early. They just kept snowballing the game. You look at the gold graph in the game, and then you look at the 80 carry lead that was there in the mid game, and you're like, wow, did Sivir die 7 times? No, they just got all the plates. They gave him so much money.
Yeah, and I also want to mention about the top lane matchup as well. I think Casting did such a great job on holding that matchup on the top side. I think everyone knows that Yorick is going to have a good time against the matchup on the top. But here, this guy, I think he handled the matchup by himself, and I think it helped a lot for Hanj and Brion to finish this game early.
Yeah, perfect. Called the shot. He's like, I want the counter matchup. Can you do the blind, BDD? Yes, I can. It doesn't work out in both lanes. Which then leads us to draft, which is the fascinating part of Fearless, especially when we go into best of 5s. We're into game 4. Here are the champs that have been selected. And what jumps out of here with it?
I mean, again, I really want to focus on the ball lane. I think the first game they handled well with the Misfortune Nautilus. In the second game, they tried to kind of match with the picks, which is Yunara Lulu, but it didn't work out. In the game 3, they did the worst choice. And I think it's, again, for the both side, that's why I picked my priority picks as the bot lane once again. As Seraphine is still up, and Jhin, Caitlyn. I think all those 3 picks are all about the early game pressure, and I think it's the matter of if you want to handle the Ash Seraphine combination or you're gonna soak the pressure with the Jhin pick.
This has been the win con we talked about all day, even in our pre-show about Brion is the bottom lane. For KT, it's top side. And I'm looking at these picks, the Cassiopeia, if we go for a trade, I trust BDD will be able to get it done. He's had so many amazing Cassiopeia games. Azir, still relevant here. Very niche at this moment in time, but I think a lot of relevant drafts. You can pick this as your pickup. It's BDD. Then you're looking at the Nasus pick, and I'm looking at all these picks potentially for KT to try to leverage those solo lane power here. Nasus is incredibly strong on the top lane right now. We haven't seen it in our region yet, but I guarantee you Purpose been practicing it and is ready to play it here in this series. I think KT are going to have to take some risks. I think they might have to leave Cassio Ori open. They might have to pull that Azir out, and maybe Nasus in the top lane.
Or BDD Yone into GU Ziggs, because
something like that.
I didn't mention Ziggs, but Ziggs is one of the best pick if you want to just like leave your AD carry on the turret and play through the top side.
I think a last one for me is Akali. That's something that Roamer has shown not just proficiency, but an eliteness on it with solo kills and being willing to take the aggression there, which is what we said during game one. Where was the fire that Hanjin Brion had throughout the season? Willing to take risks, willing to make mistakes, but then take the rewards from it. Here, they are one game away from booking their ticket as the 5th seed into the playoffs. KT, they need to get themselves together if they want a chance to make it on in today.
Let's see what happens. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for that breakdown. And I really, really liked the perspective picks that Wolf brought out for us. A Susan lock-in. We might have effort, hover Nasus, and then actually lock it in. Would that not be a beautiful moment?
That would be such... It would throw them off. They'll be like, oh yeah, they're just hovering the Nasus again. I wonder what they'll pick.
And he just gets to hover it the entire time.
They're still hovering it.
And then it just gets locked in.
No. They've locked it in.
Gorgeous.
See, so we'll see how things evolve. In game 4, more champions taken away than we've seen in any of our regular season games. And so far in this series, first pick has won every single game. And I do think a factor is we're just not really seeing enough value gained from some of these counter picks. The Kled, particularly in top lane, the Kled, the Ornn, and the Yorick, I feel like just didn't get as much value as maybe hoped.
Yeah.
I think Ornn did okay, to be honest. I think Ornn still did fine, but I think the other two just struggled to really make the impact you'd want when you're getting counter pick.
Well, this is really interesting because the bros, I think, were listening to what our space was talking about, as the Yone is going to be taken away. Cassio going to remain on the ban list here, as the Caitlyn is also removed from Teddy. Caitlyn, I feel, is getting a little bit more difficult to play, given the fact that you've lost the Bard already. There are a few things that you're not able to play alongside it. I guess there is still the Karma and the Lux.
Tried and true.
That's a good point. But there is no Caitlyn anymore, so don't even need to really worry about it. One final ban here for the bros, and they get rid of the Karma that I was talking about. All right, so I think Teddy wants to play Corki. That's what I'm feeling in my bones, as the Orianna does inevitably get taken away. So Pantheon, I think, is a huge one for Gideon to get his hands on. Stands out quite a lot here in this draft as far as the bans are concerned, and they are going to lock that one in.
But also, Lee Sin is available. Was banned previously pretty heavily.
And Cuz has been having some good games on the Lee Sin in solo queue recently, as well as just in general. But the Ashe Seraphine looks to be the argument here.
I think the value of this duo really shoots up this late in the series when a lot of the matchups that can be a bit awkward, a bit difficult, have been thinned away.
And no Jarvan available either.
Yeah, that being said, into a Pantheon, a little scary if they can put pressure down on you early. You could honestly just go for like Teddy's Corki plus an engage pick and just play to kill them in the bot lane as much as possible.
We'll see what Teddy wants to do. You can see very vocal right now, deciding what they want to play. He could also play something really, really difficult, like, oh, that's a lock, so they're not going to lock in the bottom lane just yet. Camille, a choice as well, definitely going to be flexing between casting and Namgung.
The early Camille here, because you potentially set up for that super dangerous bot lane, but also it could just be that Camille top, that we saw the changes try and push it into that lane. Camille has always scaled well, but it scales even better than it did previously now.
And the Lock Camille combo is how the bros managed to win that incredible series and get #1 in the Mad Movie, as there's the Lee Sin from Cuz to be locked in.
I mean, I just feel like I'm sensing danger for the bot lane, but also playing Lee Sin into Camille Pantheon Lock, they can just jump you, and Lee Sin can so often shirk off these difficult pick attempts, but into Camille, you don't really have that option so freely. And now, I think you will just ban 80 carries for KT, given that the Camille is a flex and hard to really read. I think taking the Corki that you talked about, taking that away, could be a high priority. I feel like they maybe even look to ban away the Jhin, which you would enjoy. They're starting off with the Mel, though.
Right.
Mel paired with Engage, something we saw quite popular, into Ash Seraphine.
Might be the Mel Ziggs to be taken away, just because the Camille does pair very well with the mages on the bottom side, allowing you to roam around.
Yeah, Galio ban makes sense. You often see that specifically into Lock to match up into it, so I think taking that away is pretty high value.
I actually was surprised that KT didn't lock the Galio on 3, just with how strong it is with an Ash Seraphine as well. And you can get that into the matchup against the Lock as well. But not going to happen, as the Lee Sin was too high a priority. One final ban here is there's the Ziggs.
Do they ban Lissandra here? We've seen Lissandra be successful in the Lock before. Syncs up well with the Lee Sin. Maybe that's something BDD leans for. We know he's played it before, especially in high-pressure matches. There could also be, I guess, something like an Akali, but doesn't really fit the comp as well.
Yeah. Doesn't really fit with the Lee Sin either. Not a lot of setup.
Yeah.
As the Vayne will be taken away. Vayne has been okay into the Camille in the past.
I think you want to give as much time as possible to Perfect to figure out where the matchup is. So if you can pick mid here, that would feel pretty great.
Yep.
Is it definitely... It should be locked mid. But we have had lock bot lane before, so...
Ooh, that'd be kind of fun. Maybe that's just what they're going to play. Lissandra is going to be picked up. Feels like the poor man's Galio.
Yeah.
They're in the mid lane.
Kind of a replacement for Annie and like the Lee Sin Annie combos that we've seen. So serves well as a replacement. We've seen it do well into Lock. Can just kind of keep him in check.
Oh man, imagine this. Teddy just giving us 5 games.
I think there's a lot of dive in the team and just being able to pop that ult from a distance. It is the Jhin fantasy. I know it's a fantasy you want to try and ignore.
That sounds like a nightmare to me. But that is a Nah. That'll put the or an Alawi. Now I'm going as hovering some stuff. That's a bit of fun. Wait, what are we blinding? So Casting needs to decide what he wants to play in the top lane.
Could you just pick Ambessa here?
I'm going. Where are you going? Okay. Looks like it'll just be the Nah.
Okay, picking the Nah blind. Something we've seen a fair few times. The question is, what is Perfect going to take into it?
Obviously, Teemo, I think, is going to be the answer.
We've seen Perfect pick a range of things, like even the Tristana top. But it looks like he might just lean towards the Jax. This is a matchup we've kind of talked about extensively, how the Jax can find favor in this matchup, but you have to consistently play around stacking Grasp off the wave and then jump in and burst. That looks like Perfect's not in the mood for that, so he's just going to go for the Ambessa instead.
All right. A lot of setup CC for the public execution as well. I actually really like it for that. We were talking before about how the Akali doesn't necessarily work in the KT comp. The Lissandra definitely does for setting up Cuz in the early game, but then in the later game team fights, finding angles for this Ambessa to go in, for that Encore to be layered on top. The pick CC here from KT in this draft is out of control. And Hanjin Brion, a little bit more of a weird one here with wanting to get like big combos of massive explosive damage and then for Lock to just kind of murder everyone when they hit that execution threshold. I think this poltergeist that Valdez like to call it is going to be very, very powerful.
I think there's so many ways for them to engage. So many ways for them to dive in, but a lot of setup CC on the other side that can be a little bit tricky to deal with, so...
Is this someone's dad? I'm wondering whether that's someone's dad, but I don't know.
This feels like a very fast-paced sort of game where if either team gets ahead, they're just going to bowl the other over. There's so many ways to pick and start fights from both sides.
Yeah, and we know that it's KT that are going to win this game to guarantee the silver scrapes, to make sure that this is the best play-ins that we've ever had. Let's get into the Rift for Game 4. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for the 4th game of this series, but not the last. Right, guys? Right, bro? Right, everyone? It's got to be KT fighting back to give us the maximum amount of games. The bros right now hold match point, the palm of their hands, but they do not hold that ward that ward is going to be taken down by Cousin B2D. And I don't know whether the Lissandra necessarily does all that much work to slow down the lock, as we can see there. The electrocute working out quite nicely here as he hits all those nails.
I think you can't really be pressured that much by the lock. And you can kind of just harass him once you get some points on your queue. You can wave clear quite easily. You have a lot of safety. The skirmishing's good, which a lot of mages struggle to have into lock, is that they can match him in skirmishes. So I think it's okay. The main concern is Lissandra, if she falls behind, can feel a bit lackluster. So.
Yeah. Not a massive amount of damage.
No. It does have that reset potential, though. And the Thralls, one of the changes they did most recently to Lissandra is they included, like, the intelligence of the Thralls. They made it so, like, they won't just stop following you if you walk through a brush.
Well, that's good.
And they don't stand still just when they get in range of you. They would do this thing where they're, like, get in range of you.
I remember that, yeah,
and just stand still and then explode. Now they don't do that anymore, so...
You really needed to make sure that you had some excess CC to lock people up after their teammates had died.
Which, to be fair, KT do have this game.
Yeah, that's what I'm
necessary.
thinking. This feels like an old-school Lissandra-type draft where you can just kind of get CC for days. Not to mention the fact that Ashe was always pretty good alongside Lissandra for maximizing Thrall damage with the fact that you can slow them down perpetually.
Oh, I thought you were going to say for lore reasons.
And lore reasons as well,
yeah,
which is also very, very important. We haven't actually done the Ashe or Lissandra lore on the broadcast yet, have we? We really got stuck on Nautilus for a long time. Then we did Mordekaiser for a while.
There was just so much depth.
Yeah, there was a lot of content. We needed to...
so much so deep.
Yeah,
right?
It was quite deep, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Once he was dropped to the ocean in Bilgewater. To the bottom of the ocean, one could say. And he should not have used all of those, the money that was all cursed and all that sort of stuff. I can barely remember. We need to do another episode so I can get a refresher.
Clearly did not watch Pirates of the Caribbean.
Yeah.
Curse of the Black Pearl, because that told me everything I need to know about cursed money.
Yeah. Well, I'll probably figure it out. I mean, that was the original. That was the original and the best, you know?
Yep.
At the height of Pirates of the Caribbean. That's all right. Casting and Perfect just fighting against one another here towards this top side right now. The only lane that the bros have an advantage in. But as I say that, it is taken away.
Gideon challenging again. And I feel like he's been doing a lot of this in this series. There hasn't been a ton of ganking from either jungler, but Gideon has been trying to make issues for...
Oh, the flash in from Namgung. Of course he's going to go for that play. The beat drops, but Gideon is able to get himself out of the way, able to outrange the Q from BDD as well. Very luckily. Finds himself a snipe, but that is going to be a bunch of buttons pressed. Now I'm going to Gideon without their flashes now.
That was chaotic. That was very aggressive. Bro were ready just to jump cuz, but BDD playing Lissandra can easily get over the wall, and it became a little bit of a precarious one. Bro's comp very good at going in, less good at going out.
Ashe in pursuit gets Roamer over that wall because going to make it back to his inner turret. And that is Namgung going back home there as well. Gideon moving down towards this bottom side of the map, trying to protect Teddy. As the beat drop connects, he has to use the cleanse to get out of the way of Geo and Effort.
A lot of pressure now in the bot lane 2v2.
The Jhin is struggling somewhat, as Deadly Flourish going to deny some minions here, or attempt to at least. That one caster has not quite taken that extra damage just yet. Namgung moves in.
It does just spot Gideon?
Oh, I don't know.
I don't think it did. He didn't get pinged, so I think it just flew past him. They'll know what camps are up, though, and that's enough information in and of itself. But you can see kind of the setup from Namgung there, getting the control ward in the tri-brush to threaten with that pocket of vision, maybe move Gideon in. In the end, though, I think Gideon just needs to play for 6, and then you go bot. And it's really straightforward and easy.
Yep. And just kind of drop on top of them. See whether you can lock up some kills. If they can get some cooldowns before that, then all the better.
I think at this point, Jiwoo and Effort need to really consider how they're playing the lane, because as fun as it is to permanently push, hit the enemy tower, that will end up being costly if they keep doing that.
Well, see whether that game plan is going to change. Gideon half a level until that man drop becomes available. Teddy and Namgung back in this lane together once again. Effort is almost here towards this bottom side.
Fuzz is picking up this Scuttle respawn, so Gideon not going to have access to that for the immediate level 6, and now he's instead actually going for the enemy Raptors. So Cuz gets the Scuttle, but it won't actually get him to level 6 yet. But Gideon will get 6 off these Raptors they're looking to set up for. You can see Cuz immediately moving over to contest.
Yep, they are pinging it out. As now Roma spots Cuz moving in. And Gideon does hit that level 6. Got the Ashen Pursuit though, and there's the Frozen Tomb. Level 6 available here as we do have the ultimate thrown down by Roma. The Q misses from Cuz. And that will allow Roma to escape.
That's one thing. You are pretty bulky as the lock, and the fact that you can reactivate the Grey Health while you're CC'd makes it a lot harder for the Lissandra to actually kill you.
Yeah.
Even with the help of the Lee Sin, but the dodge and the Sonic Wave is pretty good. The slow as well from the ultimate, helping Roma get out. Now, they will take the Dragon as their consolation prize. But Gideon has hit level 6 now, and I think this is really going to shape how Jiu and Effort have to play the game. There is Cleanse on Jiu at least, which helps a bit in terms of dealing with the pressure from the Pantheon.
But there is so much CC to layer. Obviously, the tenacity from the cleanse is going to be very valuable after you use it the first time.
There's also, like, you know, Namgoon's hookshot doesn't really stun you for long, but, like, the impact of it, like, that's the main thing. It's like cleanse isn't really going to drastically help against a hookshot.
Yeah, that's true.
So I
Bonk
think
you around a little.
Yeah, there's still a lot of threat in place. Right now, though, we see Effort moving to the top side of the map. Grubs are coming up soon. This feels a little bit dangerous, but it really depends how it starts. BDD, if you can ult the right target and then just delete them, you start getting the thralls out. They represent a lot of damage, especially in one of these early fights where there just isn't that much damage.
And honestly, I think KT's composition, that is one thing they're kind of lacking, right? They have a lot of utility, they have a lot of CC, but the damage isn't necessarily there in droves. They have a fair bit consistently of what little damage they have, as the arrow is going to be thrown at Teddy. He just barely gets his cleanse back off cooldown as Jiu is just going to chase him down. Teddy realizes that Jiu is not going to be catching him underneath this turret, and Dancing Grenade just clears out the wave and he goes home.
So often it's the Jhin who has the edge in these 1v1 matchups because you can trade a bit and then back off with an ult the opponent, but Jiu is the one who puts down the pressure and forces Teddy to back here. Cleanse down as well means could be a little bit vulnerable later. Now, Gideon, he's locked in on his grubs.
Oh yeah. Cuz going to move in though. Scry's Bloom is going to spot out exactly where Gideon is, but the Controller does give away the information as to Cuz and Effort's location.
I feel like they want to get Perfect in here as well. If they can layer the CC from BDD with the Ambessa ult, it could be really devastating.
Well now, remember Namgoong thinking about going for an angle here. Only level 4 on the Camille, casting not quite with his Narbar in the position that they want it, so it should be 2 grubs.
Oh, Effort!
Over KT as Effort is going to face check. Man, that was a lot of damage from the Q out of Gideon, but the beat drop does come down. Slows up this Pantheon as KT. They can control this battlefield so well. Cuz hasn't quite hit a Q yet.
Well, they're splitting up though. Do they look now?
Ooh,
don't find a window.
casting.
KT can just back off.
Yeah,
A little scary there.
Careful.
I think Bro were very respectful of the potential to get the Sandra ulted in one shot. I think Namgoon in particular, as a player who, no fear of dying, respected dying there, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, he,
it's not the Namgoong I know.
He's waiting for a better opportunity to die.
No Time to Die. Or it's one of the other James Bond movies, I'm sure.
Die Another Day?
Yeah, that's the one. Wow, why did I go with the one that no one really watched because it wasn't a very good one? Die Another Day was that good? I don't quite remember. I feel like that was in the era of they were a bit samey. I think was that Pierce Brosnan?
I remember. Yes, it was.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
it was the one with the giant. Wasn't it the one with the giant space laser? And he's like,
that's Austin Powers, isn't it?
No. Would you believe? And he's surfing on like the. It's like the. Is it the hood of the car, like the boot of the car, and he's surfing because the lasers melt in the ice?
Oh yeah, that's the one. It's all in like the Arctic or something the entire time.
Yes.
Yeah.
A land that is icy, but
yeah,
not Iceland.
Yeah,
it was ice. No, it wasn't Iceland.
Could have been. Was it Antarctica? I don't know. It's one of the ends of the world that have the cold bits, I'm sure.
It was a bit more of a. I feel like the modern ones would be more serious, and that one was a bit like, you know, you had like the invisible car and the laser chair and stuff.
Yeah. I don't know. It was very hard for them to do better than GoldenEye. It was just so good.
Okay, Eclipse Spike for Cuz. Saw this item get buffed. And actually, Perfect and Cuz going to have that one item Eclipse Spike, which is a lot of power represented. So fighting around those could be big, especially when they're already at this gold deficit. It's a minute away from Dragon. It was Chemtech into Cloud.
Oh, this is a big combo. Perfect takes a lot of his health bar. Casting not going to stick around. Oh, Roma just barely skirting the vision, and now Perfect gets the bad news.
No wave there, though. Oh, this arrow, this arrow!
Oh, the arrow can... Oh! Okay, that was the other team. Never mind.
Yeah, I thought it was
freaking out.
It was going to hit Roman when he went for the dive, but instead it just... Unfortunately, it's not like Senna where it helps out.
Oh, no. Well, there it is. And, yeah, pop goes the Ambassador. Nothing you can do about that one.
Yeah, that was honestly just looked like such an easy dive. They had to be patient, and there is a cost to that. On the other side of the map, KT aggressing here and getting some damage down on this tower. 2 grubs in favor of them, and Ash just shredding. Casting had already done a lot of the legwork on this tower, though.
Yeah, and I know that we like to call the Lock Ultimate Poltergeist, but Purgatory really fit for where Perfect was positioned in that top lane. Nowhere to go, just no chance.
At least it ended.
Yeah.
No, at least he found his way out of Purgatory.
That's true. Via the Death Chamber, but there is only 1 plate remaining there on that top side. And the minion wave is just going to get eaten by the turret. KT at least going to make it to Double Dragon with Chemtech and Cloud taken away. There's a chance that this could be like a Hextech, something pretty dangerous. We'll see what it is going to be. And it's Infernal Soul again. 3 out of 4 Infernal Souls so far today.
Crazy. And I feel like when you talked before about this KT composition needing a bit of extra oomph.
Yeah, that'll do it.
So adding the extra burst to like BDD's engage. It can make a big difference. Oh, Jiwoo.
Oh dear. He will have to stop his back. Doesn't die. And the Frost Shot actually working out here. No one to follow up, so he is just going to back away.
They've been scary. Ignite, Hextech Ultimatum, and the Jin ult to follow up could have just been enough to catch Jiwoo off guard, so able to disengage from the situation.
Man, I feel like the bros have gotten too much bro tax now. The tempo vibes are just like all over the bros.
Yeah.
KT really haven't been able to turn things around, and they're going to need to.
I mean, look at the state of the game. Casting has a massive lead. And honestly, we talked so much about this matchup, how Casting was behind Perfect for KT last year, and we saw them switched out, but they stuck with Perfect. Casting has been having a big advantage in this matchup this series. You know, Perfect had such a strong start to the regular season, the LCK, back in round 1 and 2. And right now, it's just kind of being angled a little bit by Casting.
And Casting is going to continue that trend as well. He's close to 40 CS up, but this is also experience that Perfect is missing out on. He's at least going to be able to get that melee minion, but there is first turret going over to the Gnar. He almost has a 2,000 gold lead. And that's devastating here because he is going to be dominating side lanes.
I feel like Fed Gnar is so annoying. Oh, we might get a fight here.
Potentially.
Because
is
you
a
can
target.
kind of just, as a Fed Gnar, just run down the enemy AD carry and auto-attack them, and they lose because it's tanky.
Yeah.
Frustrating. Now, if you get a recall coming in from Casting, he might look to buy here and be ready to TP in.
He'll have Trinity Force as well.
Not really actually fighting for an objective right now, but if they're contesting this heavily, you could find an angle. He's actually just walking over, has a TP to go back if he needs, and this is where KT need to be careful. They aggress right now. When Gnar is here already, they could lose out far more than they want. It's a fight over the Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, I'm
not
not sure.
view this more importantly than Dragons.
Why are we investing this much? Well, BDD is going to try and Claw of Doom his way out. There's that Purgatory we were talking about as Namgun gets the Hextech Ultimatum before he dies. But look at this damage from KT. They just dominate them. Still, Gideon going to try and get some work done, but BDD holds him in place and takes him out. I'm still not sure what the bros were fighting for, but KT won.
Yeah, I have some questions about how and what they did in that fight. I think there's a lot of targets on KT that you could have gone for. They opted to go for the Lissandra here. You know, BDD clawed, and then they jumped on him. This massive encore connected.
Man, effort.
BDD self-ulted, and then Cuz just kicked them through. It was like the straight line of the encore into the straight line of the kick. Lissandra is last on the list. You know, if you want to make a list of targets, last. Dead last. In fact, there's a sizable gap between 4th and 5th in terms of which target you want to go for.
I don't know. I think Ambessa is also a rough one to go for just because she can immune a bunch of stuff or at least be untargetable for a bunch of stuff. So just hit anyone else.
Yeah.
All the other 3, great choice.
It's a fact that BDD flashed and they were like, you know what? Let's still go for Lissandra. Like, they could have gone for Lee Sin, they could have gone for maybe the Seraphine.
Yeah.
And it did counteract them because this composition is quite momentum-based. We've seen with the lock before. And
I feel like it's only worse as well because KT winning that fight around the Dragon Pit, that's what they need to do in a minute's time. It's a great warm-up. for exactly the play that they want to make.
And you look at the summoners expended. Everyone on Bro, apart from Teddy, being their flashes. It was only BDD's flash that had to get used there by KT. So they go in with a massive summoner economy advantage here. And if you try and go for that same jump again on someone who isn't BDD, they're going to have flash. So please don't take that as a sign you should go for BDD. We've established it's not a good idea.
Hey, unless they get the Frozen Tomb and the Claw out of him, you know, then you could probably do it. Maybe?
I mean, yeah, but
maybe just don't.
Why would he use both of those unless you're diving onto him?
That is a very good point. What if you're faking it? You know?
Maybe that needs to be
think
the game
you
plan.
did it. All right, Cuz hits a Q. That was cool.
Bluff it, going for the bot lane and switch to him. But I think it'd probably just be easier just to kill Effort and G-Will.
That would be... You might do that by accident if that is your game plan anyway.
Okay, I think they're just going to secure the scuttle here and then move down towards Dragon. I don't they want to go for Herald yet. When Dragon's in 10 seconds would be third for them. Massive. BDD picks up this top wave and then should make his way down. Roma has TP ready to go in. In terms of item spikes, the 2 Eclipses from KT, pretty major at this point of the game. We do have Teddy and Jiwoo close their second items, not quite there. But now the Dragon's being rushed here by Bro. Can Cuz get there in time?
Yeah, Cuz not going to be able to stop this.
I think they've kind of missed a trick there. This was a fight that was so favored towards KT. You had more summoners. You were not really ahead in gold, but if you found the right setup in terms of engage in a great spot, and they kind of just gave it over for free.
Yeah, it wasn't really what you wanted, as Teddy is going to get tagged by a Q here. Deadly Flourish hits onto Effort.
Yeah, the Eclipse spikes as well. I think a lot was favored there, and they kind of just missed the mark. Now the arrow might hit the lock.
Oh, he tried to dash his way out of there, as now BDD is looking to chase down Roma. Ashen Pursuit might be able to get him out, as the Claw is going to get followed. BDD just trying to hold him in position because the Cavalry are on their way. And some serious alcove gaming is going to be necessary here. But the Frozen Tomb, I mean, the kitchen sink hits the lock, and he is definitely going to die. But Effort goes down as well, and now casting the very large Gnar is still able to grab him with the auto. There's the hop in order to get on top of Cuz as well. And it's Teddy that comes up and grabs that kill. And actually, the arrow hitting Roma may have just been the demise of KT.
I think it was. Big gold lead given over to Bro now. They'll be able to pick up Herald as well on the back of this. Yes, they'll lose their mid tower, but it's a cost worth paying. Casting, the one who shows up and is just so strong already. It took so much time to set up this play. The Pantheon having the ult, the Gnar being able to get there, and the fact that the lock, you have to burn so much to kill him. You know, the Encore, the Lissandra ultimate, both used, the Dragon Rage as well. That last auto killing BDD with a passive proc. And then Cuz just no way out of this situation.
Yeah, it was a nice avoidance of the Gnar with the safeguard. But Roma is like, yeah, I bought the time, boys.
That clap was so cute. Just like a little polite golf clap.
Just showing that he had use of his hands for a little while he waits for the death timer.
That's the appreciation you want.
And now the Bros are just going to try and build up that gold lead yet again. As you can see here with the gold grab, it is making its way up to that lead that they had slightly earlier on before that devastating loss in that team fight around the Dragon.
Okay, Teddy also, instead of the Ghost Blade, went Serpent's Fang, but there is a lot of shielding on the other side.
I think it's kind of a cute idea.
I can understand the technology. I think this is, you know, there's a lot, there's a Seraphine, there's a Lee Sin, there's the Ambassador, there's good value.
Artis looks for the angle towards Roma, who does have some gray health to eat. He was going to connect, but he does eat said gray health and is going to be okay. And will they be able to take this turret? Looks like not yet. As KT will now back away. Did have that dot on it, but it is not going to quite be enough. I think it's on its last legs.
The point where you start to feel like a little rough about the fact that KT gave over that last dragon for free, because they could have been staring down Soul in 2 minutes, and instead they're in a position where if they play the fight, even if they get the dragon, if they mess up the fight and lose Baron, it could be super costly, and they don't get the reward of an Infernal Soul.
It's a big deal. Roman out, just going to catch this wave, as they did manage to deal with that outer turret. Going to really lessen this gold lead, only 1,000, and at 20 minutes, that is not going to be a big deal at all. KT's composition, as it comes further and further online, it's going to be very, very dangerous for the Bros to fight into it.
As we go into the setup for this dragon fight, what items are able to be complete? Oh no.
Oh dear. Teddy going to be dash cannoned on, and there is that Ring of Frost as well. BDD not going to go too aggressive. Doesn't throw down the Frozen Tomb as that is cleansable.
I honestly think this showed a lot of patience from Teddy, that he had to, like, he figured he had to use his flash, but he didn't cleanse. And so at least he saves one of his summoners. I think there's a lot of players who would have just cleansed, flashed immediately, and then ended up with nothing for that dragon fight in a minute. It's still a big pickup from KT, don't get me wrong, to be in that flash, but he said something, oh no, perfect.
Oh dear, he face checks. There's a Hextech ultimatum as Cuz looking to try and come in and help him out, but Gideon's going to land right on top of an arrow. Public execution in the flash, gets perfect out of there, and now BDD, he has to do the same thing. The claw is denied though, and he has to self-ult to try and keep himself up. Cuz now gonna make his way in, but his mid laner is already dead. And Gio there tags Namgung with that volley, and the curtain call is going to interrupt perfect. Oh, caught window shopping there just a little bit, as he didn't quite see the curtains, but isn't going to be taken down by that first bullet as KT just lose their mid laner, and Cuz checks the Baron to see whether Bro were going to be that aggressive with their decision making.
This was a pretty nice getaway from Perfect. Obviously, he has to burn a lot to do so. But unfortunately, we haven't been able to cancel TPs for a while, and I think BDD wishes that he could have in this situation. Gets CC'd so he can't follow the course, self-ults, because what else can you do? But they're there, immediately take him out. Cuz looks like to see if he can find something, but there's just nothing really there when he's going in alone with Perfect chunked and BDD dead.
Oh, no.
Now Bro, once again, getting control of the area first, but this time a much more confident control. Before, Last Dragon, they kind of snuck it. This one, they're just getting control of the area, and I'm in trouble there. Has to flash away.
Yeah, Shelly not going to find the angle as there's the Encore just to pick up the Camille. They do manage to take her down. Namgung no longer on the rift. This might give KT the angle to get that soul point that we have been talking about. Fighting into this KT composition when they've set up the phalanx is so difficult. And so they will be able to do that, and the Bros not going to take the 4v5.
Good moves from Effort there. He was the one who specifically fought out Namgun, and Namgun just flopped so quickly when the CC connects, even with the Celestial opposition. Not enough to keep him healthy, so nice move from KT to get control of that dragon. We see here with the slow coming in, Namgun went too far forward, gets caught here with the root, and then Effort says, you know what, let's just get this kill, let's guarantee it.
I like it. They get the flash out of him, and then Effort says, well, you can have mine as well, we'll kill you. Gio is pretty close to item number 3 as well, and I kind of love this like Yuntal Runans type build when the Bros are so melee plus a Jhin.
Yeah, also these 2 items did get buffed for East.
Oh, okay, that's a jump scare onto Cuz. Let's just check. Is he okay? Has he had a heart attack? I almost did. All right, now he is okay. Can confirm. But that once was the Lee Sin, and now he's gone.
Obliterated, honestly, so quickly there. That's kind of the goal of Bros, sort of just jumping you and beating you down. Very quick kills, but not enough for them to go for the Baron here. It is, once again, the Huni Baron, so a little bit scary. Yeah, this happens so quickly. And there's just really not much you can do. This is kind of what I was talking about with the Lee Sin. Normally you have so much safety, and you're able to evade all of these attempts on your life. You cannot into this composition with the Camille, who can just ult you.
Yeah. And now Roma has his 2 items completed. Storm Surge and the Lich Bane have been done. And so, yeah, that burst that we were talking about, grabbing some of these Purgatory kills, will start stacking up. Teddy also gets an Infinity Edge. 3rd item, Infinity Edge, for a Jhin feels great. And we'll be able to build towards some armor pen now, I would assume.
Jiwoo picks up the LDR, so Jiwoo is kind of shredding, but I feel like the awkward thing with Ashe is you want the IE as well, but also you'd like a defensive item since you're mobile. You have some protection, a lot of CC in your team, and Effort can shield you. But it sounds crazy to say, but I think Jiwoo will start to really shred and feel comfortable on 5 items, but so late in this game.
Yeah. But these, like, with what he has now,
He still does good damage.
Yeah. And if the Bro, like, engage is on someone other than the Ashe, I think they'll be surprised with the amount that Jiwoo will be able to dish out in these fights. All right, Gideon going to get tagged by a Q. Beat Drop does come down here as well. Getting a bit of a taste of KT's keep away that they're able to play here with this composition. As Jiwoo standing up, I was a little bit scared of his positioning there, but he's able to just clear out the wave. Deadly Flourish is going to go slightly wide. Buzz clears out vision himself. So KT, I think their eyes are on this Baron until this Drake is up. And then that all-important Infernal Soul and availability here to really help them with their damage problems. That's perfect. Thinking about trying to find an angle towards casting here. Gets himself a bit of a shield.
We're fighting over the Scuttle Crab because...
Oh, yes. That's what we always do. Some volleys are coming on through here as possible engage towards Roma as BDD does leave the rest of his team. There's Hextech Ultimatum into the backline. The Baron gets involved. The Encore was fantastic with the lock. Takes down that first kill still. These bro health bars are so low. And KT will outlast them. Casting going to get taken down. And it's a sad Digon, but it's a happy everyone else. Because we are one step closer to Silver Scrapes.
They try and go for Cuz there, but he just baits them into the Baron. The Encore is beautiful, and Jiwoo flashing over the wall to finish them all off. We'll see the replay. They try and look for Cuz, but he's not isolated, he's not alone. He ward hops into the pit, and then Effort. Look at the Encore here. Doesn't actually get as much value as you'd hope, but it just does the setup for BDD to ult, and then Jiwoo steps forward and starts absolutely shredding with the Baron in his back.
Yeah, actually, the Baron did the most damage to Geo out of everyone there, and he almost died.
Yeah, I mean, that's a Huni Baron for you.
Yeah.
A lot of threat.
Huni needs to be, like, he just needs to calm down. The Baron did get taken, as we saw there. Thank you very much, Jonas Strong, for that. And BDD has himself a Zhonya's as well. Very important item for Lissandra.
Lock purgatory little thing on the ground is still there.
Oh, no. Roma didn't get to
pinged on his way. He's
going
going for it. Did you get it? I think he got it.
Wait, Jonas Strong.
Yeah, he picked it up now.
Okay,
so
he's got
a little bit stronger ultimate, but I think you need a lot stronger ultimate. If you look at the items, right, both 80 carries finished the third item, and then Teddy picked up a crit cloak and a longsword. Jiwoo picked up a BF sword and a pickaxe at the back of that.
My goodness.
Look at that steepness on the gold graph.
It is, the bros, they keep getting to like the 2.5k mark, and it's their demise. Now Namgung is in a lot of trouble here. Perfect gets on top of him. There is nowhere for this Camille to go. The arrow's going to connect. The kick flash onto casting is BDD. Perfect timing on the self-fold. And now Cuz looking for more of these angles. Jiu just chasing after them. Wanted to get these frost shots down. There's a curtain call. And Teddy, can he get enough damage here? As Cuz has already been taken out, but they just don't care about these bullets. These minions are going to be enough for KT to be able to push through and take down this turret as now the claw comes in. One more minion going to be there. That is going to be the inner turret falling down. Still, it does cost them the one member that didn't have Baron to begin with.
I will say though, Cuz being down, Dragon being up, this is a situation Bro could play for to set up. They actually hit Jiwoo there. TP coming in from the Gnar. This is still a precarious one for Bro, but they can get the Dragon here and deny Soul from KT. This could be a massive win.
Teleport back here from Perfect. BDD doesn't have his teleport available. He's just picking up these cinders, and it looks like KT will just give up this Dragon and allow the bros to have it, not liking the position they were at on the map.
This ult from Perfect, interrupting the hook shot, just really shuts down Namgood. Nothing he can do in that situation. The arrow comes in. Casting still pretty tanky, so this isn't exactly easy to go for, but the self-ult from BDD was beautiful. But they just go a little bit too far in the chase here from Cuz. Gets stunned on the tower. The follow-up is there. And then a bit of an overstep considering how soon Dragon was to spawning. You could have just secured that Infernal Soul for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
Now another 4.5 minutes before you even have the chance to go for it.
Well, split pushing Ashe and the split pushing Gnar. BDD is going to answer said Gnar. Somehow BDD has done the most damage in the game as well after we spent most of the game talking about how Lissandra doesn't do that much damage. He also hasn't gone for the Imperial Mandate, which I kind of find interesting.
Yeah, it was weird because Imperial Mandate came into the game, the new version, and Lissandra gained a ton of popularity. But then we got it in the LCK, and at first they weren't building it. They were just building normal Lissandra.
Yeah.
And then we saw people start to build the Imperial Mandate, but there's definitely some who still go this build now. Jiwoo's just picked up Infinity Edge. He doesn't have sums right now, so a little bit vulnerable, but doing insane damage right now. If you can get target access, you can get the flurry up and just auto-attack, he will shred. I would love to pick up a defensive on top of that, whereas Teddy, you know, he's nearly got his last Whisper item completed, and then he'll really have a lot of power.
Yeah, he's been deep in the bargain bin
That
as
was close.
Deadly Flourish is going to go wide. The arrow connects. There's the Encore as well. The Chain CC will put this lock under. And KT, there's not a whole lot to get off the back end of that, but they might be able to take down a turret or two.
So much setup, so much CC and pick potential, and just disrespected by Roma. Lock normally so hard to punish. They find a way to do it now. They'll have casting push here in the side lane. No TP from him. But look at this flank that's threatened by Namgood. We've seen what the flank can do from him before. But I think the opportunity has passed. They'll give up the mid lane inhibitor while waiting for Roma to respawn.
Yeah, the top lane, the bottom lane inner turret will be the trade. KT is at least able to collect, but you were talking about that inhibitor going down. There it goes, 1.5 minutes on the next Baron.
Such an insane angle if Casting had TP and could just TP over to assist, but unfortunately not able to make that play happen.
I think Namgung has been in that brush for forever.
He's liking it there. It's a good vibe.
Yeah, decides instead to go back. There is that Imperial Mandate, so 4th item.
It's a big spike as well. You know, the Imperial Mandate's so cheap, but offers so much power for Lissandra that it kind of just lets you cheat to get a build completed early. And here, Roma ends up using the dash, but doesn't have time to flash. And once one bit of CC hits, even with Make Treads, it just doesn't matter. You are dead.
I really love the play there from KT. Not like, not deciding to skimp out on anything, right? So that Arrow, the Encore, and the Public Execution all go down to give themselves access to that mid lane.
A Seeker's Arm Guard.
That is sick, actually.
This is such a good buy, considering the next fight likely going to be that Infernal Soul. And just that stasis, so valuable against things like a Camille, like a Pantheon, a Lock.
It reminds you of back in the day, right, with Stopwatch. The fact that that
Remember
built into
when
GA is just so crazy to think about.
And we used to have the rune that would give you Stopwatch.
Yeah.
And everyone ran
yeah.
it, and you'd just have these early dives where like 8 people would Stopwatch.
The perfect timing.
Yeah, perfect timing. That was so funny, honestly.
Oh.
Not the greatest watching.
And now, like, watching 80 carries build it completely off theme just to have an arm guard so that they get the Stopwatch, it just shows you how broken it was.
Yeah.
Because I think this is a great idea for Gio. I think the next fight could be the last in this game. 1 minute until that Infernal Soul is available once again for KT. But the Baron,
interesting that when
their minds first.
Defensive items are too OP, they just turn them into mage items. Like, remember when Banshee
Yep,
used to be the tank item and everyone, both teams would buy it? I'm like, you know what? Just give it to the mages.
Yep. Hey, at least the 80 champions got GA. You know, they got that one.
That's true. That's fair.
Remember, that used to just be a defensive item as well. It's all right. KT back in this mid lane. They've got super minions. Arrow is going to get the flash out of Roma. He doesn't want to risk it this time. But now Perfect. Public Execution picks up the Camille, and she gets pulled back. The Hextech Ultimatum is one that KT are very happy to go with. Another flash forward from Jiu, and that may just spell the end of the Bros here in this game. The Frozen Tomb is so well named, as the Bros are all going to be put on ice. And they're going to have to be woken up again for a game number 5. KT Rolster will roll down the mid lane and send us there.
We always knew it was going to 5 games. You may not have believed us, but we told you that at the start of the day.
We did. This was written.
It's gone the distance. KT, they knew what the company needed to do. They see a target, they see a target, they kill a target, and they take us to that 5th game, the first match in our play-ins, and we're already going the distance.
Maximum value, baby! And we knew that the Pros are always going to be reliable when it comes to maximum value. And now we have to figure out who is going to be able to take the win in that 5th game. But all we know is that these drafts are going to get ridiculous now that we've had so many picks come on through. This was a beautiful draft from KT.
It could be the Nasus angle. We'll see.
Yes.
But yeah, I mean, this composition, you have the setup for the Lee Sin, for the Ambessa, you have the CC, you see target, kill target. And in these later fights, especially when they fell behind, it just felt so hard for Namgun to go in. And he's a player who loves going in.
He does. Just wasn't able to do it in this game. Effort, some brilliant encores as well. Gio, I think, having a real return to form after a pretty forgettable game on the Sivir. Turned it around beautifully. And there are the dulcet tones of Silver Scrapes on day 1 of the play-ins. I knew that 2026 was going to be a good year, but my goodness, I didn't know it was going to be this good. As ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short break. You guys enjoy the Silver Scrapes. The space will then break down game number 4, and then we will have the final game of this beautiful best of 5.
해볼게. 이거 카밀 갈게.
갈게. 카밀 간대.
노플 노플.
오대
노플 노플.
야
로켓. 오케이. 자 카밀.
붙어 오대 앞라인 한대 빨리지 마 일단
나 가야 돼 이거.
오케이
잠깐만. 천천히 볼게.
야 이거 한대부터 한대 뒤에 좋아
가자.
미드 가자
나이스.
나이스.
잘 건드렸네.
Every sky's a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone.
It's Silver Scrapes time, everybody, as it is Game 5 between Hanjin Brion and KT Rolster, as this closest game back and forth goes the way of KT, an exclamation point by the squad, and it forces us to Silver Scrapes.
Sounds a little shaky, your voice right now, Digon.
A little shaky? Nah,
Sounds like
It sounds so stressful.
Not shaky.
a little fear in your voice right there.
No, this is entertainment. You know, the bros did it so that all of us, including the KT fans, will be entertained. Aren't you entertained? I'm having so much entertainment right now.
I decided to join you guys in not being able to see for content.
See anything right.
I can see it because I'm the one who has the purple
It's not
glasses.
working.
Yeah, those are the paper glasses. But anyways, I think it all started again from the draft. KT had such an easy comp. Just press R to win the game. I mentioned about the S-Seraphine because Lucia Emilia was gone already after the game 1, so it was really like much higher prior than other games. But the Hanjin Brion, they tried to pick something into it, which is Pantheon and Camille support. But I think it didn't work out because of the early game plan. I thought Gideon should just plan to early gank the bot lane, like such as level 3 gank, or at least path towards both sides so they can actually gank them. But they didn't do it. They tried to path towards top side to get the pressure from the top lane, but it did not work out. Camille was stuck on the bot lane, and S-Seraphine had such a free lane.
I think this draft can work for Hanjin Brion if you can get it ahead. But you can't play the Namgung late game pentakill, hope for the flank angle to work situation. You can't play through the late game side laning Gnar to win against this comp because it's just too oppressive. When it gets to a stable point, it doesn't even have to be ahead, it gets to a stable point, it's durable. It has the Seraphine to back it up. It has so much pick. If anybody gets caught by any CC, which there's so much of it in this draft, the follow-up happens. We saw so many times Namgung is just trying to ward. He gets hit by an Ash Arrow into an Ambessa ult, and the BD's on top of him, the Lee Sin is there, and you cannot fall behind.
And also because of like them have to like blind pick the top lane, they could not ban out the Lissandra, which is not good matchup for the Locke on the mid lane.
They didn't have to play Gnar here. Like, they decided to, and they spent one ban on the Galio for their Locke, and they spent one on the Vayne. Could have just been Tristana they walked into anyways, so I feel like if they had taken the Lissandra away, it would have felt a lot safer.
All right, well, let's dive on into it, and we'll get into some fearless picks as we close out some of the highlights. Let's take a look at it, though. First one, 14 minutes at the Drake.
Yeah, here is the moment where they look for BDD, but their
selection.
Yeah, the target selection is off. You're looking for Lissandra, who has ultimate for himself, and the Seraphine ulti from the effort also kind of lined up perfectly there.
If they had been arranged to get effort there, if they could have chained something together on effort, it might have worked. But even then, you're playing into Lissandra who could peel, and you're probably in the same situation. I think this was a desperate moment where Bro thought, we're about to get our lock online. We're about to get those executes coming through. We're about to pop off, and then Romer's going to take over the game. But instead, KT just were expecting it, waiting for it, and set up such an incredible defensive fight.
Yeah, and after that play, Locke was able to pick up some kills. Romer was able to get going. And then it was the big decisive fight in this one over at the Baron. It was very close, and we're kind of wondering, BDD, what are you doing? BDD knew exactly what he was doing.
I think it was a really good approach from Hanjin Brion. It was perfectly aimed because like Gnar was literally turning into Mega Gnar, so they look for the engage, but again, it's the same thing. The defensive play from KT was on point here.
BDD keeps the Lock at bay with his aggressive claw there, and then they just retreat back into the pit. I feel like Bro could have played this so much slower, so much better, but they wanted to play through that Gnar bar, and KT just waited out and looked for the defensive setup. It is so hard to run into this comp head first, and we saw it on multiple occasions throughout this game. If KT are the ones who have to be aggressive, if they're the ones who aren't able to make the first, if they have to make the first move, it's so much tougher for them. They have to land that CC. How many times do we see Perfect miss an ult on the Ambessa? You miss that, step doesn't work, the Ash Arrow misses, then you have some of your tools on cooldown, you're in trouble. But if you just sit back and wait, pretty easy.
That was basically the end of this one, which then leads us to, yet again, the fearless picks so far. Here's all four that have been there. You guys highlighted some last time. What else do you want to see here as we go to our first Game 5 of 2026 play-ins?
I feel like this is the game where KT had the similar idea compared to Game 1. So basically, they had the S-Seraphine completely fight in the lane and then be really impactful in the team fight. So I think they should look for the same thing. So I think some kind of Ziggs could work out for KT, but other side for Hanjin Brion, I think they have to get some carry for the Teddy so he can actually do something outside of the lane.
Outside the solo lane picks I mentioned before, the Cassiopeia that was banned, the Azir, and the potential Nasus, I think we're looking at Leona as the last real strong engage. You have maybe then Nico, you're looking at maybe Aurel in that bottom lane. So support is really important because it's not only for the 2v2, but how you play out the rest of the game. I think the Xayah stocks, the Rakan stocks, way up as well.
Yeah, this was something we brought upon at the beginning of the day. Teddy was supposed to be, and normally is, the big difference maker here, especially given the form that Jiwoo had coming on in. Still looking for his first victory wearing the KT Rolster jersey. But Jiwoo has found some answers. They found comps that work for him, and he's done well enough to hold up here with it.
Yeah, and now I'm wondering how they're going to deal with it, because Hanjin Brion, they are on the first pick in the first selection. So they struggle with the top line pick once again because they tried to ban it out, but it didn't work out. So now it's all about them having a pressure on that first pick.
If Cassiopeia and the Orianna are banned, I think any first pick might be on the cards here.
True.
You just slam lock it in. You're like, we're keeping it simple.
Or pick Caitlyn to be dominance in lane on the bot lane, so give the Teddy the hyper carry as well.
Yeah, there's been several heroes for Hanjin Brion. Where will the resources go with the first pick? Let's find out as we go Fearless 5 here in the play-ins with friends.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that breakdown of game number 4, but we are here at the precipice of League of Legends with KT and Bro neck and neck in our very first series of play-ins. It might just be the beginning of all 5s the whole way through the entire bracket. But this is our first one, and we'll see who can actually take the win, because there was one thing that both Orcs and I were certain of, and that was that we were going to 5 games.
Yeah.
We think that it might be Bro taking the series after that, but that's more of a we think, largely a coin flip type scenario. I have no idea who's going to be able to take this last game in the series.
Fate has gotten us this far, but this is where it ends. This is all we knew. We knew we'd go to 5 games after that. We'll have to see. Both teams have showed some really proactive play, some really good compositions, and both teams have showed some shortcomings. So I think they've learned a lot about each other in this series. 2 teams in different groups who hadn't played each other for a long time. Now going into Game 5, so many champions already removed from those Fearless bans, and then everything rests on this last game. Remember though, I will say this is not an elimination match.
Nope.
So there is going to be a second chance if either of these 2 teams fall, but you definitely would want to secure it on the back of this series and not take the risk of diving down into lower bracket.
Not to mention the fact that you would then have to play an extra best of 5, give more information over to your oppositions in the future. Just provides more tape for their coaches to play off. So it might even be that this game number 5 really stretches these teams far enough to see things like that pocket Nasus pick that we were thinking about for Perfect. Like, some of these big picks that they might have been saving may have to come out here in this final game just to make sure that they can close it out.
I remember the first time we had Fearless in the LCK, when it was the LCK Cup last year, and so many of the Game 5s were defined by picks that just, there was nothing left to deal with them. Funnily enough, one of them was Olaf, which is now dominating the meta. But I remember Zeus just bringing out in Game 5 and running games. There is sometimes just not enough tools left available at this point to deal with certain picks in the traditional way. You think about the fact that Nautilus and Vi are both gone, so some of these hyper carry picks so much harder to keep accountable. You don't have that point and click knock up to hold them in place.
Maybe it's just time for Zeri Yuumi. Maybe that's what we're going to see. Like, we could be that far into the barrel.
Yep.
But the Caitlyn does need to be banned if that is going to happen.
So game 1, KT at first pick, and then every game after it has been Bro with first pick. KT prioritizing having that counter pick angle, and Bro happy to get first choice on what champion to play. Some of the things that have been banned heavily in this series were like the Caitlyn, the Cassiopeia, the Orianna. Recently we've had like the Karma, the Annie, still potentially on the cards, but the Xayah gets taken away here. A little bit surprising considering it's been such a phenomenal pick for Teddy.
Yeah. Just shows that they might have a bit of a Kai'Sa angle in their mind or something like that. The Caitlyn going to be taken away. Obviously, Corki is something that KT need to be very wary of. because Teddy has been so incredibly good on that champion. The Orianna is likely the final ban here for KT, but what is Brion going to be taking away?
I feel like the problem is because they banned K second, they're just locked into that Orianna ban finally. It's kind of guaranteed because you were banning Orianna in game 1. You don't get to game 5 when there's less picks available and go, oh, let's leave it open. So I imagine this is just going to be the Orianna taken away. Maokai, something we have seen in some of our later games in series, but not really revealing a ton here.
Yeah, so the Annie and the Karma have been left up from last game. The Orianna was obviously going to be banned away. These bans that have just been permanent throughout the entire series only get more valuable as the series goes on, so we were expecting those to continue.
If you're going the Karma, though, what do you even pair it with at this point? Because there's no Jhin, no Caitlyn.
Corki Karma.
No Ezreal. Corki Karma, you could, but I feel like Corki Karma is not a lane we play a ton. Nico, though.
Nico Karma. That feels good.
Nico is something we've seen players have a lot of effect, especially when paired with the Nocturne, but when we're talking about engaged threat onto a backline, Nico provides it, and Namgoon says, I want it, first pick me it, I'm confident.
And Nico Kai'Sa has also been kind of okay as far as the lane is concerned, but KT, do they have any answers to this? Because revealing your hand this early can be punished.
Yeah, we also often saw when Nico was hard entrenched in the meta, we saw Karma working as a counter.
There's that, but there's also the Alistar for effort, which could be a big one. But if they pick Alistar now, Roma just picks the Sylas, and then they have a real bad time. So there is that Zeri I was talking about, and Jiu is going to lock it in. Zeri Yuumi for KT, and Zeri was the champion that Jiu rose to infamy on.
Yeah.
When he was back on Nongshim, this is why he's in the LCK.
No Nautilus, no Camille, no Vi, a lot of picks not available right now. How are you going to ensure that Jiu cannot play the game? What is your response to this from Bro?
Well, the Kai'Sa was always going to happen.
Yeah, Kai'Sa Nico used to be such a common combo, and good at getting damage down onto that Zeri, but you need some more setup, I feel like, for the rest of the composition.
I feel like Annie isn't enough, but it's probably still going to be locked in.
I think it makes sense. It does get to the point in the game where you have like the Mikhails, the Cleanse, and the QSS, where Annie's value does drop. But I think it makes sense here. You need engage. The game has been warped around this Zeri Yuumi, where you just need to kill it. That's going to be the game plan eventually, no matter what.
Yep. Now, BDD, what are we going to be picking up here? I would like even a Trundle is okay. Something for the Yuumi to hang out with. As far as like a jungler that can really utilize having an enchanter sort of in his pocket. Seen that find a lot of success.
Yeah, Azir did get buffs not too long ago.
Oh, BDD. He would be able to then set up a wall. That is the Trundle I was talking about, so that is going to be locked in first.
I feel like the comp of Hanj and Brion so far doesn't have the best tools to cut through a Trundle so far, and the jungle pool has been thinned massively at this point.
Yeah.
It also kind of puts them off picking anything like a Skarner. The Kiana is something that we've seen picked often to Jarvan. Trundle, I think the matchup's pretty similar. You can evade his pillar quite easily, use it for your terrain yourself. And what solo lanes are you really concerned about, especially paired with a Trundle? There is still the Victor, I guess.
Yeah.
Carly hasn't been picked yet, but I don't think that really fits super well.
All right, there's that Victor you were talking about.
There is the Talia, I guess, which we know BDD's very good on. We'll see.
Yeah. I'm still trying to work out exactly where Hanj and Brion want to go as far as the jungle is concerned. And I think it's going to be a tough decision to make. I was thinking, does Gideon dust off the Poppy again? But into a Trundle feels like a little bit of a rough option because of her propensity to head towards more tanky builds now, given her changes. The Shyvana is going to be taken away. That would have been a cool idea. One last mid band to come on through here. See what they do decide to go with. The Akali seems like a decent idea.
I just feel like at this point, I have to think about what's not being paid. There's also like the Galio, but I don't think the Galio syncs really that well with the composition.
Vayne. Vayne would have been such a weird choice in this draft that already has a hyper carry.
Yeah, I think KT, whatever they pick, they want to be able to defensively peel and just allow Jiwoo to pop off. A second threat would make sense, though.
Yep.
But Vayne may be a little bit too precarious.
Something with some CC. The Akali, we were thinking about.
Yeah,
also
I think
going to be considered by BDD.
Moving down the tier list a bit, I feel like they're going to go for the Galio instead. I feel like Galio doesn't have the most synergy with Trundle. So obviously the pillar can be a bit of annoying terrain to deal with, but it kind of fits in with the theme of protecting this Zeri and keeping it safe. Now, Zed is actually a pick we used to see into Trundle, similar to like how the cannon would work. You can circumvent the pillar really easily.
Yep.
And you have so much burst damage. You're obviously a squishy champion, so his ult gets limited value. But also, if you're trying to kill this primary target of
Oh, they lock it in.
It makes sense. It makes sense. They are all about killing Jiwoo, and they are giving themselves the tools to do so. And now, what are we going for? Finally, in top lane for casting here.
And Aatrox. This makes this composition so incredibly brawly.
Yeah.
One of the great things about Zed as well is the Deathmark. I mean, you can't QSS that anymore. So it might give them the ability to maybe kill the Zeri as Renekton's locked in. Do we get the lore matchup? Perfect. Is it time to dust off the Kayn?
Oh my god, if he brings it out here.
If he did it, could you imagine?
He just stands in the chaos and just DKing on everyone.
Oh my gosh. Instead, he's just going to do whatever he wants, I guess. As Amundo would provide just so much frontline. Cassante would do a very similar thing.
I think I prefer maybe the Mundo. Someone like a Zahen. I think you need a bit more for threat. Okay, I'm a little bit concerned about KT's composition here because, sure, if they can peel for Jiwoo, keep him alive, through all the threats, he will be able to pump out damage, and you have a very bulky front line. And the thing is, in a front-to-back, like, you have to cut through all this bulk while Jiwoo is doing a ton of damage, but when are they ever going to front-to-back? That's just not how the game is going to be played.
I think they're going to back to front. Actually.
Yeah, they are going to hunt Jiwoo to the ends of the earth, and if he dies, where is the damage coming from? If he dies, how did KT win a fight? That is my question. I think it's not going to be as much of an issue early when there's a lot of base damage coming out, but it's going to hit a point where it's Jiwoo or bust.
Well, I'm a little bit frightened about it as well, especially with the fact that Hanjin Brionne have a lot of ways to reposition and find options to take out this Zeri. It's a guarantee that she also has a cleanse as well, which means that the Zeri may not have as much power in the laning phase as well, as I don't know whether Teddy is going to be as forced to take that particular summoner spell, as there are a lot of knockups and things like that, annoying stuff on the side of KT, not necessarily stuns that they have to worry about nearly as much. I guess Final Chapter can get a little bit annoying on that front, but this is a scary draft for KT. Not a massive amount of damage outside of Jiwoo, finding that carry potential. We'll see whether he can here in the final game of the series. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen.
They messed up the ward clear. It's really easy to do with Zeri, but I think Effort didn't get off in time.
Oh,
the ward stays up, unfortunately. We've seen Jiwoo pretty recently coming onto KT after a very sudden change in the AD carry role. I think it's hard to develop trust for a player when it's such a new relationship between the team. But you have to have a lot of trust in your AD carry to go for a composition like this. This is all in on Jiwoo. And he does have that cleanse as expected, so does Teddy, but you have the double combat summoners from the Yuumi, which obviously helps out.
Yeah, Effort is going to spend some time off Jiwoo. Obviously, you and me going to be allowing that health bar to not really mean much of anything at all. As casting in perfect in a Shuriman matchup, at least there's that. Like, it's on theme in that way. But it's not quite Nasus versus Renekton.
We're so close.
Yeah, we were. Just not quite able to get there. As I'm very intrigued as to what Gideon can do on this Zed. I feel like he's hovered it a few times so far this season and has never actually pulled the trigger.
Yeah.
I think he's wanted to.
Got a decent, as I was saying, we used to get a decent amount of it before when Trundle was like really heavy meta.
Yep.
And I know Canyon would play a good amount to good success.
Certainly has been a fan of this one in the past. Has also brought it out in some pretty pivotal matches, if I remember back correctly. Might have been, it was like Kane and Zed. These were like the pickups that Canyon would like to go towards.
I think Neferi's kind of taken Zed's place in the meta, though.
Yeah, kind of. Thankfully, it's Fearless. So now that Neferi's gone, we needed something else. Gideon going down pretty low in the jungle here, but is just getting through his Brambleback. We'll head towards the Krugs.
So one of the things Zed was notorious for in the jungle was a really fast clear, but they did kind of nerf his clear a little bit. They nerfed it so hard that they actually had to hotfix buff it back because they really gutted him in the jungle.
Went a little bit too far.
But that was quite a bit earlier this year. More recently, they nerfed his damage on his E, his Shadow Slash, the spin, and also the passive. So I think that's just because how dominant he was in solo queue. That's the thing when you get to Fearless, even if it's a champion that isn't performing as well in Pro, it's been nerfed. At this stage, you need a champion that fits what you require from them.
Yeah.
Even if it is a bit weaker than Neferi has been recently.
The theme is often very important. And the theme for KT with this draft is Gio do all the damage. And the theme for Bro is everyone do all of the damage all of the time, forever.
Yeah. That's one of the things, though, with these compositions, when you are low damage, if you get ahead, it doesn't really matter that much. And you don't have any bulky targets to cut through. So this game, getting an early lead will be very important. Now, Gideon's fishing for perfect here. Remember, Zed has that execute damage on the passive, so a lot of threat on a tower.
Yeah.
He thinks twice about it, and it's a good call because Cuz was hanging around here.
Yeah, no information actually goes over to KT, as he doesn't walk into that ward or out of that tri-brush. It's Perfect now just trying to get rid of casting here. He was successfully able to do so as far as being on KT. He got rid of casting. That did happen. But dealing with this top lane out of turret, not able to do so just yet. This Renekton is looking pretty scary. I'm going towards his bottom side. It's very low on mana. Gio and Effort just going 1-for-1 in farm is kind of exactly what you want to be doing as the Zeri and the Yuumi.
I mean, this is why, obviously, it's very different now, Zeri and Yuumi, to when it was like extremely strong. But one of the reasons it was so frustrating is because it would have a lot of sustain, and if you try to all-in it, it would have the triple combat sums thanks to Yuumi. So it was actually deceptively difficult to all-in, unless you had like a crazy kill lane and just CC'd them, stuck them down. But it means when these little passive trades come in, even though Yuumi doesn't have the sustain she used to, he was just healing up from the poke, getting rid of poke back in return, Namgun's mana is running out, and an all-in just isn't really on the cards.
And so far, the Bros have built up a little bit of an advantage, mainly in this about a wave lead that Roma has in mid lane, as well as the extra pressure that Casting's being able to put out towards the top side of the map. Dragon has now spawned. We're starting off with a Hex Tech so far in this game, as Tibbers not been available. And Roma is just going to annoy BDD, but he just Justice punches his way away. Ooh, nicely done there by Perfect. Just going to use that Q stack in order to deny a cannon.
Yeah, Casting playing very respectful here, which I do think makes a lot of sense, especially when you're near the tower off Xante. It's always a concern. You step too far, he's getting CC'd under there for an hour.
Yep.
BD now has access to the ult, so obviously Roma gets his, which allows him to put a lot of pressure down in lane. But I think BDD having the chance to move and assist lanes, we saw him doing that a lot earlier in the series, making his impact known in the side lanes. He's on a champion that really is enabled by that in this game.
Because going to get found here by Namgung, as he does just back away from this Dragon. Actually wastes a fair bit of time, got through half of that Drake. As Gideon in the mid lane shows himself, and this Trundle is just going to have to go back home. So Bro actually going to get a lot of tempo from that. As Teddy now actually just going to take a lot of damage from Gio and Effort, who will be able to proc some overgrowth. Not quite able to get that plate just yet. Now we'll be able to get there, as Teddy needs to be a little bit careful.
Oh, nice block.
Yep.
Deny the minion.
Stendo Beam, not quite doing enough, is now Bloom and Burst from Namgung is going to hit a couple of times, but it's otherwise not going to do enough. As Gideon is on a control ward.
He's level 6, though. Yeah, I don't think Cuz can contest him at all. He doesn't have the backup from his lanes. There's Prio in both lanes for Bro. And a level 6 Zed is not to be tangled with.
No. And you can see Romer actually walks off to the side, is out of vision as he starts that recall. He could have been roaming up, so there was nothing that Cuz could do about that.
It is in his name.
Ah, yes. That's a very good point. Should have factored that in. But I've been kind of burnt by the fact that he did not roaming in like the first couple of games.
Yeah.
False sense of security. Maybe KT has a bit of that as well. As BDD is just going to get stunned underneath the turret. Tibbers goes down.
Isn't Annie an interactive champion?
She really is. Throw bear at bad guy.
Yep. It's pretty straightforward. Level 6 is starting to be hit from the bot lane, which we always see that as being an exciting point. I feel like Zeri Yumi, the ult combo, is so strong now. I think a lot of the power between the two champions is kind of budgeted there. But it's a lot of threat in the all-in. Obviously, Kai'Sa and Nico get some good power there too. But Namgung not quite level 6.
Yeah, I do feel like the bros want to get level 6 for Namgung and then find themselves a skirmish or a fight of some kind. And try and get themselves an angle for Gideon to execute someone. Use that death mark. Make it happen there. Drop a bear, for example. 360 is actually the advantage here from Roma. He's actually being able to push this.
Well, Gideon's
quite
got it,
far.
and it's like 12 seconds until his shadow's back up.
Well, this is a little bit rough. Cuz could throw down. Okay, there's the ult. He's being throwing things down. Teddy might be in a little bit of trouble as the final chapter is not quite able to do too much. Extendo Beam also doesn't find the mark, as there's at least a cannon going over to Teddy. But now Cuz picks up the aggro on this Drake, and the bros are going to get pushed away.
Yeah, so used both their ultimates, but chunked out Teddy and Namgung meant that they just definitely couldn't assist. Gideon realized he was not going to get this dragon and has to back away. Hextech into Ocean.
Okay.
So, means, honestly, I think 4 good options for the Soul. Chemtech Soul here, if KT get it, will be a ton of value.
Oh, it'd be ridiculous. I also think that the bros would like it as well. I think Renekton makes a lot of use of it. Even Namgung might be able to keep himself alive a little bit better. Roma with his Molten Shield, Teddy with his Killer Instinct. There's shields everywhere. That's that could work. But the bros probably just wanting to deny Drakes from now on, because KT's composition a little bit like a Juggernaut, as Cuz in a little bit of trouble. There's a great stun on a BDD. Still Namgung has to flash. I wanted to tango with this Trundle.
So rough when you get engaged. Well, not even engaged. Just the Trundle catches you off guard when you go into a brush, bites you, and then you have to, you know, walk awkwardly away when the pillar comes down and force to flash. Namgung just get out. The Summoner being down is a pretty big cost.
Well, Roma back in this mid lane. About a 200 gold lead here for the bros. That is Thornmail completed, though, for Perfect. Kind of feels like he's getting out of the woods as far as this matchup is concerned. With the Black Cleaver first, casting will retain a bit of relevance in this lane, being able to cut down the Cassante somewhat. But I think that it will get more and more difficult to kill as this game goes on.
They are not the best tank killers, that is for sure.
Yeah.
Enough champions, though, and enough gold ahead, and you can kind of just kill anyone, but they are not terrifically well equipped to cut through the likes of Perfect.
And I just want to see our first skirmish. Our first, like, you know, more than 2 people fight.
Look at the vision setup that KT has on the bot side. You can see, like, there's the line of wards, 3 control wards to the river, and then, like, triple wards in the enemy jungle. At the entrances, notably, there's that ward over the wall. You can see it was just on the top left of the screen next to the Tri-Brush.
Yep.
That wasn't being spotted, so Dragon's a while away still, but any action in that area of the map will be spotted out by KT. And this makes it very hard for Bro to push through without being spotted.
There's one very important thing, though, here in this game, and that is, this is the first game that the bros have been able to pick up triple grubs. And so Gideon, I think, is just going to be way happier.
Yep. And he has
also has
completed.
Yeah, it does have that first item spike done already. This is a PowerPoint here for the bros.
I mean,
oh, in goes Jiu. Pop Blossom is going to pick him up. Teddy gets exhausted, but he cleanses it. And that is first blood going over to Jiu Zeri as teleports are coming in from everyone. Roma coming down here to try and deal with this as Gideon wanting to get on over here. There is the stun. They do manage to get the follow-up kill onto Cuz. But it's Jiu staying alive. Look at how many summoner spells were used by KT. That is everything except for perfect stuff on cooldown.
A lot committed there. And you can see the power of Jiu and Effort's ultimates coming into play. But in the end, it's a 1-for-1. We do see Perfect getting some value off by himself. But this is so aggressive. And Teddy just does cleanse the exhaust, but doesn't quite have the damage yet to cut through Jiu and all the healing, all the shielding. Then this play, I thought Jiu was just dead. But Gideon, instead of overcommitting for the Zeri and potentially getting CC'd on the tower, he just takes the freebie with the CC set up by his solo laners. Gold is still dead even.
The problem is where the gold is going. And the fact that Jiu manages to get first blood is a huge deal here for KT.
Yeah, I will say, with every single summoner being burnt, they should probably be cautious around this next dragon. They already have a dragon in pocket. There's no huge pressure to contest it. But if you go in without those summoners, it could very easily be a bad time.
Oh, yeah. And he does have first item completed as well. Did manage to complete the Kraken Slayer.
I also think, you know, they buffed the Eclipse, the max health damage. And there's just a lot of max health on the side of KT this game.
Yeah, very
I'm not
true.
saying it's like a tank shredder item, but it will get some good value.
Yeah, when you're against a Galio and a Trundle especially, like that is their tankiness in most regards. So I agree with you. Feel like the Eclipse value will be high. Some free shoes to be collected here by Gideon as well. As he goes back, we'll see what else he can purchase as just a cheeky pickaxe on top of the rest of his build. Haven't seen too much from the Zed just yet. Did manage to get the assist of that kill onto Cuz.
So 20 seconds until that dragon. All the vision that KT had earlier in the river has either decayed or been cleared out. So it's actually Bro with a bit of an advantage in terms of setup right now. And I think KT being optimistic about approaching that area makes a lot of sense given the summoner situation we talked about.
Yep.
You can see Cuz trying to move in here, but you have to really be careful.
He's going to be able to chomp down some of these wards. Gideon going to slink back into Fog of War for the moment. Casting with a bit of control here towards his bottom side. You can see playing up against BDD pretty comfortably as he is building a lot of magic resist right now, and a Renekton does not care about that. As KT have started off this dragon.
It's you playing in the banana brush to try and have some cover, but now he's potentially going to be flanked here. Just have the dash to go over the wall.
Namgun has flash. Voidseeker does come down. There is the teleport in from Perfect. As Gideon just flashes in, but it's still going to be the Drake secured by KT. Perfect tries to lock down the bottom lane, but Teddy is able to keep himself safe. There is that Chemtech Soul that we were talking about before. Does actually come on in. But KT, I mean, they've pulled back the gold advantage now, and the door is slowly closing here on the Bros.
I think Bro honestly approached that wrong. I think their game plan there from Gideon was just try and smite the dragon. We don't really want to fight. But I think the summoner advantage that we talked about, all they have to do is get on Jiwoo. And he doesn't have cleanse, doesn't have flash. Instead, Gideon commits for the dragon, maybe feeling the nerfs and that passive execute damage. Doesn't quite calculate it right. And they just give another kill over to Jiwoo. And now the summoners are going to start coming off cooldown. And KT are going to be so confident to fight.
Oh, yeah. And so there's still a quarter of that flash cooldown to go, as at least all of those flashes happened at exactly the same time. So Cuz, VDD, and Jiwoo will have them back up very, very soon. Might be a window for the Bros to find an angle, but I'm really surprised that Namgun, like, he's been so aggressive throughout this whole year, but doesn't go for the flash pop blossom or anything like that in that last fight. Maybe wanting to make sure that Jiwoo had his skate on cooldown, but we'll never know. Hindsight's 20/20, all that good stuff. BDD here just going to crash this wave towards his top side. Rift Herald has been started here by the Bros, as the Voidseeker does find Jiwoo. And now a teleport in from the Renekton, a possible angle here for the Bros as BDD, heroic entrance at the ready. But it looks like they're just going to give this one up. Casting is going to come out of this brush and find an angle towards Cuz. Subjugate actually already down, as there is the Pop Blossom from Namgun, but it just does nothing at all. As KT, perfect defensive play, get BDD over the top, and they will just back out. But Rift Herald does go over to the Bros, so there's at least that.
All those flashes we were talking about were actually still down a little bit longer, but still, Bro, very hesitant. Don't want to overcommit and get knocked up by the Galio ultimate. And the end result is KT will back away safely, but it is Bro who got the Herald at the end of the day.
And Teddy just going to clear out that wave and look to head back. We'll see how far the Rage Blade is away, as I believe still needs a bit more cash to put that second item together. Guys are going to be feeling a bit better at that time, as Jiwoo's Burst Fire is really starting to rip through these minion waves now. And he's putting himself together almost a 20 CS advantage, returning that favor from that previous game. And Casting just trying to do his best to cling on to relevance here in this game, as many of our Renektons do. I'm going looking for an angle, but I don't know whether he is going to be enough to help gank this guy.
Yeah, I do not think they have the damage at all. So
no.
Faircraft will go unchecked here. And right now, it's still a very close game, but I feel like Bro just haven't found the windows that we would have really hoped for right now.
Yeah, Pathmaker pushes Casting back. Not going to quite find that Q. Casting is at least retaining a bit of a CS advantage. The gold lead is nowhere near where they want it to be. I think the Bros have got one more team fight in them. But if they lose that one, that's when this game really starts to go by the wayside. That's where we start to get Wolf certification out.
Yeah, I think it kind of depends, though, because obviously they're not in an ideal spot, but if you just explode the Zeri, even if KT get a lead, if you just explode Zeri, I feel like the KT comp might flounder.
They may not have very much to do. Now Gio is just going to skate on over towards Roma. Bear goes down. There's the exhaust, though, and goodbye, Annie. Wasn't a whole lot they could do about that one.
Great read of the play. You know, having cleanse as well means Roma just can't really do anything in that situation to shut down Jiwoo. And a third kill for the Zeri is really twisting the knife right now.
Oh, that was a bit cute. Trying to take this Rift Herald away from Cuz, and they still managed to get the charge.
That was well played.
That was very cute. A bit risky. Could have gone for the full drive to the bottom lane, but probably looked at these minion wave situations and was like, I ain't risking that.
Yep. So, end result, they get good value from the Herald. But it's still KT with the lead right now. Dragon in 40 seconds, a third for KT. And the Chemtech Soul, we've talked about how it'd be great with the bulky champions. But also, Zeri's kind of going to become effectively a bulky champion when you have like all the shielding and healing from the Yumi. It's going to take a while to cut through her. Any extra resistance is going to make things really awkward.
One thing I do want to note, though, is the Rift. We have Mega Cone Nico on the Rift, and it's piloted by Namgung as well. As we check out this replay, for some reason, of Roma just getting brutalized. That was a tough one to watch. Now the Drake is going to spawn.
Okay, notably no exhaust from Effort, which I know Gideon and Teddy feel pretty good about. No cleanse from Jiwoo as well. Splash availed to Roma. I think whoever it is, whether it's Roma, whether it's Namgun, you need to find Jiwoo and stun him.
Well,
Casting can also do that. But I think the mid tower being up, even though it's low, makes it a little awkward. You can't find a route in behind so easily.
Right now, they haven't found any damage onto Teddy. That is good news for the Bros. Gio as well, very healthy though. And Cuz, control of the river with a bit of a battle between BDD and Casting down here towards his bottom side. If Casting can keep the Galio busy, can be a little bit problematic here. As Teddy's doing his very best to soften up Perfect. Does get a solo target there, the Acathian Rain. And now there's the Flash Bear already skating over the wall. Gorgeously played. BDD does make his way in and doesn't quite find the taunt. But KT, they keep the President alive. And this might be their avenue towards the Dragon. Baron has also just spawned, but I don't know whether that is going to quite be the target. The announcement was there, and I read what was on the screen. And it looks like Cuz on this Drake right now, just looking for a free soul point. He is going to back away. As Gideon going to get that wraparound. The rest of KT now moving over to try and help out. Shurikens come down, the extender beam comes in.
Casting, look at him go.
Yeah, stacking up all of that rage. Now can he try and find an angle? The Flash Pop Blossom picks them all up into the back. There goes Teddy as they've taken down the President. And the Cat does find another target to get on top of, but no one can do enough damage to take care of the Bros. And they're going to be able to get themselves a Dragon, maybe even a Baron off the back of that play.
They care more about the Baron right now. They saw Jiwoo, they targeted him, didn't even have time to flash, didn't get a chance. A great flank by Casting. This is the fated Huni Baron though.
Oh no.
The health bar's already a little low. 3 members of KT and Jiwoo not long till he respawns. Already they're getting shredded.
Yeah, this is a really difficult Baron. They are doing a lot of damage to it, but they are just going to back away.
It's such a heavy cost because now they have to back off and the Dragon can be taken.
Well, the Bear comes down. Can they actually get a pick? They can! They baited BDD, who now flashes the wrong direction. Now I'm going looking for an angle. Gideon can get over that wall if he does get a shadow back.
There's no CC. You can just try TP now. There's no one in range. But he actually just walks it off.
Oh, wait. They're just going to get soul point anyway.
Yeah, that's sort of... They left the Dragon. They should have just taken the Dragon. They didn't respect the Huni Baron, and they end up paying for it.
Oh, dear. Well, at least they showed Jiu that he could bleed, or something like that. As we're going to have a look at this one from Namgung once again.
Do
you think he wanted to kill Zeri?
I get the vibe.
Yeah.
A great setup. Great team fight, and yet you don't get the Dragon. I think that must feel rough for Bro in this situation. And you know what feels even worse is the fact that Jiwoo didn't flash. Like, obviously, him getting the flash would make the fight a bit more difficult, but the fact he has both summoners coming off the back of that and they got the dragon anyway, not the best position to be in for Bro.
Yeah, it feels like you're kind of back to square one, but they now have a bit more money, right? They have the gold lead moving into this. And yes, Soul Point is going to make the macro game a lot more difficult for the Bros. But staying in parity as far as the money is concerned is going to be very interesting because the advantage that the Bros have is damage. And so you need money to fund that.
They know they can kill Jiwoo if they connect, if they get everything onto him. So important for them to just keep doing that. It's a simple approach in what you need to do against this KT composition.
Effort has done more damage than Jiwoo. That's pretty cute. These prowling projectiles have been finding the mark. As the longest Q of all time does find BDD. After that Justice Punch away. Okay.
Kenji looking for perfect on the bot side, but I think he's just way too tanky, so...
I feel like these are the two champions that should not be trying to kill perfect on the bot side as well.
Yeah, I don't think Annie would fare better either, or Nico.
Yeah.
Maybe just don't try killing him. I think you need Teddy there. Teddy does have a lot of DPS now with the Kraken Slay against Zeus Terminus. He does shred. He can cut through some of these tankier targets if they overstep, but again, a front to back isn't going to feel fantastic. It needs to be the Zeri getting exploded. And the thing is, even if you don't kill Jiwoo, as long as you get him low enough and out the fight, that can be enough. It doesn't have to be like Jiwoo dies. If he's unable to fight, unable to participate for whatever reason, that can often just tick the box you need.
And we know that Teddy is so good at late game Kai'Sa as well.
Just say Teddy's so good at
late game champions in League of Legends. But it felt easier to say late game Kai'Sa. But this champion he has had just incredible plays on, and more recently in his career as well. Felt like last year this was one of his sort of ace picks that he had.
Oh wow.
Okay, we're going for it again. The Infinity Edge is completed.
And the Mikhails.
Oh dear.
That's a lot of power. And the mandate for the Gallia? Okay, KT are spiking pretty hard right now.
Yeah, that is quite a spiky KT. 2 minutes on the Drake as well. I mean, there is still that Baron up and available. As casting does hit level 16. Perfect will get stunned up here. That was a cute little trade, but not too much more going to come of it. As Jiu just going to send the message that he is a lot more scary now.
I get the message.
Yeah, me too.
I wonder if Bro got the message.
I think they've pressed tab by now. As the Jack Shows comes in for Perfect. So, yeah. Spiking.
Yeah.
Even the Spirit Visage is kind of big one for Cuz.
Yep. A lot of big spikes coming in. Minute 40 until that Dragon. And Bro aren't really close to getting over the hump for any of their items. But they have 2 items completed for most champions, 3 for Teddy. It just feels like those spikes for KT are already significant. You can see KT heavily prioritizing the Skull Crab around where that dragon will spawn. Yeah, and this fight feels like this entire series might just hinge on it. Soul potentially for KT, but a one fight for either side likely going to lead to that Baron if they take down enough members of the opposite team.
That's the thing. See whether they can risk the Huni Baron once again. It was the demise of Bro, felt like, in that last exchange. That's why they're staring down the barrel of Soul Point. But that gold lead has remained the same, only increased a little bit here for the Bros. I think there is still another opportunity, but it will take a team fight. And if we go all the way back to the very beginning of this series, that was KT's bread and butter. That was how they were able to win Game 1 all those hours ago. And now with Jiu this strong, there's a chance they can just do it again.
I will say, Bro had that successful Game 2 on the back of a straightforward composition. And I think their task, their goal is straightforward. Straightforward doesn't always mean easy.
Yeah.
And Jiu has a lot of assistance from his team to help keep him alive. You saw before when he dashed over the wall, and the Gallia ult was like immediate. To kind of give him that shield, give him that protection. 15 seconds on the Dragon. Is KT have control of the area? Zed not the best at kind of walking in and face checking. Even though he has the shadow for safety, you don't want to get caught out. So KT are the ones with the area on lockdown.
Yep, I do like Teddy actually throwing a lot of these Void Seekers at Cuz and actually finding his mark, understanding where they are. The Drake has now spawned. You've got a Crocodile lying in wait in the river, natural habitat. And he does get spotted here by BDD. All right, Perfect also spotted out of position.
I'm going to still chunked at this point, thanks to a bit of damage from Jiwoo.
Oh, okay. In they go, looking for a bit of an angle here. As Perfect taking a lot of damage here from Teddy. Shape Splitter does come out. There's a flash in from Namgung. They killed him again. They traded, but they've managed to take down the president. As now Kuz is going to get dove on by Teddy's killer instinct. They'll take a mid out of turret. They should. Oh, are we doing it again, guys? Just take the dang dragon.
Round 2 with the Huni Baron. Let's see if they can do it. Health bars are low, but they do have a good amount of damage. Shielding. Oh, dodge away from that.
Yeah.
Get hit by that. That's not good. Oh, the Tibbers tank.
Tibbers tank. There you go. You love to see it. All right, now with casting there, they should be able to take this.
Jiwoo just played this one so aggressive and just stepped forward and just challenged them. And Namgung was low. He died. He gets the knock-up, and that's enough. And I just think this is not how you need to play this composition, because
you have to be so careful. Deathmark to try and avoid some damage, but still BDD manages to take down the Zed. Remember, this is Seoul, but they just lost their jungler. BDD is taking a lot, but there is Teddy. The all-out comes in, he flashes, but he's still going to go down. Now Namgung and Roma are here. I mean, there is some damage from this Annie, but I think this is still Chemtech Seoul.
Yeah.
I stand by what I said. Just take the dang dragon.
Not a fan of the dragons, are the bros.
Well, they are a fan of just diving on top of this area and killing her. So they trade that for the Drake. Perfect taking some damage. A Pop Blossom comes off cooldown. They pull Perfect into the sky. Casting's going to get taken down, though. The war of attrition is being won, and Kuz is a Trundle with a Chemtech Soul Pro. And you gave it to him.
They didn't have their DPS there to shred through. And yes, they killed Jiwoo, but Kuz is just munching on them. They need the damage of the Kai'Sa, or at least the Zed. He was so low when he went for this, and he kind of just face checked. He could have gone like further down and just gone over the wall.
Just a bit of a whoopsie.
Yeah, they just got baited by Huni. I think that's what we can say.
We've all been there.
Yeah. And then in the ensuing fight, they're like, you know what? We can kill Jiwoo again. But they don't have a plan for after they kill Jiwoo. And Perfect does a lot of work just creating disruption here, but then Kuz just starts munching. And I think people often disrespect like one of the issues with Trundle is you become a pillar bot because you can't get in range without getting shredded late in the game. But with Teddy not there, no one has the damage to cut through him, and he can just keep chomping and doing a ton of DPS.
And so now the Bros have extended their gold lead.
Okay, let's quickly take a look at the top left of the screen. And we want to analyze. We're going to do this as a team effort.
Okay.
Max, okay, we're analyzing.
A team effort, that's KT.
It worth taking the Baron over the Dragon? So I want you to look at, it's called the Red Bull Baron Power Play.
Okay. What does that dash mean at the beginning?
Yeah, I believe that's a negative number.
Oh.
So we're going to put that in the cons column. And KT get that cute little Chemtech symbol next to their side. So.
Oh, what does that mean? That seems a bit putrid. You know, like it doesn't look great. But is that a good thing?
It's a good thing. It's a good thing.
Would you say that it's good for a champion like Trundle, for example, that likes to heal a lot?
Or maybe Kasante with Spirit Visage. That's disgusting.
Oh, my lord.
Okay.
Even Galio. Plus, we haven't even mentioned the worst offender, which is this Yuumi. Yeah, KT make very good use of the Chemtech Soul. There's also a Maw of Malmortius on Jiu. Like,
Maw feels like a bit of... I'm going to be honest, Maw feels like a weird buy, because a big thing with Maw is the shield when you're low. But most of the fights have been like Tibbers or Nico being dropped on you. And then the AD champions actually finish you off.
Yeah,
so,
then you're just dead.
Yeah, I'm not sure that it's the best buy. I think maybe like a GA could have been better, although maybe the thought process is if you die, are you going to survive afterwards? But you probably could, honestly, if the tanks cause enough disruption. Either way, the buy is the buy. And Jiwoo once again playing with confidence. But is it too much confidence? It's a delicate line, I feel like this game has been.
It is a very good point. Both of the 80 carries sitting on a lot of money right now.
I think the main thing is that we are approaching the Elder Dragon. And we knew it had to go to 5 games, but deep down we also knew it had to be decided this way. It had to be the Elder.
And so it's kind of like how our predictions went. flipping a coin, but what the teams are going to do is they're going to flip a Baron. And,
They're going to
flip an Elder.
And they're going to blow on the coin in the air to try and put it in towards their favor, which is technically cheating. They wouldn't allow you to do that, but we're going to let them off this time because this has been such a captivating series.
Indeed. And then they're going to fight a dragon. Is that what you mean?
Yes.
Got it.
While the coin is still in the air and they're blowing on it.
Man, I knew that they were multi-talented, but I didn't know it quite went that far.
Yeah.
All right. Perfect is very dangerous. There's an Infinity Edge on Teddy.
With what crit?
Well, I don't know. Don't ask complicated questions.
No.
You know how you take that one crit rune? And you know what they used to say? Better players crit more. This is all Teddy needs.
Just if he crits on every single
If you believe
attack,
in yourself.
it's super high DPS.
Absolutely. Just believe in the optimal outcome.
Yeah.
And it will happen.
Some decisions here when it comes to itemization, but we'll see how the play goes.
Yeah, I think he probably saw all of the MR items and was like, can I have the thing with big AD?
Maybe he just saw that he had enough money for IE. Was like, you know what? Yeah.
Sure.
Why not?
Well, he can build some shoes now as well. We'll see what he's actually going to purchase in that area. As they have increased their gold lead. But ladies and gentlemen, a gold lead of 3,000 at 33 minutes and 33 seconds. Oh, that's pretty cool. We managed to hit that big number when it was the same amount of gold in advantage, like the 3.
Okay.
That's fine.
We have the Knight's
This
Vow.
doesn't matter, is what I meant.
It does not. Knight's Vow for Trundle, which presumably is on the is on the Zeri. No surprise. Seeker's Arm Guard for BDD. We have the Echoes of Helia just came in for effort. And then actually a Frozen Heart for Namgoon. So some item completions coming through, but some are midway. Like Casting has just the BF Sword, Gideon has just the Samira item that I forget the name.
Who, what, has what?
Gideon has the little stopwatch thing.
Oh, yeah. The GA on the way to item.
Yes, that's what it's called.
Yeah. Or it's a something pocket watch, I'm pretty sure.
The Death Stance component.
Yeah.
Yeah. 13 seconds. Jiwoo is the main character. Can they take him out? That's the question. Will Teddy crit 3 times in a row?
Obviously. But can he actually find a target to crit as well? Because KT have got
God,
this
look at that shield
massive front line. Oh my lord. Yeah, can they actually manage to do enough damage to stop Perfect from just walking towards the enemies? Casting on a flank angle. Gideon also looking for a flank angle. That leaves no one in this mid lane, really, that can stop this push from KT. They do take the red buff. It is going to be secured. Teddy does manage to get it. It's now Perfect. Going to get closed in and actually takes a lot of damage here as Gideon moves over. That's what the bros have. They have damage.
Okay, good chunk for Perfect. Heals a lot from that honey food. There's another one up there. Go grab it, Perfect.
Okay, but they put in so much good work. It's just all for naught.
So Spain going to come in, a lot of healing. They both have a Spirit Visage, and the Chemtech Dragons just helps out with that now. They're looking for a Pillar and a Namgoon. This is so tense.
All right.
Casting on the
Who's
flank.
going to start this fight? As Casting does get seen by this control ward. Gideon trying to throw poke damage over, but poke just feels so unreliable. With KT just healing up so much in the interim as Teddy sidesteps the Winds of War, stepping forward. A brief moment of impatience can be so dangerous.
By the way, he is very strong.
All right, Casting getting ran at here by Cuz. Just starts hitting him with a bat. This is so intense. This is game 5. The winner of this goes to playoffs. And Namgoon is going to make the play. He gets on top. There's another killer instinct for Teddy. This time he's not able to finish off the target in Jiwoo. He kites away. Casting gets into the backline. Teddy has taken down Perfect, though the top laners have been traded. Tibbers will be taken down. It's a 1-for-1.
Resets
That's it.
Need to come in. Help needs to come in. Gideon's super low. And Jiwoo's already back to full HP.
That's not fair.
He has the Glutinous Greaves. And he's going to sustain more off the Elder Dragon. TP coming in from Roma. Both top laners dead. A lot of cooldowns burned. The Elder's still healthy.
Mega Cone. A possible angle here as a Shape Splitter comes on through, gives so much information. I feel late game, the Nico is so valuable just for that button.
The Pop Blossom's ticking really quickly.
Yeah.
It's not long till that's going to be up and available, and Jiwoo has nothing left.
Wait a second. Well, they're on the Elder Dragon now. Cuz is going to move on over. And Teddy, as soon as he gets here, he does so much DPS. Gideon in the back of this pit. The Elder does not do that much damage.
Back up.
Okay, Mega Cone angle. Mega Cone angle. They could get a Renekton in there on top of that as well. Roma, don't press it just yet. Okay, KT just trying to keep them at bay. Who gets the Elder, and do they even look for the fight as Roma just gets into that backline? Who are wanting to try and find the angle, but Jiwoo is so safe. Still, they've taken down the jungler, and another Pop Blossom. This Namgun guy always finds his mark as perfect. Trying to get away, BDD as well, trying to escape, but the wrath of the Elder will bear down on KT. And I think they're going to have to be waiting for a match against either BK Fearex or Nongshin because the Bros are going to playoffs.
After such a tense back and forth, 5 whole games in our first match of play-ins, the best of the Rise group take down KT. Gideon secures the Elder, and Teddy just slides in and cleans up. Actually, I might have spoken too early. Elder still in pocket. It looks like they're going to back away. The respawn time is enough to scare them off.
All right, it's not over just yet. There's no need to make any comments just yet. As let's have a look at this fight one more time.
So a lot of time is bought here by Roma and casting, but Gideon is just laser focused on the Dragon with Teddy helping to secure it. And as soon as they get it, the dive in comes through. The Zeri is deleted. The Yumi follows, and Perfect is so tanky. It almost looks like he'll be able to shake this off until the burn just takes him down.
I think so. He was like ready to leave. He's like, it's time to go. It's time to go. Right, Juke, right? No. Not yet.
And now a minute where KT cannot fight throw at all.
Look at these items.
Oh, well, he's gotten more crit now.
All right, it's like a 50-50 at this point.
Normally you get the crit, then the Infinity Edge, but he's just working it backwards.
Yeah.
The Runans into this team comp, though, does go kind of crazy.
I reckon he's probably going to be able to find some value. But he also has a GA that he hasn't need to put into use just yet.
Yeah.
As Baron has been taken, the Elder still there for 30 seconds.
We have GA from Gideon, and we're pretty close for casting, but right now the Baron push, 30 seconds on the Elder. They cannot contest them, even with the tower to back them up, and they know that they back off. 2 inhibitors is going to be the cost that they have to pay. Can they do more? 15 seconds.
You have to look at this from KT's perspective. Possible devastation here with a loss in Game 5 after they had a lead at the beginning of this one. Jiwoo still alive. Does have a GA himself. Can they find an avenue in? Can they find the engage? And there is the Elder. So KT, look for an opportunity. BDD with the Justice Punch is just going to go backwards.
Look at Jiwoo taking this safe route towards the fountain. Really cautious about being up front. They know he is the primary target.
The Bros now, I mean, they still do have this Baron for another minute and a half.
Yeah.
But one Nexus turret. Teddy will be able to basically 3-hit the Nexus if they do get anywhere near it. As BDD going for a potential angle, but they are so nifty. They just get out of the way. BDD goes golden, possibly going to get separated as he flashes away, taken down to 50%. And every time Teddy presses Q, I'm terrified for someone's life. As Jiwoo going to get tagged by that Void Seeker. Perfect, look at that. I mean, he's a tank. Doesn't find the Q there. Supercharger just enough here to get Teddy out of the way as he avoids the Prowling Projectile there as well. But KT are still holding on. The Bros just, I think they're feeling a little bit scared of making this last play. Let's see, there it is. Namgun's never scared. Teddy gets that ultimate off, but Jiwoo just slides over the Nexus. Now it's KT's turn to try and find an angle, but BDD just gets cut in half. Still, Teddy might get taken down to the GA, and there it is. Perfect finds it. And now Casting's trying to get away. Perfect's going to respawn, but there it is. And Jiwoo's still alive. Only Gideon is left up. And they have to kill him because there is only one Nexus turret. And now can KT win the game?
That's the question. They don't have much of a wave. Gideon can play interrupt. He needs to buy 40 seconds. We're going to see the replay. I'd rather see what's going on right now with the game.
Can we have a picture-in-picture, please?
Right now, we see Namgun goes for the play, but Jiwoo can just dash over the Nexus to get to safety and starts pumping damage in return. The taunt from BDD that catches Teddy does so much work. Right now, we see Gideon trying to clear out the wave for the Shadow Zone, the bottom left.
I think he may have bought enough time.
Yeah, I think he's bought enough time. They cannot end right now. Oh, it's 10 seconds on Namgun. The wave's still there. They do so much damage to the structures.
14 seconds here on casting, 9 on Roma.
I think they can't.
Oh, KT are gonna back away. Oh my God! It's a 42-minute Game 5 Gigabanger!
I thought Bro had it. I was ready just to be like, they got the Elder, they won the fight, the game is over, and then the base defense from KT, but then the game is still going. We're getting some adjustments in items. The LDR has been picked up by Teddy. The GA was on cooldown. He's considering, does he want it, does he not want it? He's gone a shield bow. 100% crit has been achieved. We worked backwards, but we got there. He's critting every time.
He's figured it out. All right. And now he's also cutting through some armor, which is also pretty handy. Might help him.
Yeah, I mean, the Terminus was shredding a bit, but I think the...
Oh, that's true, that's true.
The LDR has a lot of value here. We've hit the late game. This has gone beyond the late game. This is Bro versus KT, and it is absolute cinema. 25 seconds on the Elder. It was such a stalemate standoff before for that Elder, and we might end up seeing that again. In-hit respawns for KT in the mid lane, though, so they have the pushing advantage here, and BDD did just push that wave in the top.
Yeah, there are still going to be super minions making their way down that top lane, and there is a Nexus turret respawn.
Guys, it's once again...
Oh yeah, we're flipping.
The flanking Crocodile. Casting...
Oh, is he on that Mega Cone as well?
He just finds his way. He just sneaks into this area. He's ready on the Mega Cone.
Gets a control ward down as well. They know what's going on. Gideon's on the Elder Dragon.
BDD needs to TP in before
Look
the
at
fight
the damage
starts.
Teddy does here. Like, KT
the
needs
laser.
to move in immediately.
The laser hits Gideon. He's kind of chunked out. He needs to pick up that honey fruit. They've spotted out casting.
Yeah, BDD looking for an angle here as they're just holding the Drake. They don't want to take it down. They don't want to go for a 50-50 as they pull it away. And now Namgun, can he find the Pop Blossom? It all hinges on him. Gio is so far away.
Are hitting the base of Bro.
They're also conga lining towards the base of KT as well, as we speak.
Recalls are coming in.
Oh, they
Casting is going to go back to... And damage there.
Perfect, taking a fair bit here. But they do go back to try and defend the base. Here's the teleport in. Casting's getting a big old shield.
Namgun gets taunted.
Yep, that is going to be the Pop Blossom, but it doesn't do nearly as much. Still, they find the backline. Perfect, taking out Teddy. There's the Elder and KT. They've turned it all around. They're going to ace the Bros, and they are going to playoffs and joining their Legend Group brethren after the Elder was stolen away. They were so close. One Nexus turret away from defeat. They turn it on its head, and this could be the first victory for Jiu wearing the KT jersey. And it's in 5 games against the Bros here in Play-Ins for 2026. My God, what a ridiculous series.
On the cusp of defeat, KT find the window back into the game, and it comes down to a fated Elder fight. Jiwoo, the trust was put in him, he steps up and they find the win. Playoffs are on the horizon for this team, and they found their route there.
Oh my Lord, what an absolutely incredible 5 games of League of Legends here between KT and Bro. KT take a well-deserved bow as they make their way towards the playoffs. They do not need to play anymore. Here in the play-ins, they are done, and now the Bros are waiting for either B&K Fearex or Nongshim Red Force, as Perfect gives the good old thumbs up. But I imagine this is one of those series where you're like, oh, thank goodness it's over. That was such high intensity, as Cuz never looks like he's anxious at all, ever. Just cool, calm, and collected is that man. And BDD definitely looking like he's feeling like, yep, that was a bit closer than it could have been.
That was just such a crazy series. Such a back and forth, even to the last minute. It was a tense one, and the end result is KT the expectation is when you're the Legend team, when you've been battling against the best of the LCK, that you should come in and face down these Rise teams. They have to fight tooth and nail to get this win. This was a tense one. This was a tense one, but KT, they did what they needed to do. They showed a lot. They showed a lot of their hand. That's information they had to reveal, but they got over the finish line and they managed to take down the Bros.
Effort managing to reach that huge milestone of 3,500 assists as well.
I mean, I was wondering how much Bro tax has been saved up. Are the funds infinite? And it feels like they just hit their limit. It was so close, so close. And I think the thing that I can say I'm really happy about is that this isn't it for Bro. Because they fought hard enough here to prove that they should be next in line for the playoffs. And there are teams who are going to try and put a stop to that, but Bro pushed it to the limit in this one. And it was really just that final fight it came down to. The fact they got the Elder, they were pushing into the base. It looked like they were going to find the game end, and they just didn't quite have the time. Lots of these cannot fight. Namgu did so well. In pretty much every fight, he was finding Jiwoo and able to take him down. In the end, though, it was BDD who kind of saved the day.
It really was. I really felt like the Bros had found their way to do it in that last moment. That it feels right now like all of these moments were largely irrelevant, right? Because KT, they got to Chemtech Soul with a Trundle and a Kazante and a Galio that had so much sustain in these fights. But with Jiu going down, it just meant that Bro were able to overcome it. And as soon as Jiu wasn't instantly murdered at the beginning of a fight, like right here, that's when the Bros ran into all of the problems.
Yeah. I feel like the buffers he got over the wall were pretty great. Perfect having, honestly, a phenomenal Kazante game. I feel like Casting had the edge over him in most games, I'd say. Maybe all of them until this one, where he was just really on form. And this one, I think the key moment is BDD's taunt on a Namgoon saves the game.
Yeah, let's watch for Namgoon trying to make that play. There it is, and instant Oh, man. BDD's heroic entrance there as well, just really icing on the cake. Look at BDD take that sip of water. He knew what he'd done in that moment. Yeah, I imagine all of these sighs are probably what we kind of felt all across the world as KT managed to close out this series. Having a look here at the damage numbers, Teddy did so much work this game, but it was not enough. And the damage that you did do was far more effective, as you can see there. Like, Bro almost had a gold lead at the end of the game.
Yeah. I think the thing with Bro here is be proud of the fact that you took the Legend Group team 2-5 games. You were so close, you could have won. And just try and ignore the frustrations of just being so close and missing out, because you still have more series to play. You can still make playoffs. And it's going to be BDD who ends up winning player of the match. Riot's game was pretty fantastic. The final moment in the Galio was huge.
Yep. He was absolutely incredible this series. I think that it wasn't necessarily down to the score lines or anything like that, but his Galio finding that taunt at the end of the game, and the Rise 7-0-12 in game number 1. I mean, it was an absolutely absurd performance. We are going to have effort on the space as well after this series, which is going to be absolutely fantastic. Get to have a bit of a chat with him and see what their plans are moving towards the playoffs after that narrow victory over the Bros. And of course, he's a former Bro as well. So kind of cool that we get to have a chat to him after he took down his former team.
Yeah, I'm also interested to hear a bit about, Jiwoo coming in, how that sort of transition's been, because it's not easy to make that adjustment so late in the season.
Yeah.
They managed to pull it together for this series.
They certainly did, especially in that game number 1, picking up a pentakill. Absolutely incredible stuff. As now, I believe it is time for us to head towards the interview with KT after their victory here in this series.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by BDD on the side of KT Roaster, who just took a victory over Hanjin Brion to take the 5th seed of the playoffs.
오늘 정말 풀세트 치열한 접전 끝에
At the end of that intense 5-game series, you are going to the playoffs. How do you feel? It was such an exhausting match. But my teammates did so well, and that's why we're able to win today. And it's just such a relief. And yeah, what about that ceremony? It looked like you're letting out a big sigh of relief. Yeah, I mean, I feel like I did pretty badly, honestly, in the end, and then I was actually blaming myself a lot, and then I think that's why I ended up, letting that huge sigh out. And after the Legend and Rise group split, it's been a while since you played Brion, and Bro actually won most recently. So, what did you focus on prepping? We just thought that Hanjin Brion, as a team, their bot lane is actually really strong, so I think that's what we really focused on during preparing. And today's match was a real battle, so you pulled off comebacks, and they had some pulled on you. And as a player, these matches can really shake your composure. So how do you stay steady? How do you stay composed, and how do you steady yourself? Well, yeah, honestly, it was really hard, and especially because I'm getting a little old. At game 3, I was actually feeling that the game was actually the series is getting really tough. So I tried to just maintain a good mental fortitude. And in the final. After game 1 win, after dropping games 2 and 3, what kind of feedback did you have? I think we just wanted to focus on all the advantages that we weren't able to capitalize off of, and just giving away all the edge on the opponent's side. So I just tried to want to refine those moments. And what about that Lissandra against the Lock? What advantage were you looking for? I mean, I just felt like against Lock there are a lot of options, but Lissandra seemed like a pretty viable pick. And in game 5, KT was quick with locking Zeri and Yuumi after seeing the Nico. So, how did that come about? Well, during the draft, honestly, I mean, there were not a lot of options left, but the bot duo were discussing, and I didn't really know what was going on, and I was a little concerned, but they actually played it out so well. I thought they were really cool. And so, at the very end of game 5, what do you think gave you the ultimate edge to close it out? I mean, I felt like the bot laning phase went really well, so I think that was really what it was going to be based off of. And the mid to late game, honestly, my team did so well, but in the end, ultimately, it was really difficult. And I'm sure that game 5, it was so back and forth. It must have been so difficult. So, how did it feel? I mean, yeah, it was quite exhausting, but after winning it, it just feels so meaningful, and I'm sure that our fans are just as happy for us. And so now that you advance to the playoffs, it's up to T1 whether you'll face T1 or DK in the playoffs. So, what are your expectations? Well, I just feel like we will go up against D plus Kia, but I'm not too sure yet. And lastly, what is your mindset for the playoffs? Well, I don't think our performance was exactly too decent, but I want to make sure that we are well prepared for the next match so that we can continue climbing up from here on. We'll do our best. And that is all from BDD, and tossing you back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear. As it is one of the best Game 5s in the play-ins we've seen here so far. It goes the way of KT Rolster in the face of an Elder Dragon and a Baron. They had the shiny star logos on the side of Hanjin Brion.
Who could have predicted such a result?
All right.
Okay.
All right, he
Any
did it again.
Bro predictors flanking me on the left and right side?
But just saying, you didn't get the correct score though.
Yeah, Bro played better than I expected. What you guys thought it should have been a 3-1? You guys thought Bro...
I mean, to be fair, that game 5 was so epic though. I think it was really just game of inches, and it was just that epic. I thought Hanjin Brion could just win it after the first Elder fight, but BDD defended the base with his Galio, and
It was a
bad.
pretty rough game, like of
Yeah.
League of Legends. Honestly, I think it was not clean. You could feel the tension. Like both teams want this so badly. They don't want to be none of the 10 players wants to be the player to make the mistake, right? That costs you the game, or to be the one who makes that proactive mistake, right? Where you went too far, you went too deep, you initiated and it didn't work out. So you could feel a little bit of stagnation. The game went super late there, but it was epic. Like Atlas said, like how much more could he ask for?
Yeah, it made for a great viewing experience. As we get to the comments here from our Palm votes, let's take a look at it. It's 8 out of 13. Korean analysts giving some shout outs over to Effort, who we'll be talking to very soon. And then one top lane, a couple of bot lane from Ox and
Two voters.
That is bold and a little based. I was throwing it out there. We were having a chat where it was going. I feel like it could have gone anywhere. BDD was the one that wins it though.
Yeah. BDD in playoffs, a BDD classic
with the BDD font, of course.
Yeah, it's BDD. His Rise game sold it for me more than anything else, but had a pretty good Galio game there at the end, blocking the final Nico engage.
I agree. Basically, BDD was everywhere. I think he was more roamer than the roamer. I feel like he did such a great job on getting the mid priority into the other side of the map. I think he just showed up with his playmaking once again. So,
Chat, how did Wadid have a better comment in his explanation of his comment? He was more roamer than roamer. That should have been your
True. But I didn't want to like mention Rome on that point because I think he did such a great job as well.
It was a very good explanation here. Let's see what else we had. Welcome to the KT roller coaster. Please remain seated and keep arms and legs inside the vehicle at all times as he votes for Jiwoo. Again, Jiwoo had integral roles in all of those.
Arms not fully inside the vehicle at times, but ultimately we got there.
Absolutely. What else do we have here for our comments? As I'm interested in what the Korean side had to say. The last game, the last moment, that last clutch, it was perfect, coming up huge there on the Cassante. Again, stepped up, baited out Roamer from backing and getting the Tibbers out, bought the time. BDD is the vote for Cloud Templar. That was one hell of a tough game. Then it has to be the mid laner that comes up clutch, as it normally is in League of Legends. Go, one of the two effort voters. The clutch play when it matters most. Constantly swapping around on that Yuumi. And then finally here from Prince, I made a mistake, double it and give it to the next team. What did he mean by that?
I'm not sure, but he had a pretty good series. Definitely one of my vote considerations as well.
All right. Well, with that finishes the comments and does mean that we have time to welcome on in the victorious support for KT roster. Please welcome KT's effort, everyone. Woo!
축하드립니다.
축하드립니다.
안녕하세요.
Thank you so much.
Nice.
Hello. 축하합니다. Congratulations on the victory. Tell us, now that you've won, how are you feeling right now?
일단 먼저 승리 너무 축하드리고요. 지금 기분이 어떠신가요?
네, 일단 승리도 승리인데 이게 옥곽 후의 승리라서 너무 짜릿하고 지금 아직도 여운이 지금 가시질 않고 있습니다.
I mean, it was BO5, the game-winning moment after that game 5, right? So the aftertaste is pretty huge here.
So I wanted to ask about, after the LCK Cup, you became the main support player for KT Roster, and after you came in, KT started winning everything. It seemed like the mood and the atmosphere in the team changed so massively after you became the main support player. So how was it? How was the team atmosphere when you joined, and what sort of impact did you make on the team to change the entire team's direction?
이제 시즌 초반으로 돌아가서 에포트 선수가 KT에 합류를 했을 때 KT의 초반 기세가 정말 엄청났잖아요. 어떻게 보면 팀 전체를 바꿀 만한 그런 큰 임팩트를 남겼다고 생각이 드는데, 본인이 KT에 이제 합류하게 되면서 어떤 점을 가장 크게 변화시킨 것 같나요?
일단 제가 봤을 때 이제 LCK 컵에서의 KT는 좀 뭔가 되게 우왕좌왕하고 좀 그런 게임 안에서 그런 모습이 좀 많이 보였는데, 제가 좀 그런 부분에서 오더를 좀 확실히 정리해주고 게임 안에서 오더를 확실히 좀 잡아주는 그런 역할을 좀 잘했다고 생각합니다.
So I think before I joined the KT in the LCK Cup, they were hesitating a lot in game. So I think I kind of like tried to get the correct shot calling in order of like how you want to like play for it. and I think I just mainly kind of like figured out what we want to do in game.
You've now played with multiple different AD carries this year. What has that been like for you, having to switch different styles based on different players you've played with?
이제 정말 다양한 원딜 선수들과 지금 함께 호흡을 맞추고 계신데 좀 어땠나요? 지금 많이 힘들 거라고 다들 예상하고 있었는데.
네, 이게 몇 년에 걸쳐서 해야 할 경험을 이거 지금 몇 달간에 갑자기 하니까 너무 당황스럽긴 한데 그래도 어쨌든 저희는 다 프로고 해서 최대한 계속 같이 하는 선수들과 합 계속 잘 맞추려고 노력했고 실제로 다 너무 좋은 선수들이었어가지고 지금 잘하고 있는 것 같습니다. 충분히.
I think this kind of experience should like come through with many years, but like I've experienced in only few months, right? So yeah, it was definitely rough, but at the same time, we're the pros, right? So we have to deal with the situation, what we have, and I really like to work with all different AD carries in my team. I think every single player is really good, so like we're trying our best to work it out.
Now, specifically, before this game, you had been on a losing streak. Jiwoo still hadn't won a series. What was the mood like within the team before the series?
사실 이 경기 직전까지만 해도 6연패를 하고 있었고 그래서 좀 많이 압박이 됐을 텐데 또 지우 선수와 함께 이렇게 다시 이제 승리를 차지하시게 됐잖아요. 좀 어땠나요, 그 경험?
일단 지우 선수가 너무 잘하는 선수인데 계속 같이 해서 이기지 못해서 너무 아쉬웠는데 오늘 이제 기점으로 계속해서 이길 수 있을 거라고 생각하고요. 지우 선수가 너무 잘해주고 있어서 계속해서 합은 계속 올라가고 있는 중이라서 다들 기대해 주시면 좋겠습니다.
I think Jiu is a really good player, and it was kind of unfortunate that we couldn't get a win with Jiu. So from here, I really want to get more wins with Jiu. So we're gonna try our best to get the wins.
All right, and then finally, D+, T1. Those are your two potential opponents. How do you feel like KT lines up against both those teams?
이제 T1 아니면 D+ 기아를 상대로 플레이하시게 될 텐데 좀 그 두 팀과 비교해서 지금 KT는 어떤 상황이라고 지금 생각하시나요?
아무래도 정규 시즌 자체도 저희가 어쨌든 5위까지 밀려나서 이렇게 플레이인부터 시작한 거라 당연히 좀 아래에서 올라간다는 마인드로 좀 저희가 더 많이 준비를 잘 해야 결국 뚫을 수 있지 않을까 당장은 그렇게 생각합니다.
So definitely we are on the underdog position because we finished the legend group as 5th. But we have to prepare much better than the opponent so that we can actually play better against them.
All right, and finally, another big victory in your career. You've had fans support you throughout all of your assists, including the 3,500 that you just hit today. What do you have to say to the fans?
정말 많은 팬분들이 이제 커리어 내내 이렇게 응원 또 해주고 계시고 에포트 선수의 오늘 또 이제 엄청난 어치먼트가 있었잖아요. 되게 정말 큰 또 업적을 이루셨는데 팬분들에게 마지막으로 한 말씀 해주신다면?
일단 진짜 제가 올해 다시 복귀하게 된 이유가 저번에도 나와서 말씀드렸다시피 정말 팬분들이 있기에 이렇게 다시 복귀할 수 있게 되었고 또 그 응원에 힘입어서 그 응원에 보답할 수 있게 더 열심히 준비해서 더욱 더 멋진 모습, 잘하는 모습 보여드릴 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
So I already said it before when I was here. The reason why I'm here again is all because of the fans. So I will try my best for them to give them the happiness.
Yeah, well, definitely made those fans happy. A ton of fans very much happy for KT. Effort. 감사합니다. Thank you for your time. 감사합니다. Congratulations.
so much.
On
감사합니다.
Wow. Again, a series to remember, a game 5 to remember here. KT roster booked their ticket to the playoffs as the 5th seed. They will move on and await the choice by T1, but do make it tougher, as T1 will have selection as the 3rd seed here moving into playoffs. But man, what a series that one was, guys.
It really was. I think this is going to be, a memorable start, let's just say, to our play-ins and playoffs, as KT looked dominant in game 1, but it looked doomed after game 3. We weren't sure KT were going to be able to bounce back. They had a good draft, and then game 5 was a mess, but it was one that we really thoroughly enjoyed.
I didn't trust KT enough, to be fair, right? But I think in the game 4 and game 5, they did find a solution in terms of how they want to play around the bot lane. I think as Seraphine helped them so much in the game 4. In the game 5, they pulled off Zari and Yumi, and I think that was most impactful draft coming out from the KT. So I feel like they did such a great job in the PL5.
No, I did predict this result, and I also then predicted this pre-show that Hanjin and Brion would still go to playoffs, and they would defeat whoever goes ahead, which I expected would be BNK. We'll see what happens tomorrow. But I think the way that Brion lost this series is going to really fortify their mental. It's going to really help them in a tough series against whoever that is on Friday. They also have a day of rest, so I think this is a really important loss. It's a really learning loss. I think it's a really meaningful loss that they can take and wield as a weapon moving to that Friday match.
I want to believe you and agree with that based on the fact that they showed a lot of cards, but also got to be put in positions where they had to make decisions with the draft. Like, you can mock draft that as much as you want, but then when you're put in a game to have to do that, you get to see what the outcome is, and they can adjust from there against one of these two opponents. It's Nongshim Red Force and BNK FearX, these bitter rivals doing battle yet again for their year. Lose and go home, win and move on to continue to dream about playoffs for one more day. KT, they're dreaming because they've already made it. Hanjin Brion will bounce back later on. We'll have that match for you tomorrow. Man, I love best of fives. I love the postseason. We're going to get more of it tomorrow here in the LCK. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for BNK FearX versus Nongshim Red Force. Bye-bye.
마치 영원처럼 기억할 수 있게 그래 기억처럼 영원할 수 있게 늙은 달력 사이 접어둔 우리의 밤 가만히 보긴 손 It remembers the night 계절을 돌아서 똑같은 자리에 서로를 보는 순간 We don't look back 떨리는 손을 잡아 그 손이 밤을 기억하니까 All the nights let us hear 이제 눈을 떠 마치 영원처럼 기억할 수 있게 모든 빛이 바라기 전에 오늘의 나를 남겨 저 지평선 너무 더 멀리 닿게 우리가 이 순간에
정말 치열한 상황에서 트림권에서 벗어나냐 들어가냐가 진짜 중요한데
끝난 거 아니다라고 얘기해요.
이 녀석들 뭐지? 진심이다. 친구들 진심이다.
플레이인 진출입니다.
2라운드 지켜갑니다.
리그 정상에는 또 젠지가 서 있네요. 그 단단한 그 내구력, 쓰러지지 않는 정신력.
나이스. 아 이거야. 젠지가 진짜 너무 무섭네요. 하나 생명 도이겨.
역시 T1은 T1이구나.
도서관 메이커의 비용을 오늘도 살리네요. KT에 올라갑니다.
공부의 혁명.
매콤한 농심 레드포스. 여우들이 돌아왔나요?
Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame. just when I lift my mic into the stars.